Chapter 16. Constanza Camargo lived at the corner of Alejandro Dumas and Luis G. Urbina in Colonia Polanco. From her jealousy-ed front windows, Bourne looked out at the modernist, angular, man-made pond in the center of Lincoln Park, beyond which, to the north, past the thick, geometric stands of trees, was Castellar Street. The interior of the colonial mansion was warm and comfortably furnished, made welcoming and even intimate by the profusion of personal items, photos, memorabilia, and souvenirs from half a lifetime of world travel. "Someone in this family loves Indonesia," Bourne said, as he and Rebeka followed Constanza into the dark, wood-beamed dining room. It was wallpapered in a dark green, semi-abstract forest pattern, and had French doors that led out to an inner courtyard dominated by a lime tree and a concrete fountain sculpted into the shape of twin dolphins caught in mid-leap. Purple and pink bougainvillea clung to the pale stone walls. "That would be me," Constanza said. "In Java I stood atop the Buddhist sanctuary, Borobudur, at sunrise. In the late afternoon, I heard the Muslim voices of the muezzin calling and echoing all across the dusky sun-bronzed valley. Astonishing. I fell instantly in love." As they sat at the thick trestle table, they were surrounded by servants, each carrying a tureen of stew, or a platter of food, or bottles of tequila, wine, and spring water. As lunch was methodically, almost ritualistically served, Constanza said with that same twinkle in her eyes, "Now I've told you my history. You must tell me yours." "We've come to Mexico City looking for someone," Bourne said, before Rebeka could answer. "Ah," Constanza smiled. "Not on a vacation." "Sadly, no." She waited while a servant spooned a dark, rich pork mole onto her plate. "And may I assume that your search is urgent?" "Why would you say that?" Rebeka asked. Constanza turned to her. "Did you think I didn't see that evil-looking man lurking in the arrivals hall? I may be getting on in years, but I'm not senile." "I want to be as sharp as you are," Rebeka said, "when I'm your age." "Flattery will get you everywhere," Constanza said with a wink. "Why do you think I offered you a lift?" She leaned toward them, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I want in on the action." "Action?" "Whatever you two are up to. Whatever that evil-looking man wants to stop you from doing." "Since we're speaking bluntly," Bourne said, "that evil-looking man wants to kill us." Constanza frowned. "Now that I won't put up with." Rebeka shook her head. "You're not shocked?" "After you've lived my life," Constanza said, "nothing is shocking." She turned to stare at Bourne, "especially for people who say they're in import-export. For many years, that was my husband's line of work." She put her hands together, no longer interested in eating, if she ever had been. "So tell me what you can, and I will help you find whoever you're looking for." "His name is Harry Rowland," Bourne said. "Or Manfred Weaving," Rebeka said. "Legends?" Constanza said, a sprightly gleam in her eye. "Oh, yes, I know about legends. Acevedo used them in the early days when we traveled abroad." "There's something that may make this man easier to locate," Bourne said. "We think he works for Steel Trap." Something new overcame Constanza's expression, something powerful and dark and thoroughly unpleasant. She looked from one to the other. "This will undoubtedly sound overheated, even melodramatic. I wish it were either of those things." Her eyes had turned dark and unfathomable, with secrets best left untouched. "My best advice is to forget this man Rowland or Weaving. Whatever your business is with him, forget it. Leave Mexico City on the next flight." After enduring a restless night, during which Charles Thorne was pursuing her through a labyrinth of dank corridors that smelled of anesthetic and death, Delia awoke in her own bed with a pounding headache even 3 ibuprofen couldn't quite eradicate. She checked her phone to see if there had been any calls from Soraya's ICU nurse, even though she knew there hadn't been. one voicemail and 2 texts from Amy, wondering how she was. Amy and Soraya did not get along, which was a great sadness to her. She hadn't wanted to believe it, but Amy was jealous of the intimacy she shared with Soraya. Even though she had assured Amy there was no physical component to their friendship, that Soraya was strictly hetero, she had come to the realization that Amy didn't believe her. "I've read all the articles about how rampant homosexuality is in the Arab world," Amy said in one of her less-than-finest moments. "It's all been pushed underground. It's all sub rosa, which makes the urge all the stronger." Nothing Delia could say would dissuade Amy from her point of view, so she had stopped trying, and gradually the subject of Soraya dropped from their conversations. Showered and dressed, she grabbed a bite at a McD drive-thru. She might as well have been eating the cardboard packaging for all she could taste the food. Arriving at the office, she occupied herself with figuring out a fiendishly clever double-blind detonation mechanism. When at length she looked at her watch, over 2 hours had passed. She stood up, stretched, and took a walk around the lab in an attempt to clear her head. It was no use. No matter what she did, she remained alone with her thoughts and her seething anger at Charles Thorne. Her first concern, of course, remained Soraya, but now she was at a total loss to understand what had drawn her friend to that monster. Maybe it's a heterosexual thing, she thought, with both amusement and bitterness. He had humiliated her. Far worse, she had allowed him to humiliate her. She returned to her workstation, but now she was unable to concentrate, so, grabbing her overcoat, she returned to the hospital. It seemed important, somehow, to be near Soraya, especially because she was unconscious and vulnerable. Already exhausted and terribly hungry, she went down the hall to the ICU, but once she was assured by Soraya's nurse that there was no news, she took herself down to the basement commissary, filled up her tray with a mishmash of dishes, added a soda, and, after paying, sat down at a Formica table. She ate, staring at the huge analog clock on the wall, her thoughts with her friend, hoping that with every breath she took now, she'd be closer to healing. "Dear God," she thought, "stay close to Raya. Protect her from harm. Let her and the baby be okay." Her eyes burned, and her skin felt parched, products of spending time in the hospital's canned air. She knew she should leave, take a break, walk around the block even, but somehow she could not get herself to do it. She waited for her mobile to ring, willing there to be good news. And at last, there was. Her mobile vibrated. She jumped up and listened to the nurse even as she was on her way upstairs, her heart pounding in her chest. Too long a wait for the elevators, so she turned to the stairwell, taking the treads 2 at a time, thinking, "Come on, Raya, come on." Pushing the large square button on the wall to open the automatic doors, she went into the ICU. On either side of a wide central aisle were screened-off bays from which issued the mechanical beeps, whistles, and sighs of the various machines keeping the critical care patients alive, in some cases breathing. She hurried past the burn and cardiac units. Soraya's bay was the last one on the right. Her nurse, a young woman with her hair pinned back, looked at Delia with caring eyes. "She's awake," the nurse said, reacting to the acute anxiety on Delia's face. "Her vitals have stabilized. Dr. Santiago and one of his colleagues have been in. They seemed pleased with their patient's progress." Delia felt as if she were walking on burning needles. "So the prognosis?" "The doctors are cautiously optimistic." Delia felt a bubble in her chest deflate. "Then she's out of the woods?" "I would say so, yes." The nurse offered one of those nursely smiles that could mean nothing at all. "Though there's still a ways to go, she's made remarkable progress." Delia said, "I want to see her." The nurse nodded. "Please don't overtax her. She's still very weak and is working for 2. As the nurse was about to turn away, Delia said, "Has anyone else been in to see her?" "I called you the moment the doctors were finished with their examinations." "Thank you," Delia said fervently. The nurse ducked her head. "Call me if you need me," she pointed. "I'll be at my monitoring station." Delia nodded, then, pushing aside the fabric curtain, went in to see her friend. Soraya, hooked up to a bewildering array of machines, was propped up on the high hospital bed. Her expression brightened considerably when she saw Delia. "Deal," she said, lifting her hand for her friend to take. She closed her eyes for a moment when she felt the warmth of Delia's hand. I've come from the back of beyond. So the doctors tell me. Delia's smile was genuine. Raya looked far better than she had in recovery. The dusky rose color had returned to her cheeks, happily replacing yesterday's deathly pallor. It's been a rough ride, but now the worst is over, I know it. Soraya smiled, and Delia burst into tears. What is it, Del? What is it? That's your old smile, Raya. The smile I know and love so much. She leaned over and kissed her friend tenderly on each cheek, in the European manner. Now I know I have my best friend back. Everything's going to be all right. Come here, Soraya said. Sit by me. Delia perched herself on the edge of the bed, keeping hold of her friend's hand. I've been dreaming non-stop, Del. I dreamt I was in Paris with Amun, that he hadn't been killed. I dreamt I was with Aaron, and I dreamt that Charlie was here. Her eyes, clearer now, gazed into Delia's. Is Charlie still here, Del? No, he left. Delia's eyes cut away, then returned to her friend. He said the baby changed everything, that he wants to keep you in his life. In other words, you misread him? I guess so. She had no intention of telling Soraya that Thorne had threatened her. Good. That's so good. Soraya squeezed her hand. You did precisely what I wanted you to do. What? Delia's head came up. Soraya's smile was tinged with regret. I used you, Del. Before the attack, I went to see him, but what I wanted so disgusted me I couldn't tell him. I needed you to do that for me. She squeezed her friend's hand. Don't be angry. How can I be angry with you? Delia shook her head. But I don't understand. Soraya gestured. Could I have some ice water? Delia rose and poured water from a plastic pitcher into a plastic cup and handed it to Soraya, who drank deeply. When she handed the empty cup back, she said, I need a way to keep Charlie tied to me. Once again, not understanding? Soraya laughed softly and put a hand on her belly. Come here, Del. I can feel the baby moving. Leaning over, Delia put her hand next to Soraya's, and when she felt the baby kicking, she laughed as well. Then she sat back. Okay, Raya, time to tell me how we're all linked, you, me, and Thorne. Soraya studied her for a moment. At length, she said, My relationship with Charlie is not what I've made it appear to you. Delia shook her head, mutely. It's business. Having an affair with him was business? The shock reverberated straight through Delia. Are you fucking kidding me? I wish I were, Soraya sighed. It's the reason I hooked up with him in the first place. She smiled. That's all I can tell you. I feel so guilty using you like that. Jesus, no, Raya, Now things that had made no sense to Delia slid into focus. Frankly, I could never understand what you saw in him. Secrets, Del, secrets. They ruin my life, you know that. But this, hopping into his bed, because a centuries-old tradition. Ask Cleopatra, Lucretia Borgia, Mata Hari. Delia looked at her friend as if in an entirely new light. And the baby? Soraya's eyes glittered. It's not his. Wait, what? But you told me... I know what I told you, Del. But I need Charlie to believe it's his. She rubbed her belly. It's Amun's. Delia felt dizzy, as if she had lost her moorings in this new world Soraya was revealing, layer by mysterious layer. What if he asked for a paternity test? What if I tell his wife about us? Delia stared at Soraya with a new understanding, a kind of astonishment, and something else entirely. Raya, you're scaring the hell out of me right now. Oh, Del, I don't mean to. You're my friend. We're closer than sisters. Even Peter doesn't know what I've told you. Please try to understand. I want to, Raya. Honestly, I do, but this just goes to show that you never really know anyone, no matter how close you think you are. But we are close, deal? She reached out. Listen to me. Ever since I came back from Paris, I've come to realize that there's more to life than secrets. That's all I have, really. She laughed. Except you, of course. She sobered immediately. But now I have the baby, and I've been thinking. Using the baby as a weapon against Charlie, it's heinous. For the first time in my life, I feel dirty, as if I've crossed a line that sickens me. I can't use my child in this way. I don't want that for him. I don't want this life for him. He deserves more than shadows, deal? He deserves the sunshine and kids his age. He deserves a mother who isn't always looking over her shoulder. Delia leaned over and kissed her friend on the cheek. This is good, Raya. Ever since you told me about the baby, I've been waiting for you to come to that conclusion. Soraya smiled. No, I have. You'll have to tell Peter. I already have, more or less. Really? How did he take it? Like Peter. He's so rational. He understands. Delia nodded. He's a good guy. She frowned. And what will you tell Thorne? Not a fucking thing. I don't have to tell you what Charlie's like. With a shudder of disgust, Delia conjured up the horrible, humiliating conversation, culminating in the moment when he had grabbed his crotch and said, "You don't know what you're missing." She felt the urge to tell her friend what Thorne had done, how he had hacked into her mobile, had tapes of the amorous voicemails Amy had left for her. But she bit her tongue. She didn't want to upset Soraya, not in the state she was in now, not when Soraya was ready to embark on the next phase of her life, ready to leave all the dark shit behind. Instead, she smiled, bit back her bitterness against Thorne, and said, No, I've gotten to know him much better these days. She leaned forward to kiss Soraya on the cheek. Don't worry. Your secrets are safe with me. Because I know you won't take my advice, Constanza Camargo said to Bourne. I have no choice but to help you. Of course you have a choice, Rebeka said. Constanza shook her head slowly. You still have no conception of life here. There is destiny, only destiny. This cannot be explained or understood except possibly in history. A story, then. La comida was finally at an end, and they had retired to her exquisite, jewel-like living room, paneled in ebony, evoking an earlier gilded age. She sat back in her wheelchair, her hands laced in her lap, and as she spoke, the years seemed to melt away, revealing the magnificent, vibrant beauty she had been in her 20s and 30s. Maceo Encarnacion not only took my husband's life, he took my legs as well. This is how it happened. She took out a flat silver case, snapped it open, and, after offering each of them a cigarillo, plucked one out. Manny, always at her side, lit it for her. I hope you don't mind if I smoke, she said in a tone that said she had no intention of stopping. She sat, smoking reflectively for several moments before she began. As I said, life in Mexico is bound to the wheel of destiny. Desire is also important. We are Latin, after all. But, at the end of the day, desire hinders destiny. Acevedo found this out when he changed horses. He was destined to be a drug lord. This was his calling. He left it, and he died. I should have learned from his mistake. But the truth is my desire for revenge blinded me, cut me off from my destiny, and, at the end of the day, cut me off from my legs. What happened was this. After Acevedo was shot dead, I summoned a cadre of men, Colombians who owed their livelihood, even their very lives, to Acevedo. They came here and, at my direction, set out to end the life of the miserable Maceo Encarnacion. She took another long drag from her cigarillo, which emitted smoke like a just-fired pistol. Then she continued. I was foolish. I miscalculated, or rather, I underestimated Maceo Encarnacion's power. He is protected by an almost mystical power, as if by gods. Acevedo's loyalists were beheaded, and then he came after me himself. Her fist pounded against her useless legs. Here is the result. He didn't kill me. Why? To this day, I don't know. Possibly, to him my living as a cripple was a more fitting punishment than death. More likely, it was raw cruelty. She lifted a hand, fluttering it back and forth, as if the reason for her continued life was unimportant. This is a cautionary tale, Mr. Moore, not an attempt to elicit sympathy. She turned to Rebeka. But now you see, my dear, how the great wheel of destiny works. It has brought you to me, or me to you, and there is a reason for that. Destiny has now combined with my desire for revenge. It has brought me the weapons I need, because, Rebeka, I do not for a moment believe that you are Mr. Moore's wife, she smiled, any more than I believe his name is Moore. Her gaze shifted back to Bourne. Mr. Moore, you would no more bring your wife to Mexico on such a mission than you would allow her to walk into a tiger's den. She lifted a forefinger. And make no mistake, going after Maceo Encarnacion is walking into tiger territory. There will be no mercy, no second chances, only if you are lucky. Death. She stubbed out her cigarillo. But if you are very lucky and extremely clever, you may yet walk out of the tiger's den with what you and I desire. Chapter 17. Tulio Vistoso arrived in Washington, D.C. with anxiety in his mind and murder in his heart. How difficult was it, he thought, for Florin Popa to keep safe what he, Don Tulio, had so cleverly stolen on the steep, treacherous trail along the Cañón del Sumidero outside Tuxtla Gutierrez, replacing the real $30 million with what he had been certain was undetectable counterfeit bills? And yet Popa had failed, and his life was forfeit if he could not placate Don Maceo and his holy, all-powerful buyers within 36 hours. He was still fulminating about the monumental fuck-up when he arrived at the dockside marina and saw the Cobalt in Slip 31 crawling with cops. And not just cops, he realized with a jolt, federales. He could smell them a mile away. They moved with a certain measured gait, like dray horses in their traces. He stared, horrified. The boat was well guarded, cordoned off with yellow crime scene tape. Christ on a cross, what in the name of all that's holy has happened? Instinctively he looked around, as if Popa might be lurking somewhere in the vicinity. Where the hell was Popa? Don Tulio wondered with a sinking heart. Had Popa absconded with the $30 million? Don Tulio's $30 million. This prospect terrified him. Or worse, did the federales have it? Was Popa in their custody? With a trembling hand, he began to fire off a series of text messages to his lieutenants in a frenzied endeavor to recoup the $30 million as quickly as possible. The Aztec felt like pulling his hair out. His crazed brain kept churning out dire possibilities. But a sliver of civilized veneer stopped him cold. Instead, he turned on his heel and stalked away. He swiped a hand across his forehead. Despite the chill, he was sweating like a pig. Up ahead, a car pulled into a parking space in the lot, and a moment later, a young man leapt out. He pushed by Don Tulio as he hurried down the gangplank onto the dock and out to Slip 31. Sensing something unusual, the Aztec turned. Sure enough, the Federale ants crawling all over the recursive began kowtowing to the new arrival, El Jefe. This interested Don Tulio, so instead of hightailing it, he decided to hang around as unobtrusively as possible. This meant going down the gangplank himself and onto the dock. Choosing a deserted boat, as far away as practical from the activity on the recursive, he climbed aboard and busied himself doing nothing at all while he spied on the new arrival. Happily for him, the marina's quiet atmosphere, combined with how the water carried the voices, allowed him to overhear snatches of conversation. In this way, he determined that El Jefe's name was Marks. Turning for a moment, he noted that the vehicle Marks had arrived in was a white Chevy Cruze. He jumped off the boat, then went at an unhurried pace back up the ramp and into the lot, where he jotted down the Cruze's license plate number. Back on the boat, he returned his attention to Marks himself, his mind already plotting his next several moves. It had been his experience that meeting with the chief of your enemies was preferable to working your way up the plantain tree. But meeting with federales, especially on their own turf, was a tricky business, one, Don Tulio knew, that needed to be thought out in considerable detail. He also knew that he would get one shot at confronting Jefe Marks, so he was obliged to make the best of it. The danger of such a maneuver did not disturb him. He lived with danger every day of his life, had done so from the time he was 10 years old and already raging through the streets of Acapulco. He had loved the sea, even before he became a cliff diver, showing off for gringo money. He jumped from the highest cliff, dove the deepest, stayed down the longest. The churning water was his father and his mother, rocking him into a form of peace he could find nowhere else. He became king of the divers, taking a cut from all their winnings. That might have continued indefinitely, until the moment a gringo tourist accused him of fucking his teenage daughter. That the gringa had initiated the liaison meant nothing in the face of her father's colossal wealth and the authorities' desperation to keep Acapulco a world-class tourist destination. He got out just ahead of the cops, fleeing north, losing himself in the immense urban sprawl of Mexico City. But he never forgot how the gringo had ruined his life, for he loved the ocean waters, desperately missed his old life. Years passed, and a new life began to weave around him. Anarchism first. When he was older, he took out his rage at the institutional corruption, with bouts of extreme violence against anyone who held a steady job. Eventually, he got smart and joined a drug cartel, working his way up the power grid by any and all means, which impressed his superiors, up until the moment he directed his followers to cut their heads off with machetes. From that bloody moment on, he had been Jefe, consolidating his power with the other cartel heads. He was uncomfortable in society. He had no expertise navigating the capital's deep and treacherous political waters, so he had forged an alliance with Maceo Encarnacion, which had served them both well. The Aztec made himself busy all over again while he lent his ear to the prevailing wind and discovered that Popa was dead. Jefe Marks had killed him, after which he had inadvertently found the key. The fucking key, Don Tulio thought with a savagery that shook him to his core. He has the fucking key. But then, his mind cooling a single degree, he dredged up this hopeful thought. He has the fucking key, but that doesn't mean he has the 30 million. Which was followed by a second hopeful thought. If the federales have the money, why are they searching the boat so frantically? Fuming, the Aztec finished coiling a rope for the 17th time. Noting that the federales were breaking up, he went down into the cabin, waiting there patiently while he counted the number of rivets in the deck, perched uncomfortably on a narrow seat. Shadows passed as the federales left the recursive and went back up the dock to the parking lot. He listened for the car engines starting up. When, like popping corn, they ceased, he knew it was time. Emerging from the cabin, he looked at the recursive. It appeared deserted, but he resisted the urge to board it. Even though the clock that now measured his life was ticking mercilessly away, he knew it would be foolish to risk everything by going over there in daylight. Better, by far, to show patience, to wait for night to fall. He returned to the boat, lay down on the deck, and fell instantly into a deep and untroubled sleep. "Midnight," Constanza said. "Manny will come and collect you." After she bade them good night, Bourne and Rebeka retired to the 2 adjoining bedrooms in the guest wing. But almost immediately she appeared on the threshold of his room. "Are you tired?" Rebeka asked. Bourne shook his head. She walked in, went past him, and stood by the window, arms wrapped around herself, staring out at the inner courtyard. Bourne came and stood beside her. They could hear the wind clatter through the palms. By a sliver of moonlight, they watched the rustling of the leaves on the lime tree. "Jason, do you ever think about death?" When he said nothing, she went on. "I think about it all the time." She shivered. "Or maybe it's just this place. Mexico City seems steeped in death. It gives me the creeps." She turned to him. "What if we don't survive tomorrow?" "We will. But what if we don't?" He shrugged. "Then we die in darkness," she said, answering her own question. She stirred, then said, "Put your arms around me." When he did, holding her tight, she said, "Why don't we feel the way other people feel? Deep down, not just on the surface like water glancing off water." "What is the matter with us?" "We can do what we do," Bourne said softly. "Only because we are what we are." He looked down at her. "There's no turning back for us. There's only one exit from the life we live, and none of us who are good at what we do want to take it." "Do we love what we do so much?" He was silent. The answer was evident. He held her that way until, with a discreet knock on the partially open door, Manny announced himself. "His name is unimportant," Manny said as he drove them through Mexico City's bright night streets. "He is known as El Enterrador, the Undertaker." "Isn't that a little over the top?" Rebeka said from the plush back seat of the armored Hummer. Manny looked at her in the rearview mirror and smiled with his teeth. "Wait till you meet him." Flashing lights up ahead revealed a semicircle of cop cars, blazing headlights illuminating 6 cops using truncheons to beat down on a dozen teenagers armed with switchblades and broken beer bottles. "Just another night in Mexico City," Manny said, with no apparent irony. They traveled on through the Zona Rosa, the historic center, seemingly across the entire broad expanse of a city that sprawled, octopus-like, across the mile-high plain toward the great looming volcano, Popocatépetl, brooding like an ancient Aztec god. They witnessed fire, street gangs stalking one another. They heard raucous gringo techno and native ranchera music spilling out of nightclubs, vengeful brawls, the occasional gunshot. They were passed by roaring, souped-up cars driven by drunken kids, with cumbia or rap blasting from custom speakers, on, a nightmare scenario without end. But at last they reached Via Gustavo Amadero, and Manny slowed the Hummer, rolling it through darkened, sleeping streets, into the heart of the city within the city. Up ahead, the bonnets of trees, black against the twinkling, indistinct skyline, rose up like a prehistoric world until, through tree-shadowed byways, they reached the very center of the heart, the Cementerio del Tepeyac. "Of course," Rebeka said, to relieve the almost unbearable tension. "Where else would El Enterrador hang out but in a cemetery?" However, it wasn't to one of the crypts that Manny took them, but to the Basilica de Guadalupe. He had no difficulty unlocking the door to the basilica and ushering them inside. The incredibly intricate and exquisitely painted interior was ablaze, the gilt chandeliers illuminating the host of cherubs that spilled across the domed ceiling. Manny remained just inside the doorway, while gesturing them down the central aisle. Long before they reached the draped altar, however, a figure appeared, a man with a pointed beard and mustache. His black eyes seemed to penetrate their clothes, their very skin, as if peering into the heart of them. He possessed the pallor and demeanor of a ghost. Speaking so softly, Bourne and Rebeka were obliged to lean forward to hear him. "You come from Constanza Camargo." It was not a question. "Follow me." As he turned to go, he pushed up the wide sleeves of his ecclesiastical robe, revealing forearms knotted with muscles and ropey veins, crawling with tattoos of coffins and tombstones, beautiful and horrific. It was almost 4 a.m. by the time the Aztec awoke, according to his unerring internal clock. He was hungry. No matter. There were 30 million reasons to ignore the gnawing in his stomach. Finding a rubberized, waterproof flashlight, he took it topside. Outside, Washington glittered, seeming far away across the water. Don Tulio looked across to where the recursive lay tied up at slip 31. No one was visible. In fact, the entire marina appeared deserted. Still, the Aztec stood on the boat, aurally cataloging the night noises, the slap of the wavelets against hulls, the creaking of masts, the pinging of rigging against those masts. These were all the normal sounds of a marina. Don Tulio listened beyond those for any anomalous sounds, the soft tread of feet, the low sound of voices, anything that would indicate the presence of human beings. Finding none, he was at last satisfied. He climbed onto the dock, first looking to the darkened harbormaster's hut, then swiftly and silently made his way to slip 31, stepping at last aboard the recursive. He went immediately to the second bumper on the starboard side and felt under it with his fingers. The nylon rope was still there. Heart pounding, he pulled in the rope, hand over hand. The weight felt just as it should. With every foot he reeled in, he became more and more certain that his 30 million was safe and secure at the nether end of the rope. But when he had pulled it all in and switched on the flashlight, what he saw tied to the end was a lead weight. "Looking for this?" Don Tulio whirled, saw Jefe Marx holding up the watertight satchel, deflated, empty, the 30 million and his life gone. Engulfed by the final wave of his murderous rage, he leapt at his tormentor, heard the explosion rocket through his ear, felt the bullet enter, then exit his left biceps. He kept going, a full-on bull rush that took both Marx and him over the railing, both plunging down, the chill black water robbing them both of breath. "Chinatown? Really?" Charles Thorne sat down at the Formica table opposite the tall, slender man, dressed in one of those shiny Chinese suits that imitated the American style, but none too well. "Try the mugugaipan," Li Wan said, gesturing with his chopsticks. "It's really rather good." "Christ, it's 4 a.m, Thorne said with a sour face. There was no point in asking Li how he managed to get a restaurant to stay open for him in the waning hours of the night when nothing, not even the cats, were roaming Chinatown streets. Besides, it's not really a Chinese dish. Li Wan shrugged his coat-hanger shoulders. "When in America?" Thorne shook his head as he unwrapped his chopsticks and dug in. "I suppose you were expecting beef sinew and fish maw," Li said, with a visible shudder. "My friend, you've spent too much time in America." "I was born in America, Charles." Thorne lapped a slick of MSG off his chopsticks. "Exactly my point. You need a vacation. Back to the homeland." "Not my homeland. I was born and raised right here in D.C. Lee, a prominent intellectual rights lawyer, had graduated from Georgetown University, which made him wholly homegrown. Still, Thorne couldn't help needling him. It was part of their relationship. Thorne frowned. Despite what Lee had said, he didn't like the Mugugaipan at all. As an outsider, you're privy to an awful lot of their secrets. "Who said I'm an outsider?" Thorne regarded him thoughtfully, before hailing a passing waiter who stopped and stood before him with the air of someone who, despite the hour, had many things better to do. Picking up the grease-stained plastic menu, Thorne ordered General Tso's chicken. "Extra crispy," he said, though it's doubtful the waiter heard him or, if he did, cared, until Lee spoke to him in the withering Cantonese only a Mandarin could manage. Off the waiter went, as if Lee had lit his tail on fire. After pouring them both chrysanthemum tea, Lee said, "Really, Charles, after all these years, it would behoove you to learn Cantonese as well as Mandarin." "What, so I can intimidate waiters in Chinatown? That's all it's good for these days." Lee regarded him with his patented, inscrutable look. "You do that deliberately," Thorne complained. "You know that, don't you? I'm on to you." The waiter set down a platter of General Tso's chicken, and after giving Lee a questioning look and receiving an answering nod, beat a hasty retreat. "Is it extra crispy?" Lee said. "You know it is," Thorne replied, piling some into his bowl of rice. The two men ate in companionable silence amid the sizzle and steam of the open kitchen behind them. The usual bustle, shouting, and shoving, however, were missing. The unaccustomed hush lent the place a forlorn air. At last, when the first frenzy of shoving the food into his mouth had abated, Charles said, "I've known you a long time, Lee, but I still can't figure how an outsider like you is trusted with—" "Hush, Charles." Their waiter, wiping his hands on his filthy apron, walked past them to the men's room. Lee pointed at Thorne's dish. "There really was a General Tso, you know. Zhou Zongtang, Qing Dynasty, died in 1885 from Hunan. Odd, since the dish is mainly sweet, not spicy like most Hunan dishes. It's not indigenous to Changsha, the capital of Hunan, or Jiangxin, the general's hometown. So what is its origin? There's a speculation that the name of the dish was originally Zongtang chicken." "Meaning ancestral meeting hall." Lee nodded. "In that event, nothing to do with the good general." He swirled some tea around his mouth and swallowed. "Of course, the Taiwanese have claimed they created the dish." Lee put down his chopsticks. "The point being, Charles, that no one knows these things. No one can." "Are you saying that it's impossible to know how you became such a trusted guardian of—" "Listen to me," Lee said abruptly and finally. "I'm saying that in Chinese culture there are many reasons for many things, most of them too complicated to comprehend fully." "Try me," Thorne said with a mouthful of food. "I can't go into my lineage. It would make your eyes pop and your head spin. Suffice it to say, I am among the elite residing outside of Beijing. As to your suggestion of returning to the motherland, I'm far too valuable to the powers that be precisely where I am." "The powers that be?" Thorne flashed a lopsided grin, one of those opaque, distinctly Chinese phrases. "As they say," Lee said, returning the lopsided grin like a forehand over the net, "Beijing is composed of equal parts quicksand and cement." "What do the powers that be think of your betting Natasha Ilion?" Lee and Ilion, a supermodel of Israeli background, had been a breathless item for over a year, something of a record for that rarefied hothouse species. Lee, silent on the subject of his inamorata, watched Thorne return to his eating, waiting a decent amount of time before he said, "I understand you have a bit of an issue?" At that, Thorne's chopsticks froze halfway to his mouth. He covered his consternation by making a show of putting them down slowly and carefully. "Exactly what have you heard, Lee?" "Exactly what you have. You and the rest of the senior staff at the Politics as Usual are about to be investigated for illegal voicemail hacking." He cocked his head. "Tell me, does the illustrious Senator Anne Ring know?" "If she did," Thorne said acidly, "she'd be jumping out of her skin." He shook his head. "The investigation has not yet begun." "For the time being?" "She must on no account find out. It will be the end." "Yes, the end of your gravy train. How many millions is your wife worth?" Thorne regarded him bleakly. "But the senator will find out the moment the investigation begins, if she hasn't already." "She hasn't, believe me." "Tick-tock, Charles." Thorne winced inwardly. "I need help." "Yes, Charles," Li Wan said. "You most certainly do." El Enterrador led them to the back of the apse, down a short, dimly lit corridor, into the rectory, which smelled of incense, polished wood, and man-sweat. Beneath an enormous figure of Christ on the cross were laid out the architectural plans for Maceo Encarnacion's villa on Castellar Street. "Are you sure this is where our man is going to be?" Bourne had asked Constanza Camargo earlier in the evening. "If, as you say, he was flown here to Mexico City," she had replied, "this is the reason why." El Enterrador took them floor by floor, room by room through the house. 2 floors, came his papery whisper, plus, most importantly, a basement. He told them why. "The roof is made of traditional unglazed Mexican tiles, very sturdy. There are 2 exit doors on the ground floor, front and the back. None on the second floor, save the windows. And as for the basement, His long, stiletto-like forefinger showed them on the plan. Then he lifted the top sheet, exposing another. Those were the original plans. Here are the modifications Maceo Encarnacion made when he moved in. His forefinger stabbed out again. You see here, and again here. His black ice eyes cut to them for an instant. Good for you, possibly. Possibly not. That is not my business. I told Constanza Camargo that I would get you in. The rest is up to you. He stood up, his cowl throwing an oblique shadow across the modified plan. Afterward, if you are successful, if you manage to escape, you will not come here, nor will you go to Constanza Camargo's home. We discussed with her what would happen, Rebeka said, after. Did you? Clearly, El Enterrador's interest was piqued. Well. She must like us. El Enterrador nodded. I believe she does. How do you know Señora Camargo? Rebeka asked. El Enterrador flashed them an evil smile. We met in heaven, he whispered. Or in hell. That's hardly helpful, Rebeka said. We are in Mexico, señorita. Here there are volcanoes, serpents, madness gods, sacred places. Mexico City is one such. It is built upon the navel of the Aztec world. Here, heaven and hell meet. Let's get on with it, Bourne said, shall we? The evil smile returned to the false priest's lips. An unbeliever. I'm a believer in doing, Bourne said, not talking. El Enterrador nodded. Fair enough, but... He handed a small object to Bourne. It was a tiny replica of a human skull, studded with crystals. Keep this safe, he said. It is protection. Against what? Bourne asked. Maceo Encarnacion. At that moment, Bourne recalled what Constanza Camargo had said. I underestimated Maceo Encarnacion's power. He is protected by an almost mystical power, as if by gods. Thank you, he said. El Enterrador inclined his head, obviously pleased. Rebeka said, Are we to stay here? No. You will be transported to the mortuary, where you will stay until the call comes. The call will come to this particular mortuary? Bourne said. This one, and no other. Bourne nodded, accepting El Enterrador's word. They were led out of the rectory, through a small, unobtrusive door, out into the churchyard beyond which stretched the vast cemetery, a city unto itself. There was a hearse awaiting them, its engine purring richly. El Enterrador opened the wide rear door, and they climbed in. Vaya con Dios, mis hijos, he said in a pious voice, and made the sign of the cross. Then he slammed the door shut, and the hearse rolled out of the churchyard, away from the basilica, making its funereal way through the blackened byways of Cementerio del Tepeyac, heading deeper and deeper into the mystical heart of the city. Chapter 18. Peter, down in the depths, felt the chill of death. Hands were at his throat. He kicked out, but the water, seeming thick as sludge, defeated his attack. Bringing his hands up under those at his throat, he exploded them outward the moment they made contact. The pressure came off, but the two of them were still sinking down. He scissored his legs, arrowing upward, but hands caught at him, dragging him back. Didn't this man need to breathe as badly as he did? Weren't his lungs aching, his head pounding, his heart thumping painfully in his chest? Peter could not see his antagonist, had never seen him, in fact. The moment his flashlight picked him out on the boat, he was blinded by the man's own flashlight. Then came the attack, and both of them went into the water, down and down. Peter felt the cold sucking the strength out of him. His limbs felt like lead weights. Then there was an arm around his throat, a chokehold which he could not tolerate. Feeling for the man's face, he jammed a thumb into one eye, pushing and pushing with all the strength left in him. and though the water impeded him, he had enough leverage that the chokehold vanished. Peter spun to confront his attacker face to face. No light in the darkness. He had no idea how deep they had drifted, only that there was less than a minute before his lungs ran out of oxygen. He rose, feathering his lower legs, then, instead of an ineffective kick, shoved the heel of his shoe into his attacker's face. Instantly, then, he scissored his legs again, reaching upward with his arms, his first priority now, to get to the surface. With that goal fixed firmly in mind, he kicked harder than ever. It seemed an eternity, during which he might have blacked out for seconds at a time, reality drooling by in discrete segments, connected by nothingness, as if his mind had completely fled his body. But at last, he saw wavering above him the shadow of illumination, the opposite of a shadow, casting itself on what, as he neared, he realized was the skin of the water. As he broke the surface, strong arms reached down, powerful hands gripped him. His men, alerted by the shot he had fired, must have been searching for him from the moment they boarded the recursive. He heard grunts above him, lifted his head to see 2 or 3 faces, among them Sam Anderson, his deputy, picked out in the glare of the spotlights. He squinted, half-blinded by the spots, like a creature from the depths. He heard Anderson turn, called for the spots to be angled slightly away, and was grateful when his men promptly complied. That was when he felt something pinion his legs, then an immense weight pulling him inexorably back down into the water. Dimly, as he shouted, he wondered how his assailant could manage to stay underwater so long and still have the strength to try to pull him under. Above his head, he heard shouts of consternation. Above all, Anderson's firm voice, calmly calling out orders as the men redoubled their grip on him. Anderson rose and, drawing his sidearm, fired it into the water near Peter. When the 4th bullet streaked into the water, Peter felt the weight come off, and his men drew him up, back over the railing and onto the deck of the recursive. Immediately they wrapped him in blankets. Red lights spattered the deck, and cowling in rhythmic bursts. Peter saw that one of the revolving lights belonged to an ambulance. A pair of burly EMT paramedics lifted him onto a gurney. "Anderson," he said in a voice that sounded unsteady even to his ears. "Get these people off me. I'm not going anywhere." "Sorry, boss, but we've got to get you checked out." The gurney was lifted off the boat onto the dock. Peter discovered he was strapped down and helpless. Anderson trotted at his side. They rolled him up the dock to the parking lot where the ambulance waited. "That fucker's still down there. We have to ID him. Call out the divers." "Already done, boss," Anderson grinned. "In the meantime, we have spotlights on 3 Coast Guard boats scanning the harbor." Just before the paramedics loaded him into the back of the ambulance, Anderson placed his mobile onto his chest and said, "While you were getting wet, you got a priority call from SecDef. Hendricks." The paramedics were already taking his vitals. "The moment I get out of restraints," Peter said with no little sarcasm. Then, "Anderson, find this fucker." "You got it, boss." The door slammed shut and the ambulance took off. Anderson retraced his step to slip 31 and got back to work. The boss said to find the fucker, and that's precisely what he was going to do. Early that morning, Maria Elena had driven out of the heavily protected compound on Castellar Street, heading, as she always did, to her favorite markets to shop for that night's dinner. She was a creature of habit. She had worked for only one person in her life. Maceo Encarnacion had taken her off the streets of Puebla when she was 14, a terribly thin, undernourished girl, and introduced her to his household. As it happened, she had a natural gift for preparing food. All that was needed was a bit of polishing from the then cook. From the moment Maria Elena cooked her first dinner in his house, she had become an immediate favorite of Maceo Encarnacion. He elevated her above others on his staff who had been with him longer, which, of course, caused friction. Later, looking back on it from her lofty perch, Maria Elena realized that the temporary chaos her rise had caused among the staff had been deliberate. It was a form of harrowing, Maceo Encarnacion seeking to root out the malcontents and troublemakers before anything untoward happened. With their firing, the household returned to a peacefulness deeper than it had experienced before. Maria Elena was certain Maceo Encarnacion was a genius at handling people, not only his staff. Her keen eye observed how he dealt with his guests, how he engaged some, flattered others, humiliated still others, and proposed ultimatums, either by guile or directly, depending on the guest's personality, to get what he wanted out of them. In the end, it was the same with me, she had thought as she shopped for fresh fruit, vegetables, chilies, meat, chocolate, and fish. She knew all the vendors, and they in turn knew her, mindful of who she worked for. Needless to say, she received the best of everything, all at prices significantly under those they proposed to their other customers. From time to time, they gave Maria Elena little treats for herself and for her daughter, Annunziata. After all, she was important in their world, and besides, in her early 40s, she was still a beautiful and desirable woman, though she didn't consider herself beautiful, not like Annunziata. Anyway, she desired no man at all. After shopping, she always walked a bit down Avenida Presidente Masaryk, where Maceo Encarnacion shopped at all the chic, high-end designer boutiques. 17 years ago, just after Annunziata had been born, while she still lay in the hospital, Maceo Encarnacion had arrived with a jeweled Bulgari bracelet for her. For weeks afterward, she was terrified to try it on, though she fondled it every day and slept with it on her pillow every night. That morning, after peering in some heavily fortified windows, she had abandoned Avenida Presidente Masaryk for her real destination, the Piel Canela boutique at Oscar Wilde 20. She stopped in front of the window, staring at the butter-soft handbags, gloves, clutches, and belts that reminded her of the beautiful serpents she used to dream about in her youth. Her eyes slowly filled with tears, as desire burned in her heart and lungs like the fire from which the phoenix once rose. There, in the center of the window, was the handbag she coveted, and, half wrapped around its double strap, the elegant gloves. Both were the color of dulce de leche. Maria Elena wanted them so badly her throat itched, but she knew she would never buy them. Tears leaked from her eyes, making rivulets down her cheeks. She wept and wept. It was not that she didn't have enough money. She had been in Maceo Encarnacion's employ long enough, and he had been generous enough with her that she could afford both items. But she was a girl of the streets. She could no more buy these high-priced items for herself than she would ever leave Maceo Encarnacion's employ, even after what had happened. The final stop on her early morning excursion had been La Baila, on the Paseo de la Reforma, just 4 blocks south of Lincoln Park. The beautiful restaurant, lined in colorful Mexican tiles, turned out delicious and authentic food. In fact, over the years, Maria Elena had been able to inveigle the recipe for the amazing 30-ingredient mole de zico from the owner-chef. As the morning was mild, she had sat at an outside table, ignoring the fumes from the hellacious traffic on the Reforma. When Furcal, her favorite waiter, arrived at her table, she ordered her usual atole, a boiled maize drink, flavored today with nopal, empanadas de plátano rellenos de frijol, and a double espresso cortado. She had time now all to herself, when, for the moment, she was free of obligations to Maceo Encarnacion, when her mind could be itself, much as it was each night in the moments between the time she got into bed and the time she fell asleep. Except even then, within Maceo Encarnacion's compound, where his will could stretch out its hand and reach her any time of the day or night, she wasn't truly free. Not like now, anyway, sitting by herself in a familiar restaurant, the sooty air of the city rushing by her on mysterious errands from the great volcano, Popocatépetl. A female waiter she didn't know had smiled warmly at her as she set down Maria Elena's atole. "I hope the drink is to your liking," she had said. Maria Elena, always polite, thanked her, took a sip, then another, deeper one, and nodded, allowing the waitress, whose name was Beatrice, to depart. She wrapped her hands around the hand-thrown mug. She had time now to consider the implications of what she had read in Annunziata's diary. Last week she had come across it by accident when she was cleaning her daughter's room. It had been kicked, no doubt inadvertently, under the bed. Maria Elena recalled with perfect clarity the moment, holding the book in her palms, when she had become aware that it was a diary. She recalled in vivid detail the fateful moment before she opened the diary, when everything was as it had always been. She almost didn't open it. In fact, she had bent down to return it unread to its place beneath Annunziata's bed. What would have happened then? Reality would not have been ripped and reshaped. But curiosity had crawled through her like an evil serpent. Even then, she had extended her arms about to drop the diary under the bed, but something, the serpent of desired knowledge, had stopped her, and she saw herself withdrawing her arms until the diary came back into view. She did not stand up, and she wondered at that now. On her knees, as if in prayer, she opened the forbidden book and read what she should never have read. Because in there, near the end, were lines of fire that seared her brain. She would have cried out then if she hadn't immediately jammed her fist into her mouth. Annunziata, her daughter, her only child, had been taking herself regularly to Maceo Encarnacion's bed. In horrific detail, the words of fire recounted the first time and every time thereafter. Maria Elena slammed the diary shut. Her mind was aflame, but her heart, mortally wounded, had already fallen to ash. She took a sheet of paper out of her handbag, unfolded it, and with a careful, cramped hand began to write. As she did so, tears slid down her cheeks, staining the paper. She did not care. Her heart overflowed with shame and sorrow, but that did not stop her. Grimly she kept writing until she came to the dreadful end. Then she folded the sheet away without looking at what she had written. Why bother? It was seared into her heart. Once again possessed by the evil serpent and having drained her atole, leaving the rest untouched, she threw some bills on the table and rushed down the sidewalk. Returning to the Piel Canela boutique at Oscar Wilde 20, she pushed through the door and, egged on by the serpent inside her, pulled out the credit card with which she purchased the food for Maceo Encarnacion and bought her longed-for purse and gloves. She ran her hands over them as the saleswoman rang up the charge. Then she asked for them to be gift-wrapped, watching as they were buried in layers of pastel-colored crepe paper, carefully interred in a thick box with the name of the boutique embossed in gold ink on either side. The lid was placed on, and all was wrapped with a pink and green bow. On the card the saleswoman handed her, she wrote the name of her beloved daughter, and below it she wrote, "This is for you." Accepting her altered desire, she exited the shop into sudden, blinding sunshine. She stood on the sidewalk, unable to take another step. Her legs refused to work, and now a sharp pain pierced the left side of her chest. Dios, what was happening to her? A terrible taste in her mouth. What had been in her drink? Vertigo overcame her, and she fell. Shouts and the sounds of running feet came to her as faraway echoes, unattached to her or what was happening to her. As she lay staring up into the dusky sky, tears came again, along with a sob torn from the depths where the evil serpent coiled and uncoiled, flicking its forked tongue. Her mind, encased in amber, flickering on the edge of a lethal unconsciousness, retreated to the only thing that mattered, the moment of the revelation a week ago. The catastrophe was her fault. If only she had told Annunziata. But she had wanted to spare her daughter the sordid details of her origin. Now the mother had read those same sordid details in her daughter's diary, knowing, God help her, that both mother and daughter had shared the same colossal bed, the same monstrous, all-powerful man, the same defilement. Maceo Encarnacion was Annunziata's father. Now he was her lover as well. That was her last thought before the poison she had ingested at the cafe stopped her heart completely. Martha Christiana sat brooding on the flight back to Paris from Gibraltar. Beside her, Don Fernando leafed through the latest Rob report. She stared out the Perspex window at the infinite blue sky. Below her, the clouds looked so billowy that she imagined she could lie down and rest on them. Rest is what she desired most now. Rest and the deep, untroubled sleep of the righteous, neither of which she knew were available to her. Don Fernando had astonished her at every turn. Now, after visiting her father's grave, after seeing what her mother had become, how could she continue on the same path she had been traveling for years? How can I not? She asked herself. She turned to Don Fernando. I'm thirsty. Where's the flight attendant? I sent the cabin crew back to Paris last night, he said, not looking up. She returned to her brooding. She realized that she had become unmoored in a world in which she had been certain she knew all the angles. She was confronted now with one she could not have anticipated and did not know how to play. She felt like a little girl again, lost and alone, wanting only to run from where she was into the void of the unknown. She was dizzied, as if falling from a great height. It was only now that she realized how completely Maceo Encarnacion had fashioned a world around her, an environment in which she could function, but as what? His iron fist? Or his puppet, dancing to the tune of each new assignment? Death, death, and more death. She saw now how he had mesmerized her into thinking that killing was all she was good for, that without him, without the assignments he brought her, without the money she received from him, she was nothing. You live for the moment of death, Maceo Encarnacion had told her. This makes you special, unique. This makes you precious to me. She saw now the load of goods he had sold her, how he had flattered her, stroked her ego, caressing her with his words. She had a mental image of herself as a puppet dancing to his tune. An icy wind knifed through her, and she shuddered inwardly. What do you think of this new Falcon 2000S? Don Fernando said, plopping a 2-page spread featuring the private jet onto her lap. This plane is due for a major overhaul. Instead, I'm thinking of upgrading. Are you serious? She looked at him, not the photos of the Falcon. This is what's on your mind. He shrugged and took the magazine back. Maybe you don't have a feel for jets. Maybe you don't have a feel for what's going on, she said, a good deal more hotly than she had intended. He put aside the magazine. I'm listening. What are we going to do now? That's entirely up to you. She shook her head, exasperated. Do you not understand? If I don't kill you, Maceo Encarnacion will kill me. I understand. I don't think you do. I won't be able to escape him. Again, I understand. Then what am I— Are you still planning to kill me? She snorted. Don't be absurd. He turned toward her fully. Martha, this sort of change of heart is not so easily accomplished. No one knows that better than me. I've seen the mess it can make. At the last minute, the person can't go through with it, even though they want to. Sometimes, he said, sensing no exit, they kill themselves instead. She looked at him levelly. That won't happen to me. He took her hand in his. How can you be certain, Martha? In Gibraltar, you took my heart and dissected it, picked out all the black bits, then put it back together. No, he said. You did that. A smile formed slowly on her face. Who handed me the scalpel? The plane was descending, touching the top of the clouds, and then, all at once, it was in them, the sky going gray and featureless, as if they were alone in the air, lost to the world. The drone had become a kind of silence, a shroud. We'll be landing soon, Martha said. I'll have to call him. By all means, do. What will I tell him? Tell him what he wants to hear, he said. Tell him you have completed your assignment. Tell him I'm dead. He always demands proof. Then we'll give him some. It will have to be convincing. It will be, Don Fernando assured her. Her brows knit together. I don't understand. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he stood up. The plane isn't going to land. The waters of Acapulco were turquoise, clear down to the rocky bottom. Diving into them from great heights took both skill and lungs of steel. To survive the depths to which a cliff diver plunged, to hold your breath for the time it took to descend and then fight the currents, eddies, and undertow on your way up to the frothy surface took long practice and, again, lungs of steel. By the time he was 11, Tulio Vistoso, the best cliff diver in the sun-bleached resort city, could hold his breath for just under 9 minutes. By the time he was 15, it was at least a minute longer. The water around Dockside Marina was black as oil, but the lack of light was no deterrent for the Aztec. He had let go of Jefe Marx's legs when the bullets hit the water. There was no sense in being stupid. If he didn't pull Marx under then, he knew it was just a matter of time. Not that Maceo Encarnacion had given him much time. In fact, half of it was gone. He had to return to Mexico City with someone's head and at least the promise of the return of the 30 million. The moment the bullets stopped and Jefe Marx was pulled out of the water, Don Tulio made his move. He knew it would be only a small matter of time before Marx's people dropped divers into the water. He had to be either securely hidden or out of the water entirely before that happened. With the boats in the water, he could hardly swim out of the marina. Besides, he had to assume the Gringo Federales would already have established a secure perimeter. Rising near one of the slimy piers near the Recursive, he felt the vibrations of other boats. Then powerful floodlights were switched on, probing the darkness of the water, pushing back the shadows in which he had thought to secret himself. Clearly now, that would not do. Neither would the network of pilings and crossbeams beneath the pier, his next choice. As he popped his head experimentally out of the water, he heard the panting and sniffing of dogs. They'd find him for sure under the pier. That left only one alternative, one he was reluctant to use. Ducking back down to avoid a moving spotlight, he moved slowly and deliberately, causing no ripple at all, moving stealthily into the narrow crevasse between the dock and the starboard side of the Recursive. He edged his way along until he was directly beneath the second and larger bumper. Feeling only with his fingertips, he found the metal ring, painted the same color as the hull. If you didn't know it was there, you would never have seen it. But the Recursive was, first and foremost, a smuggler's boat. It contained all manner of tricks and traps. This particular one ran along the starboard side just above the waterline. It was meant for plastic bags of China White or heroin, but it could, in an emergency, accommodate a man. The trouble was that it wasn't entirely watertight, not at least with the Aztec's weight in it. This was why he had been reluctant to consider it. Being able to hold your breath for over 9 minutes was one thing, but being trapped in a coffin-sized space while it slowly filled with seawater was quite another. Still, entombment was the only chance Don Tulio had now, and he took it. Twisting the ring, he opened the hatch from the top and swung himself into the space. Water splashed in with him, filling the bottom. Quickly now he closed the door and turned the ring into the locked position from the inside, so it could not be seen. Then, his heart beating fast, he began to pray to a god he had long since abandoned, except in name. 40 minutes after he reached the ER, Peter was allowed to sit up while he was hydrated with fluids via an IV. He called Hendricks, waking him up. "Where the hell have you been?" the secretary said grumpily. When Peter told him that he had infiltrated Core Energy, that its CEO had verbally implicated himself, that Dick Richards was secretly working for Tom Brick, and that he had followed leads to the 30 million aboard the Recursive, Hendricks sounded mollified. But only for a moment. "I hate it when both my directors are out of circulation." Instantly, Peter was on the alert. "What are you talking about?" "Soraya's in the hospital," the secretary said. "She collapsed and had to have an emergency procedure." In his extreme agitation, Peter nearly tore out his IV. "How is she?" "Stable from the last update I got. Delia's with her. She's barely left Soraya's side." "Where is she?" "Same hospital you're in, but you don't sound as if you're in any shape." "I'm fine," Peter snapped, a bit too aggressively. Even he realized that, albeit belatedly. "Sorry, sir. This whole business at the marina has got me on edge." "Right. Keep me wired into that. The moment you ID the man who attacked you, I want to know, got it?" Yes, sir. There was another pause.
As for Richards, do you want to pick him up or let him run?
Peter considered this question, among thoughts of Soraya. Give me a day or two to see what he's up to. Now that I've flown Brick's coop, I want to see what's going to happen.
I wish we knew who he was bringing back for you to kill.
Me too, boss, but it might have been no one. Brick is into playing games with your head. I had had enough of that, and there was this key lead to run down.
I hear you. But as of this moment, we have to treat Richards as a threat.
Absolutely, boss. But if we can use him to gain solid evidence of what Brick is really up to, I don't want to miss the chance.
Fine.
Hendricks sounded reluctant.
But any backup you need,
I'll call ASAP.
Do that, and for the time being, I'm ordering you up protection.
That's precisely what you won't do, sir. With all due respect, I can't do my job with a shadow. I'm not a desk jockey. I can handle myself. Silence on the other end of the line. Sir?
Peter, for God's sake, take better care of yourself,
Hendricks said, before he disconnected. You have two choices, the mortician said. Sleep on the floor or in one of these coffins. Nice silk, Rebeka said, sliding her hand along the rim of a coffin. The mortician grinned. Soft as a cloud, too. He was a pale, thin man, with a sunken chest, a pencil mustache, and the bee-stung, ruddy lips of a woman. His hands looked as delicate as porcelain. He had lacquered nails. He told him his name was Diego de la Rivera. Your choice, he said. Either way, I'll notify you when it's time. You're sure Maceo Encarnacion's people will call you? Bourne said. More than that, de la Rivera said. I'm sure Maceo Encarnacion himself will call me. How's that? De la Rivera's lips twitched. I'm married to his sister. This made Bourne uneasy. Isn't blood thicker than water here? De la Rivera's lips curled fully into a sneer. Maceo Encarnacion is not my blood. The man is made of money, but he still treats his sister like shit. He spat onto the floor. And me? He likes giving me business. He thinks it demeans me. All you're interested in is my money, he tells me. When what I want for him is to treat us like people. But what? He doesn't even invite us to his home. So there's no blood here. Not for me, not for my wife. He can go fuck himself for all I care. He waved his hand. So whatever chaos you cause when you're inside, I'll fucking applaud. He went out then without another word, cutting the overhead lights as he left. The lamp on his desk was left burning, as it seemed it always was, even when he wasn't there. All that remained was the deep, steady humming of the massive refrigeration units in the basement, rising through the concrete floor in spectral sound. Do you want to lie down? Rebeka looked from Bourne, whose expression made her laugh, to the open coffin. Neither do I. Bourne opened the detailed map of the city El Enterrador had given him, and, by the dim lamplight, began to study it. Are we clear on what we need to do, he said, once we get in? Rowland first, then Maceo Encarnacion. Bourne shook his head. Rowland first, then we get out. What about Encarnacion? Bourne glanced up. He could see the lamp reflected in her eyes, a corona of light surrounding her pupils. Listen, I've been thinking, he said softly. I'm beginning to suspect that Jihad B. Saif, it's hiding in plain sight. Really? She nodded. It's part of Encarnacion's empire, it must be. He returned to studying the map of the labyrinthine city. Why do you say that? We arrived here, drove through. I listened to what Constanza Camargo said, and I knew. You're wrong, Bourne said. Jihad B. Saif is a ghost. It doesn't exist. But what about what I overheard in Dar el Amar? Dar el Amar. That's the key, isn't it? Bourne looked up again. It was Colonel Ben David you overheard. You say he thought you were still unconscious, right? She nodded. What if he knew you were listening?
She stared at him. Think this through, Rebeka. Ben David knew you brought me into Dar el-Amar, a top-secret Mossad camp in a foreign country, harboring even more top-secret research on a procedure parallel to Silex, the separation of isotopes by laser excitation, in order to quickly and efficiently enrich nuclear material to weapons grade. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't know whether to trust you. So he sets a trap. He discusses Jihad bi-Saif within your hearing. Come on. Why would he do that when you're within earshot? Would he really take the chance that you were unconscious? The hell he would. No. He talked about Jihad bi-Saif to see what you would do. And what did you do? You cut and ran. No wonder he sent the Babylonian after you. Rebeka shook her head. No, it can't be. But you know it is, Bourne pressed her. We know Ben David better than most people. I think we've both seen him at his worst. Then what about Rowland? He was sent by Maceo Encarnacion, Bourne said. Encarnacion is the one who wants me dead. You saw how his copter came after me in Stockholm? He could see her taking deep breaths, gathering herself. When she turned back to him, her eyes were glistening and a tiny tremor went through her like an arrow. I thought I was so smart. Forget it, we all make mistakes. There was no one inside Mossad I could trust, and in the end Ben David betrayed me. I imagine he sees the betrayal from a different perspective. She took another slow breath. What really happened between you and him? Before, I mean. Bourne regarded her for a long time. She became acutely aware of the open coffins, pale silk linings, spectral eyelets in the semi-darkness. They didn't look soft and comforting at all. In the twilight of Mubarak's reign in Egypt, his government lost control over the Sinai, Bourne said, but I'm sure you already know this. She nodded. That's where Ben David and I first met. A contingent of IDF was in there policing the local Bedouin caravans, which were smuggling drugs, arms, and human slaves from Eritrea into Israel. Ben David was there with 5 of his Mossad agents, investigating a rumor that Mubarak, or someone highly placed inside his government, was behind the shipments, greasing the wheels with the Bedouin chieftains. I was in the midst of my own investigation that peripherally involved the IDF. Suffice to say that our goals clashed. He wouldn't have liked that. He didn't, Bourne said. In typical Ben David fashion, he concocted a story about me and sold it to the IDF commander. As a result, the IDF went after me. Which accomplished the dual goal of getting you and the IDF off his back, giving him a free field to pursue his own objective without interference. Clever? Not clever enough, Bourne said. I evaded the IDF by impersonating an arms dealer and joining one of the Bedouin caravans. When Ben David and his unit attacked them, there I was. Rebeka indicated that they should sit on the floor. What happened? She said, when they were settled. Ben David got the surprise of his life. According to the caravan leader, the shipments originated in Pakistan, Syria, and Russia, not with the Egyptian government. You believed him? Bourne nodded. He had no reason to lie. As far as he was concerned, I was there to supervise one of my own shipments. He received his payments from Russian arms dealers, like the one I was impersonating, and from terrorist cells with connections to the Colombian and Mexican cartels. His eyes glittered. Ben David's intel was either incorrect or deliberate disinformation. Either way, he was wasting his and the Mossad's time in the Sinai. Trouble was, Ben David refused to believe me. He ordered me executed, and I almost was. But you escaped. With the help of my newfound Bedouin friends. Ben David was infuriated, vowing to hunt me down and kill me. That's the end of the story? Until it picked up again when we flew into Dar el-Amar. Shit, I wish I had known. What would you have done differently? Bourne said. You needed immediate medical assistance. The Mossad camp was the closest safe haven. I would have warned you. Bourne grunted. Seeing Ben David again was warning enough. He took off half a mountaintop trying to bring you down, she said. But then again, you scarred him for life. He got what he deserved. Her eyes studied the shadowed contours of his face.
He'll never forgive you.
I don't want his forgiveness.
He'll never stop hunting you.
Bourne gave the hint of a smile. He isn't the first, he won't be the last.
It must be.
She seemed to lose her voice or her nerve. It must be what?
A difficult life you've chosen.
I think, he said softly, it chose me. I'm an accidental passenger. She shook her head.
You're an agent of change.
Maybe just the center of a balancing act.
That's enough. More than enough, maybe, for one man.
They sat silently then, their eyes locked, thinking their own thoughts, until they heard a sharp scrape. The overhead lights flickered on, revealing Diego de la Rivera. "The call's come in," he said. "It's time." Chapter 19.
You're insane. Martha Christiana stared up at Don Fernando. You're telling me we're alone on the plane?
Yes.
The pilot and navigator have parachuted out.
3 minutes ago, it's on autopilot.
And you plan to crash the plane?
Crash it, yes.
He slipped off a thick engraved gold ring with a pigeon blood cabochon ruby in its center.
The recovery team will find this. It is unique. It will be identified as mine.
Martha, breathless, still had trouble believing this crazy plan. But they'll find no body remains.
Oh, yes, they will.
She followed him to the rear of the plane, where, when she saw stacked up 3 body bags, she recoiled. She stared at him. This is a joke, right?
Unzip the bags.
He said this with such utter calmness that she felt a chill run down her spine. This was a side of him he had not revealed until now. Brushing past him, she leaned over the top body bag and, with a convulsive gesture, unzipped it. She found herself staring into the blank white face of a corpse.
3 men, Don Fernando said. The pilot, the navigator, and me. That is the way it will be reported.
She whirled on him. And you'll just, what, disappear from running Aguardiente Bancorp?
It's a leap of faith,
he said, turning away.
Come now. Our time has run out.
He broke out a pair of parachutes and handed one to her.
Or do you want to die in a crash?
I can't believe this is happening.
But it is.
He shrugged into his harness, tightening the bands across his chest. As if noticing her hesitation for the first time, he frowned.
Are you having second thoughts?
I don't understand.
Then kill me now and have done with it. You're running out of time. Fulfill Maceo Encarnacion's commission. I doubt I can stop you.
Her frown deepened. He said you wanted to take everything away from him.
How much do you know about his empire?
She shook her head.
Well, then, there is no reason for his comment to affect you.
She thought about her meeting with Maceo Encarnacion in the Place de la Concorde, encircled by constant traffic, the shouts and laughter of unknowing tourists, in the shadow of the guillotine and the reign of terror. But it did.
And so?
He spread his hands, wide. When she didn't answer, he stepped toward her, taking the parachute out of her hands and manipulating the straps over her shoulders. But when he began to cinch the wide strap across her waist, she gripped him. Wait. Their eyes met.
Last chance, Martha, he said. You must decide now. Stay with Maceo Encarnacion, or take the first step into that new beginning you spoke about in Gibraltar.
He removed her hands and cinched the waist strap tight.
It seems to me that your past has been defined by following a series of men.
He led her to the door, put his hand on the huge metal bar that would unlock it.
Continue or change, Martha. Your choice is as simple as that.
You call this a simple choice?
Call it what you will, it's yours to make.
His voice softened.
No one can help you with this decision, Martha. I wouldn't even try.
She took a breath.
She thought about the lighthouse, her father's grave, her mother lost in a world where Martha was still a child, still a part of her life. She stared into Don Fernando's eyes, wanting to read something there. But he was true to his word. He wasn't going to try to influence her. And all at once she realized that he was the first man in her life who hadn't sought to manipulate her. She nodded then, and replaced his hand on the door's locking bar. "Let me," she said. He laughed and kissed her on both cheeks with great affection. "Best I show you something first." "You said we were out of time." He guided her back up the aisle to the front of the plane, opened the door to the cockpit, and showed her the pilot and navigator, alive and well in their seats. "Better strap in, boss," the pilot said. "We'll be landing in 5 minutes." Charles Thorne turned, restless, in bed. The truth of the matter was he hated and feared Li Wan, yet the two men were bound together by the stream of secrets they passed back and forth as if through a delicate membrane. They were conduits. They needed each other. Thorne turned again, trying and failing to get comfortable. Worse by far was that he envied Li Wan. He had been in love with Natasha Ilion, the Israeli supermodel, Li's inamorata, and he could swear that Li knew. Each time they were together, Li presented Natasha as if she were bathed in a follow spot, or so it seemed to him. And Natasha, perhaps being in on Li's little running joke, always wore the most provocative designer outfits, necklines down to her navel, or mesh tops through which Thorne stole clandestine peeks at her small but perfect breasts, the nipples like cherry buds. Thorne moaned, imagining his mouth and closing them. He was certain that Li, and possibly Natasha as well, was laughing at him on their nights out, as if he were an animal they constantly taunted through the bars of his cage. The light of the bedside clock penetrated his eyelids, barely an hour since he had returned from his 4 a.m. rendezvous with Li at the restaurant in Chinatown. The General Tso's chicken lay in his stomach like a ball of wax, unmoving and indigestible. He turned once more, then rolled to the side of the bed and sat up. Today there was to be no respite in sleep, no way out of the noose tightening inexorably around him. Of course, he could ask Soraya for immunity from the coming phone-hacking tsunami, but that would mean crawling back to her on his knees, groveling like the basest supplicant. He would be in her power forever, and he knew from bitter experience that she could be merciless when she felt she had been wronged. But what if she was his only recourse? Li had made noises about helping him, but he'd rather be tied to a third rail than be in that bastard's debt. No, he thought now, as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. Soraya was his last best hope of getting out of the water before the Justice Department investigation sank all boats. Then he remembered that she was in the hospital, that she was carrying his baby, and all at once, the General Tso's chicken moved inside him in an altogether unpleasant manner. He jumped up and, sprinting, just made it across his bedroom, over the bathroom tiles to the toilet, before vomiting with such force that he felt as if his intestines had turned inside out. Li Wan, luxuriating between the impossibly long legs of Natasha Ilion, picked up his enciphered mobile and pressed one button. The sounds on the line went immediately hollow as the call was shunted through a series of encrypted substations that hopscotched across the country, across the Pacific, at last ping-ponging dizzily through a cluster of top-secret listening posts within Beijing. The offices of the State Administration of Grain were housed in the massive Guahong building in the central government district. Though the top 3 floors bore the same SAG logo, none of its workers on the floors below were allowed access. There was a separate elevator that rose from the colossal lobby to those top 3 floors, without stopping at the intervening levels. As far as the workers below were concerned, those floors above them housed the offices of the ministers who directed the State Administration of Grain, connected directly to the Politburo itself. No one harbored a desire to go up there. In fact, for them, it did not exist. But for Li Wan and people like him, those floors were all that existed in the Guahong building. Their interests did not include grain production, quotas, or yearly allocations. The final destination of the call he initiated that morning in Washington, between Natasha Ilion's silky legs, was a vast office on the very top floor of the Guahong building. It was 6 p.m. in Beijing, but the hour of night or day was of no import, as that office, those 3 floors in fact, were fully manned 24/7. The High Minister stood at the edge of an immense open-plan room whose 1,500 computers, linked through a proprietary intranet, were manned by youngsters ranging in age from 10 to 19. These youngsters were hackers all, hand-picked by the Chinese military, and their sole job was to hack through the firewalls and intranets of foreign governments and multinationals supplying foreign governments and militaries with cutting-edge weaponry and technologies. To do this, they were broken up into cadres, each one working on the next generation of Trojans, worms, and viruses, be they Stuxnet, Ginger Jar, or Sticky Fingers. Anyone trying to backtrace the origins of these attacks would, after a long, arduous search, find that the ISP number belonged to Fiju Lang, a disgraced economics professor in a backwater village in Guangdong province. The minister felt an unalloyed sense of pride at the operation that he himself had argued for and set up. The intelligence stolen from a variety of sources had already proved highly valuable to his friend General Huang Likun and the rest of the Chinese military. The minister felt the vibration of his mobile phone and went out of the cyber sweatshop, down to the far end of the hall and into his office. He sat behind an ebony wood desk inlaid with elephant ivory that was entirely clear of clutter. There was a rank of 6 corded phones on one side, a paperweight made of a thick chunk of rhino horn adorning the other side. In front of him was an open dossier marked Top Secret. The minister, perhaps 50, was possessed of the long, elegant face of a conductor or a choreographer. His black hair was slicked back from his wide, intelligent forehead. His hands, long and spidery thin, were as carefully groomed as his hair and face. As he answered his mobile, he stared at a photo stapled to the inside cover of the dossier. He waited patiently as Li Wan's call was routed to one of his phones. He held the phone to his ear without letting his gaze leave the photo, which was a black-and-white surveillance snapshot made with a long lens. As soon as the encrypted connection opened, he said, "Speak!" His voice was high and keening, like that of a child being punished. "Minister Ouyang, there has been a significant development." Ouyang's eyelids dropped halfway. He was imagining the room his agent was calling from. It was 5 a.m. along America's East Coast. He wondered whether Li Wan was alone or with his long-legged girlfriend. "This could have a positive or negative impact on my evening, Li. What is it?" "Through the auspices of stupidity, we have been given an extraordinary opportunity." "With Mr. Thorne?" "Yes. He and his coven of executives at Politics as Usual have been caught in a phone hacking scandal that netted them some extraordinary exclusives over the past 19 months, boosting their bottom line but leaving them open to investigation by the American Justice Department." "This is not unknown to me." In fact, Ouyang had a contact inside Justice. "Please continue, Citizen Li." "From day one, my mission in establishing a mutual conduit with Charles Thorne has been to get to his wife. As chair of the newly formed Homeland Strategic Appropriations Committee, Senator Ann Ring is of extraordinary importance to us." Ouyang kept staring at the photo, as if trying to unlock the secrets inside the brain of the man caught by one of his surveillance teams. Then he said pointedly, "So far, however, you have failed to engage her on any level apart from the superficial." "That time is at an end," Lee said. "Thorne's back is against the wall. He needs our help. I believe now is the time to extend our hand to support him in his hour of need." Ouyang grunted softly, delicately. "In return for what?" "In return for Senator Ann Ring." "I was under the impression, an impression you gave me, I might remind you, that Thorne's marital relationship is not all it might be. All it should be." The insane implication, via the stressed word, was that the couple's personal troubles were somehow Lee's fault. This was Minister Ouyang through and through. Lee set his mind to navigating the increasingly choppy waters.
"That slight estrangement will now work in our favor," Lee said.
Uyong, running his fingertips ever so lightly over the face of the man in the photo, said,
"Please explain." "If Thorn and Anne Ring were closer, I feel certain he would have confided in her about the impending investigation. He has told me nothing could be further from the truth, but if we, can provide him with a way out, a method of inoculating and indemnifying himself against implication, he would be grateful, and so would she. Senator Ring has an exemplary congressional record. Any hint of scandal, even from her husband, could be devastating to her position as chair of the Homeland Strategic Appropriations Committee. If she is disgraced and steps down, we will be back to square one. We will have lost valuable time. We cannot afford to start all over."
No, Minister Uyong thought, we most certainly cannot.
"I despise stupidity," he said.
Lee wisely held his tongue.
"There is danger in exposing ourselves to the extent required to extricate Thorn from his predicament."
At the moment, Uyong appeared to be talking to himself, trying to work out the pros and cons of Lee's suggestion.
"As you know, Lee, there is a very thin line between an asset and a liability."
His eyes never left the face he now knew so well, a face he saw in long, drawn-out nightmares, to which he returned again and again, an endless repetition that infuriated him.
"I understand, Minister, but I have trained Thorn. He is our unwitting conduit." "The best kind," Uyong acknowledged. "Precisely."
The face had a name, of course, and he knew it as well as he knew his own, a name that was hideous, a name he was determined to eradicate as if it had never existed.
"I have worked long and hard cultivating this conduit. He can be saved from the oncoming storm," Lee said with the full force of his conviction. "As long as you aren't exposed, as long as our plan isn't jeopardized, you have my permission."
He cocked his head to one side, concentrating on both his important conversation with Lee and the equally important photo. He grunted,
"Do not disappoint me, Lee."
While Li Wan rambled his gratitude, Uyong tapped the eyes of the man in the photo, first one, then the other, in his mind's eye blinding him before he was killed, and his name echoed and re-echoed in his mind. Jason Bourne, Jason Bourne, Jason Bourne.
Hey yourself." Soraya smiled when she saw Peter enter her room, heard his familiar voice. But seeing him in his bedraggled clothes, her expression immediately changed. "What the hell happened to you?"
$30 million. He pulled up a chair and began to relate the story of the increasingly visible web that included Richards, Core Energy, Tom Brick, Florin Popa, all leading to the $30 million sunk in a watertight satchel off the Recursive at Dockside Marina.
"What does it all mean?"
Soraya asked when she had absorbed the various strands. Peter shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm going to find out."
"What about Richards?"
The same question Hendricks had asked him. "I've decided to give him his lead. Whatever Brick is up to, it runs through Richards."
"Won't Brick be suspicious that you didn't wait around to kill whoever it was he was bringing back to the house in Virginia?"
Peter hitched his chair forward. "I don't think so. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't stay around. I think that was just a test."
"An intelligence test."
"Brick doesn't trust me fully," Peter shrugged. "Why should he? As far as he's concerned, I crawled out of a hole and saved him a lot of grief, but so what? In his business, he's got to run me through a maze before he can accept me completely."
"So you'll contact him again?"
Peter winked at her. "You bet." He stood up. "Now, relax. I want to see you on your feet before long."
Don Tulio sat in his rental car watching as Sam Anderson, his team having scoured and dredged the marina basin for any sign of the man who had attacked his boss, berated the crew and sent them back down to try again.
Anderson stood giving orders to a man Don Tulio knew from conversations overheard as San Severino. San Severino nodded and went back up to the parking lot. Don Tulio followed San Severino as he drove Peter's car to the hospital. Don Tulio was an expert driver. He knew how to tail someone without being discovered. Now he sat in his car, watching as San Severino trotted into the ER entrance and disappeared into the bowels of the hospital complex. He had no intention of following San Severino inside, where there was sure to be security and every chance he would be made. Why bother, when all he had to do was wait here for Jefe Marx to emerge, get in his car, and drive off? Don Tulio, time running out, would follow him and take his pound of flesh. The plane he had chartered back to Mexico City was ready and waiting for him. As to the $30 million, he knew for certain it was gone. The Federales had it, which meant it had evaporated, like smoke. His lieutenants, having decapitated the sacrificial lamb Don Tulio had chosen from within his ranks, were hard at work replacing the $30 million. Rehabilitating his image with Don Maceo weighed just as heavily on his mind. Don Maceo would have already been placated, at least temporarily, by the head the Aztec's lieutenant had delivered. But he would not be impressed until the money was returned, and Don Tulio delivered the second head and informed him to whom it belonged. The Aztec checked the 911 handgun, its hollow-point ammo, one more time. Then, setting the gun on the seat next to his gravity knife, he leaned his head back, closing his eyes halfway. He had developed the ability of sleeping with his eyes half open, like a reptile. Nothing got by him when he was in this state. His mind relaxed and rested, while his senses remained on alert. It was this peculiar ability that alerted him to Jefe Marx emerging from the hospital, accompanied by San Severino. The two men went directly to Marx's car. A brief altercation broke out as San Severino insisted on driving. Marx acquiesced, and his deputy got behind the wheel while Marx himself climbed in beside him. Don Tulio turned on his ignition a moment before San Severino did. He followed the car out of the hospital parking lot at a discreet distance, varying the number of vehicles between them. As he drove, he hummed a cumbia tune that reminded him of sleek arms and powerful legs, sweat-slicked bodies, minds lubricated with mezcal, all moving to the insistent beat. "Sorry we haven't found him yet, boss," San Severino said as he negotiated a turn. "Maybe the currents took him, 'cause if he was down there, the divers would have found him by now. The current was sucking out, they told me, so Anderson sent them down to search a wider circle." "Damn it," Peter said. "I needed to ID him in order to follow the money trail back to its source. Without him, we're at a dead end." "Dead is dead," San Severino said. "It ain't over till it's over," Peter grumbled. He was in a foul mood. Everything is going wrong today, he thought, refusing to admit how worried he was about Soraya. Plus, he didn't like that she had shut him out. It wasn't like her. "Anderson said to leave it and go home," San Severino said. "Take the day and night to recuperate." Peter shook his head. "With Soraya down, Treadstone is undermanned as it is." "We're kind of circling, you realize that?" San Severino said. "I have no idea where we're going." "Take a deep breath." Peter pulled out his mobile. "In a moment, you will." He looked up Delia's mobile in his address book and clicked on the highlighted number. A moment later, Delia answered. "It's Peter," he said brusquely. "We need to talk." "I'm now." "Uh-oh," he grinned fiercely. "That's right. The fuck, oh. Where are you?" "Out of the office, on a case." "I'll come to you." He snapped his fingers. "Address." Don Tulio followed Jefe Marx's car out into the countryside, moving farther and farther away from the more populated areas of the section of Virginia closest to D.C. Quite soon, he was lost. The rental car wasn't equipped with a GPS, but his mobile was. He fumbled it out with one hand and turned it on. Not that it mattered exactly where they were, not at this moment anyway. All he had to do was keep his eye on the car in front of him and, as the traffic began to thin out, figure out ways to keep his own car from being spotted by either Marx or San Severino. This included some fancy maneuvering, but luckily, even when the traffic was at its sparsest, there were always trucks to hide behind for a time. Don Tulio narrowed his cruel Aztec eyes against the glare and kept pumping his foot on the accelerator. It wouldn't do to maintain a constant speed, which would mirror that of Marks's car, and therefore bring attention to himself. By moving in and out of the sight line of their mirrors, he made himself all but invisible. They had been traveling for close to 40 minutes when Don Tulio saw the large red-brick building off to their right, Silver Sun High School. A group of official-looking vehicles were parked helter-skelter near its front entrance. Peering more closely, he spotted figures in loose-fitting jackets with ATF printed on their backs in oversized, bright yellow letters. A moment later, Marks's car slowed, preparing to take the next right onto the approach road to the school. This is it, the Aztec thought. I'll never get a better chance. Accelerating, he came up right behind Marks's car as if from nowhere. The touch of a button slid his window all the way down. The Chevy sped up. He grabbed his 911 off the seat. Then he swerved to the right, overtaking the Chevy within seconds. As he came abreast of the car, he glimpsed Jefe Marks's pale face turn inquiringly toward him. He saw the muzzle of Marks's police Glock. Aiming the 911 directly at Marks's face, he squeezed off 1, 2, 3 shots. Then he stamped on the brakes, negating any chance of return fire. Ahead of him, the Chevy slewed wildly, then swerved, tires squealing as the driver put on the brakes and began a sweeping U-turn. That was the Aztec's cue. Accelerating again, he broadsided the Chevy, staving in both doors on the driver's side. His own front end crumpled, jarring him so hard his teeth clacked together. His head snapped back against the seat, and the airbag deployed. But he was ready, puncturing it with the point of his knife, slashing it away from him with the blade. The seatbelt was jammed, and he used the knife like a machete to hack through it as if it were a fibrous jungle vine. He kicked out, impatient now to view his handiwork, and the door swung open, screaming a bit as metal abraded metal. The hinges were askew. He got out, a little dazed by the sudden brute force of gravity rushing back in. Staggering over to the Chevy, he could see that San Severino had been caught in the broadside. His entire left side, trapped by the airbag, was crushed by the metal hammer of the collapsed door. His head was canted at an unnatural angle, as if he were inspecting the footwell. He wasn't inspecting anything, the Aztec observed. He was dead. Bending over, he peered more deeply into the Chevy's interior. Where was Jefe Marks? The door on his side was open, the window down, but there was no sign of a body, alive or dead. How could that be? The Aztec had put 3 bullets through the Chevy's window, as close to point blank as it was possible to get in a moving vehicle. The most infinitesimal movement alerted him, and, hurrying around the front of the wreck, he saw Marks, who looked as if he were pinned under his own car. The Jefe was conscious. "How?" the Aztec said in English. "I shot you 3 times. How did you survive without a scratch?" Marks looked up at Don Tulio and said in a voice like the rustle of dry leaves, "Bulletproof glass." "Fuck." "Who are you?" "The one who brings your death." The Aztec stalked toward where Peter lay. "You stole my 30 million, fucker." "And who did you steal that 30 million from?" Don Tulio held the 911 in one hand, his opened knife in the other. Now he pointed the handgun at Marks. "Since you'll be separated from your head 30 seconds from now, I'll tell you. Don Maceo Encarnacion." "I spit on Don Maceo Encarnacion," the Jefe said, "and I spit on you." Within the blink of an eye, Peter brought the Glock he had been clutching into view and, squeezing the trigger, shot the man standing over him in the left side of his chest. But Peter heard 2 shots, not 1. As the man staggered back, Peter felt a blinding pain engulf him. He tried to breathe, coughed, felt a hot gout of blood rushing into his throat, choking him. He could not breathe. His heart labored as he lost strength. So this is how it ends, he thought. And strangely, he didn't seem to mind. Chapter 20. Rebeka lay unmoving on top of Bourne as the hearse drove through the burnt, bitter pre-dawn of Mexico City. They were enclosed within the polished elm coffin Maceo Encarnacion had ordered for Maria Elena, his deceased cook. Diego de la Rivera himself sat beside the driver. The coffin, locked into its stainless steel rails, was the only thing in the capacious rear. Black curtains covered the windows. The coffin is how Maceo Encarnacion has the deceased travel back to the mortuary, Diego de la Rivera had told them just before they had departed. The coffin material and style are already picked out. His security guards know me. They'll look into the interior, but they won't bother searching it. Trust me. Events transpired just as Diego de la Rivera had said. The hearse was stopped outside the gates. From inside the coffin, Rebeka and Bourne could hear muffled voices. A moment later, the wide rear door opened. More voices were heard, closer this time. Then the door slammed shut. Some rude laughter, then the hearse was granted entry to Maceo Encarnacion's estate. Gravel crunched beneath the hearse's tires as the vehicle traveled at a funereal pace along the semicircular driveway, then around to the rear of the villa. More voices, less querulous. Again, the rear door was opened, but this time the coffin was unlocked from its position, and Diego de la Rivera and his driver carried it into the house, presumably to where Maria Elena was laid out. At some point, the coffin was set down. A triple knock, followed by a double, informed them that their journey was at an end. The coffin's lid was lifted up, and like vampires in the night, they climbed out into the dimness of a room that smelled of perfume and death. Apart from the corpse of the unfortunate Maria Elena, Diego de la Rivera and his driver were the only other people visible. They were in the woman's bedroom. It was filled with trinkets, entire shelves covered with miniature skulls and skeletons, gaily painted in day-glow colors, obviously collected over the years from Day of the Dead festivals. The body lay on the white cotton coverlet, which was edged in decorative eyelets. Maria Elena had been a handsome woman, wide Olmec face, large in bosom and hips, but with a narrow waist. Her hands were folded on her stomach. She wore a yellow dress printed with red poppies, making her seem as festive as the papier-mâché skulls and skeletons that surrounded her. "There's an armed man outside the door. He's the one who greeted us at the back door," Diego de la Rivera whispered to them. "Vaya con Dios. You're on your own from now on." Bourne grabbed him by the elbow. "Not quite yet." Maceo Encarnacion's man turned as Diego de la Rivera exited Maria Elena's bedroom. "I left something in the hearse," he said sheepishly. The man nodded. "I'll come with you." As the guard moved off after de la Rivera, Bourne stepped out and slammed him in the back of the neck. Dazed, the man half turned into Bourne smashed to the side of his head. He went down, unconscious. Bourne dragged him into the bedroom and disarmed him, sticking a Sig Sauer into his waistband. He found a gravity knife and pocketed that as well. Selecting a piece of clothing from Maria Elena's dresser drawer, he stuffed it into the security man's mouth. Then he tied his hands behind his back with a scarf and shoved him under the bed, settling the end of the coverlet over him so that he was completely out of sight. "Now," Bourne said, as de la Rivera re-entered the bedroom, "it's vaya con Dios." Just outside Maria Elena's closed bedroom door, Bourne and Rebeka stood silent and still, listening to the sounds of the house, alert for any footfalls, voices, anything at all that might indicate there were security guards inside the house as well as outside. But apart from a radio dimly playing Tino Rossi's 1945 version of Bésame Mucho, there was no sign of life. It was very early, barely sunrise. It was a good bet that the principals of the house were still sleeping, but someone must be up listening to the sinuous music. And now they heard soft footfalls down the hallway, so they ducked into a bathroom, leaving the door ajar just a sliver. Bourne saw a beautiful young woman, wrapped in a long silken robe, intricately embroidered with flowers and vines, come down the wide, curving, polished wood staircase and hurry along the hallway past them. She was clearly naked beneath the robe. Judging by her features and her grief-stricken expression, he guessed she must be Maria Elena's daughter. Peering out carefully, he saw her disappear into her mother's room. A moment later, as they emerged from their hiding place, they heard a low wail of despair from behind the bedroom door. "Poor thing," Rebeka whispered in Bourne's ear. Bourne mentally surveyed the layout of the two-floor villa that El Enterrador had showed them. The non-help bedrooms were upstairs. Bourne noted with curiosity that Maria Elena's daughter had come from there, not the main floor, where by all rights she ought to have her sleeping quarters. Plus, the dressing gown she had wrapped around her must have cost as much as her mother's yearly salary. These small oddities were pushed aside as they began to ascend the staircase, their senses on high alert. Once they had assured themselves that no one else was on the stairs, they raced the rest of the way up, reaching the second-floor landing without incident. This upper floor was divided in two. The west wing, to their left, was Maceo Encarnacion's immense master bedroom suite, which included a sybaritic bathroom and a massive wood-paneled study. The east wing, to their right, contained 4 ensuite guest bedrooms. It was toward the east wing they crept, keeping their heads below the railing until they reached the wall where the bedrooms started, 2 on each side. Bourne signed that he'd check the bedrooms on the left, while Rebeka should take the ones on the right. Nodding in affirmation, she stepped down the hallway. He watched her for a moment before he went to the first door. Placing one ear against the door, he listened, but apart from the low hum of the HVAC system, he heard nothing. Hand on the knob, he turned it, opened the door, and silently stepped into the bedroom. Heavy curtains hung across the window. In the dimness, he made out the basic furniture: bed, dresser, desk, and chair. No one was in the bed, whose coverlet was undisturbed. The air in the room smelled stale. No point in checking the bathroom. Returning to the hall, he saw Rebeka emerging from the first bedroom on her side. She shook her head. No one there, either. They moved farther down the hall until they were standing in front of the third and fourth bedrooms. Hearing soft footfalls on the staircase, they turned, crouching down, pressed back against the walls. Maria Elena's beautiful daughter came floating up the stairs as if on a cloud, trailing her extravagant robe behind her. Reaching the landing, she turned to her left, moving into the west wing and vanishing behind the heavily carved mahogany door to the master suite. Bourne and Rebeka exchanged glances before they went back to work. As before, Bourne put his ear to the bedroom door, but this time he heard, very faintly, the sound of running water. Signaling for Rebeka to join him, he slowly turned the doorknob, opening the door just enough to peek inside. This bedroom was as dim as the previous one, but here the bed covers were rucked back, the pillow clearly showing the indentation of a head. Bourne slipped inside the room, Rebeka following him soundlessly. The shower was on, the door to the bathroom slightly ajar. Signing that he would go in while she checked the closets, Bourne stole across the bedroom and, turning his body sideways, tapped the door slightly and slipped through the wider opening into the steam-bound bathroom. Bright lights were on, blindingly reflected off the shiny white tiles. In one motion, Bourne was across the space, his arm extended, hand pulling back the opaque shower curtain. Water streamed from the showerhead, cascading down on empty space. There was no one in the shower. Understanding bloomed. With an inarticulate growl, Bourne whirled, retracing his steps out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. Rebeka, half inside the closet, turned as he came in. As she did so, Harry Rowland, emerging from the depths of the closet, slammed his fist into her side, where she had been knifed in Damascus 6 weeks ago. Before Bourne could move, he had a knife across her throat. From behind her, he grinned like a death's head. Bourne was certain Rebeka knew at least a dozen ways to free herself. She wasn't able to. Rowland saw to that. He bent her torso cruelly, causing her to gasp like a fish out of water. A red stain slowly spread across the side of her shirt where she had been struck.
One of the useful bits of intel I picked up when I was nosing around the Dar el Amar camp,
Rowland said, eyes darkening,
was where she was wounded, and how bad it was.
He moved infinitesimally, shifting something Bourne couldn't see because Rebeka was in the way. Then he punched her in the side, and she hissed her pain through clamped teeth. The bloodstain widened. She stared at Bourne with bloodshot eyes.
"Let her go, Rowland,"
Bourne said.
"Is that a request or a threat? Either way."
Rowland shook his head.
"This fucker has been following me halfway around the world, and now you have joined the hunt."
He smiled with his teeth.
"See, this is what it's like to regain your memory."
Nodding, he continued,
"Oh, yeah, I know who you are, you poor amnesiac freak. I actually feel sorry for you, living half a life, carrying that shadow around with you, day and night, awake or asleep. A nightmare of unimaginable proportion."
Rebeka moved, and he struck her again in the same place. Blood welled up out of the fabric, dripped onto the floor.
"Only I know what it's like to have no past, to be adrift in the present."
"What do you want?" Bourne was seeking a way to forestall more damage being done to Rebeka.
I want an end to the hunt. I want your deaths.
Bourne could see Rebeka gathering her reserves of strength, and he knew for what. He signaled with his eyes for her to stand down, to do nothing. I have a plan, his eyes said. Let me handle Rowland. But she ignored him, drew on her training, fierce and indomitable. There's another way out for all of us, Bourne said, doing whatever he could to distract Rowland an instant before Rebeka made her move. Afterward, Bourne could not determine what went wrong. Was Rebeka too depleted by the pain? Rowland too fast? She moved in a blur. He counter-moved into her, the blade of his knife penetrating her side even as she whirled, delivering a blow to the point of his chin. He staggered back, letting go of her, but she reeled back, the knife buried to the hilt in her side, and as Bourne moved forward, collapsed into his arms. Lifting her off her feet, Bourne ran out of the bedroom, down the hallway to the door to the basement. The plan of the house was clear in his mind. Everything El Enterrador had told them about the basement echoing the only promise of escape. With Rebeka lying bleeding in his arms, he could think only of escaping from Maceo Encarnacion's estate and getting her to a hospital as quickly as possible. He took her down the concrete stairs. With a flick of a switch, the basement blazed with light, illuminating the space and its contents. He found a flashlight in a tool chest and switched it on. Crossing to the electric panel, he cut the power to all the breakers. The lights went out, not only down in the basement, but all through the house, along with the alarm system.
In the center of the basement is a storm drain, El Enterrador had told them. The water table beneath the house dictates a large one.
Large enough to accommodate a human being. Using the flashlight's beam, Bourne found the drain. Rebeka moaned as he set her down. The hilt of the knife still stuck out of her side. He could not pull it out without a resultant gush of blood. Even if he bound the wound, it would bleed far more than it was now. Curling his fingers around the grate that covered the drain, he hauled upward. It wouldn't budge. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of running boot soles on the floorboards above his head. He looked over at Rebeka, the blood staining the bare concrete near her. Upstairs, there would be a clear trail to the basement door. Charles Thorne, in his enormous king-size bed, drifted restlessly in and out of sleep. He heard the front door click closed, and he sat up. Or had he dreamed it? He heard soft footfalls coming toward the bedroom. He knew the gate as well as he knew his own. His wife was home. "Did I wake you?" Anne Ring said from her position in the open doorway. Would it matter? He was trying to shake the sleep out of his head. Not really. That exchange, as much as anything, defined their relationship. A marriage fueled by hot sex had been transformed into a marriage of convenience, as the chemicals cooled and dissolved into the routine of daily life. He watched his wife as she strode into the bedroom, crossing to her dresser, where she began to take off her jewelry. "It's almost 7 a.m. Where were you?" "The same place as you, out." Staring at Anne's back, pale and shimmery in the city light, as she unzipped and shrugged off her dress, Thorne could recall a time when the heat between them was so unbearable all they could think of was melding together, no matter where they were. Now he seemed to be watching a photograph. Now it was unbearable to look at her and admit to himself what he had lost. What has become of me? He wondered. How did I wander so far off course? There was no answer, of course, apart from the obvious one. Life happened, one decision at a time. A tiny incision in a rock face, becoming a landslide under which he was now in imminent danger of being buried. Naked, Anne went into the bathroom and flicked on the lights. A moment later, as he heard the shower come on, he got out of bed and padded over to where her clothes were puddled on the floor. By the wedge of light thrown from the bathroom, he went through the hip pockets of her dress, then rooted in her small clutch. A shadow passed across him, and he froze. "Can I help you with something?" Anne stood in the doorway, watching him with the coldly luminous eyes of a reptile. She hadn't stepped into the shower after all. He closed his eyes, raging at himself for falling into so obvious a trap. Obvious in retrospect. His hate for her was so powerful he could taste it. Then she moved.
Get away from my things, you pathetic son of a bitch. He stepped back hurriedly as she snatched her purse from his hand. You want to know where I was? Anne's nostrils flared as she shook her head, contempt altering her expression. I had a little visit with Mr. Lee. As his eyes widened, a smile curled her lips. That's right. You're Mr. Lee. She opened a drawer of her dresser, put the clutch inside, then leaned on the open drawer as if to show him how much he wearied her. Only, he never was your Mr. Lee. Not exclusively, anyway. How? Thorne felt paralyzed. His brain seemed to have lost the ability to string two thoughts together. How did you... She laughed, silently. Who do you think introduced him to his Israeli girlfriend? Back at the toolbox, Bourne grabbed a crowbar and used it to pry up the grain. Setting it aside, he trained the beam of light down to see the trajectory of the drain. It was a sheer vertical drop for only about 7 or 8 feet, after which there was a bend as it sloped slightly farther down. He gripped the flashlight between his teeth and gathered Rebeka into his arms. Holding her against him, he slid down the storm drain, the soles of his shoes thudding hard against the bottom of the vertical drop. Shifting her slightly in his arms brought no response from her. Tilting his head so the beam of light lit up her face, he saw that her eyes were closed. The wound in her side was deep, and he wondered if the knife blade had nicked or even penetrated a vital organ. There was no way to tell. He tried again to staunch the flow of blood, but was only partially successful. Rebeka, he said softly, then forcefully, but her eyes opened only after he had slapped her cheek. Don't pass out on me, he said. I'm getting you out of here. Her eyes gazed up at him, slightly out of focus. Just hold on a little longer. The urgency of escape weighed on him, and he negotiated her through the bend, then scuttled along the slope, which became less and less severe. Their escape route smelled of concrete, dead leaves, and rot. The bottom of it was wet and dank. Echoes of their progress followed them like ghosts fleeing into the darkness. He tilted his head upward, playing the beam of light across the top of the drainpipe, looking for the service junction El Enterrador had told them was 300 yards beyond the wall of the estate, and emerged onto a heavily treed area of Lincoln Park. The pipe was slowly narrowing, something El Enterrador had failed to mention. Bourne's progress was slowed by the constant maneuvering of Rebeka's body to fit the changing dimensions. He kept going, murmuring a soft litany to keep her conscious. There was still no sign of the service junction. Just then the beam of light began to stutter. Darkness replaced light. It returned, but with a dimmer wattage. The batteries were failing. Bourne redoubled his efforts to move forward quickly, but the drainpipe continued to narrow, obliging him to inch along, head first, Rebeka's body on top of him. He could feel the beat of her heart, the shudder of her breathing, which was becoming ragged as she fought for air. He had to get her out of the ground and into the air immediately. He kept going forward inch by bloody inch, every second crucial now. The flashlight failed again, took longer to come on. The beam faded, worn out and flickering. But in its inconstant illumination, Bourne at last saw the outline of the service junction, a vertical shaft up to the park. Trying to pick up speed, he dragged Rebeka along with him, his back raw and wet through his clothes from scraping along the bottom of the pipe. A semicircular rim, shimmering like a sliver of moon in a nighttime sky, beckoned to him and then winked out as the flashlight's batteries finally failed. He was plunged into the pitch black. Natasha Ilion. Thorne felt the world slipping from beneath his feet. I don't understand. Anne held her icy smile. Poor Charles. Let's just say Tasha and I are friends, and leave it at that. You bitch, he cried and leapt at her. Anne took her hand out of the dresser drawer. She gripped a small Walther PPKS. Thorne either didn't see it or didn't care. Enraged, he came on, his hands raised, seeking to strangle her. Anne pulled the trigger once, twice, holding her hand rock steady, squeezing the trigger. The powerful .32 ACP bullets tore through him, knocking Thorne against the wall with such force he ricocheted off. His eyes opened in shock and disbelief. Then came the blinding pain, and he pitched into her. For a moment he gripped her, as he once had when they were lovers, desperate
in their feverish lust. His mouth opened and closed, a speared fish gasping for air. "Why? You—" Anne watched him dying with a cold, almost clinical eye. "You're a traitor, Charles. To me, to our marriage, but most of all to our country." He slipped to his knees. "Do you know what you were up to with the estimable Mr. Lee? Estimable as a spy, that is." Thorne felt as if there were no more shocks left for him to endure. The landslide had come, and it was covering him completely. "Goodbye, Charles." Anne pushed him away, found his blood on her. Stepping over him, she returned to the bathroom, where she stepped into the shower and began to scrub her body clean. Bourne kept moving forward, judging the distance from the last afterimage of the shaft's rim still shining in his mind's eye. The pipe was now so narrow that he could feel the top by lifting his arm in his prone position. This is how he traversed the last few feet to the rim. Feeling it with his fingertips, his heart lifted. Setting Rebeka down, he stood up into the shaft. Reaching above his head, he felt the bottom of the hatch. There was a metal ring distended from the bottom. He turned this to the left, then pushed, and was rewarded by a rush of light and fresh air. Freedom. Ducking back down, he once more gathered Rebeka up and, lifting her into the shaft, pushed her up to the surface. A moment later, he followed her up. Daylight glowed around them. They were in the center of a copse of trees, planted in a perfectly symmetrical square, 4 trees deep on each side. Keeping Rebeka down and out of sight, he lifted his head, listening for sounds of pursuit. He heard the distant rumble of traffic from the perimeters. It was too early for any strollers to be visiting the park. They were alone. Checking Rebeka again, he saw that the wound was already suppurating. He tried using one of the bits of cloth he'd taken from the toolbox to staunch the flow, but almost immediately the cloth was saturated. The difficult travel through the drainpipe had exacerbated the wound. He listened to her heart, then her lungs, and didn't like what he heard. He tried to calculate how much blood she had lost. More than she had on their flight from Damascus to Dar el-Amar. Her face was ashen, all color drained from her eyes. She tried to speak, but couldn't manage it. If he didn't get her to a hospital soon, she'd surely bleed out. She opened her mouth, said something unintelligible. "Save your strength," he whispered. "Only a little way to go now until the hospital." He picked his head up again. What they needed now was transportation. "Rebeka," he said, "I'm going to get a car for us." Rising, he wove his way out of the square of trees, went across the park and down a bit where he saw a car park. Traffic drove by, a taxi passed. He thought about hailing it, but cruising cabs were all too often driven by gang members out to mug and rob unsuspecting tourists. Instead, he stood by the side of the parked car. He was about to break in when a police cruiser drifted past. The cops marked him and the cruiser slowed. Bourne turned away. The cruiser stayed put and he cursed under his breath. Another taxi turned the corner and came his way. It was free, and he flagged it down. From the corner of his eye, he saw the cruiser pull away and drive on. When the cab pulled to a halt, Bourne told the driver to wait. Retracing his steps, he returned to the grove. As he brought Rebeka across the park to the waiting vehicle, she murmured something again. This time, he put his ear close to her mouth. Her eyes opened, focusing on him with an obvious effort, and forced herself to repeat it. A name. They reached the waiting taxi. The driver turned, watching Bourne deposit Rebeka in the back seat and climb in after her. "¿Qué pasa con ella?" the driver said. "Ponernos al Hospital General de Mexico," Bourne ordered. "Hey, she's bleeding all over my seat." "She's been stabbed," Bourne said, leaning forward. "Vamos!" The driver grimaced, put the taxi in gear, and pulled out into traffic. Within 3 blocks, Bourne knew they were going the wrong way. Hospital General de Mexico was south of here. They were heading north. He was about to say something when the driver began to pull over to where 2 squat Mayan-looking men were loitering on a corner, smoking furiously. Lunging forward, Bourne wrapped one arm around the driver's throat and pulled hard. At the same time, his free hand groped beneath his jacket, found the pistol, and jerked it out of its shoulder holster. "The hospital," Bourne said, pressing the muzzle against the side of his head, "or I pull the trigger." "And risk the car going out of control?" The driver, still heading for his partners in crime, shook his head. "You won't." Bourne pulled the trigger, and the driver's head exploded in a welter of blood, brains, and bone. The taxi lurched forward, heading directly toward the two men. They recognized the oncoming vehicle, threw down their butts, and got ready to go to work. Then the taxi jumped the curb, and, yelling, they scattered. By this time, Bourne had clambered over the front seat. Shoving the driver out the door, he slid behind the wheel, veered away to just miss a streetlight and several pedestrians before he was able to muscle the car's trajectory back out onto the street. He made a spectacular U-turn, running up and over the divider. Brakes screeched, horns blared, and angry shouts were raised. But moments later they were all behind him as he raced in and out of lanes, heading pell-mell north toward the hospital. He glanced at Rebeka in the rearview mirror, saw her extreme pallor, could not detect even a shallow breath coming from her. She was bathed in blood. "Rebeka," he said, and then, more forcefully, "Rebeka!" She did not respond. Her eyes stared upward, blankly. He sped on through the increasingly chaotic streets, past modern buildings and squares embedded in the ruins of the ancient past, into the smoky, raw, flesh-colored Mexico City dawn. Book 3 Chapter 21 Treadstone's internal alarm sounded at precisely 7:43 a.m. Anderson, the ranking Treadstone officer, called Dick Richards at 8:13 a.m. after his staff had been unable to identify the Trojan that had jumped the firewall to attack the on-site servers, much less quarantine and exterminate it. "Get down to HQ," Anderson said, "ASAP." Richards, who had been sitting on the edge of his bed, literally biting his nails to the quick while he waited for the call, jumped up, splashed water on his face, and, grabbing his raincoat, headed out the door. On the way to work, he allowed himself a self-satisfied smile. When he arrived 14 minutes later, the office was in something of a quiet uproar. No one had yet figured out how a Trojan could have invaded the on-site servers, and it was this question, just as much as how much damage it had done, that occupied the discussion around the IT department. After checking in with the hastily convened team, Richard set himself up at the server terminal and began his tracking of the Trojan he had created and set like a time bomb inside the Treadstone intranet. Creating the Trojan had been the fun part, but inserting it had proved far more difficult than even he had imagined, and he cursed himself for not paying more attention to the intricacies of the firewall during the short time he had been at Treadstone. He had made the mistake of assuming that the Treadstone firewall was built on the same cyber architecture as those at the DoD and the Pentagon, with which he was familiar. Much to his consternation, he had quickly discovered that it was a completely different animal, one whose algorithms were alien to him. He had spent hours racking his brain trying to understand the architecture. He couldn't find a way in until he discovered how the base algorithm functioned. Close to 4 a.m., he had cracked it. In celebration, he rose, took a long-delayed pee, then selected a beer and some sliced ham from the refrigerator. He rolled the slices into cigars, dipping them into hot mustard, ate them one by one, washing them down with the beer. He chewed and swallowed while considering the possible routes he could take to insert the Trojan through the firewall. It had to be done that way, as if an outside agency were responsible. He washed his hands and returned to his desktop, starting the tricky and delicate process of breaching the Treadstone firewall. The program he had devised was tiny but supremely powerful. Once inside, it mimicked the server, rerouting Treadstone requests for information to a dead end that would quickly bring all intranet traffic to a screeching halt. Now, as Richard sat typing away at the server terminal, his job was to insert the virus he had prepared, while at the same time quarantining the Trojan before eliminating it. This was just as tricky as the original insertion. He had to make it appear as if the virus was triggered out of the Trojan as it was being isolated. Hair-raising enough, but then Sam Anderson pulled up a chair and sat down next to him. "How's it going?" Richards grunted, hoping Peter's deputy would get bored and leave. Still, he sat, staring at the computer language racing across the screen. Stuxnet was so last year compared to the mutated program he had devised, an advanced viral form that incorporated the best parts of the Stuxnet algorithm and grafted it onto an entirely new architecture, known in his circles as Dooku, which, among other neat devices, used both faked and stolen digital certificates to insinuate itself into the boot program, the core of every operating system. From there, it twisted every command. "Making progress?" Richards ground his teeth together in frustration and anxiety. He hadn't counted on being observed. "I've identified the Trojan." "Now what?" On the other hand, he thought, Anderson doesn't know dick about software programs, so what could make him suspicious?
Now I need to quarantine it.
Move it, you mean?
In a way.
The constant stream of idiotic questions was making it difficult for Richards to concentrate.
Although moving in the cyber world is a relative term.
Anderson leaned forward. Can you explain that to me? It was all Richards could do not to let out a howl. Working for 3 masters was nerve-wracking enough without this interference.
Some other time, maybe.
Anderson was just about to ask another question when his mobile buzzed. Answering it, he listened to the voice on the other end of the line. Fuck! The more the voice spoke, the more he scowled. Richards risked a glance over at him.
What is it?
But Anderson was already striding across the room. Snatching up his coat, he raced out the door. Shrugging, Richards returned to his intricate sabotage.
I need a body.
Secretary Hendricks spoke to Roger Davies, his first adjutant, on his mobile.
Male, no family ties. A B&E rap sheet would be ideal. Also, I need you to send over a hand-picked cleanup crew. An apartment needs to be sterilized.
He listened briefly to the buzz of Davies' voice on the other end of the call before he interrupted.
I understand, just make it happen now.
Hendricks disconnected and looked down with distaste at the body of Charles Thorne.
That's damn good shooting, Anne, he said, but I wish to God you'd found another way.
So do I.
Anne stood beside him in her bedroom, a thick bathrobe tied around her. After she had called her handler, she had considered getting dressed, but Hendricks had trained her too well. She didn't want to disturb the scene until he arrived with further orders.
But he gave me no choice. I guess he just snapped.
Hendricks, hands in the slash pockets of his overcoat, wiped his brow with the back of his hand. He'd had Anne pick up her dress off the floor while he checked it for blood spatters. Then he directed her to hang it in her closet. Her shoes were another story. He discovered several blood spatters and placed them in a plastic garbage bag he had brought with him. He had donned disposable gloves and booties before crossing the threshold into the apartment. He picked up her Walther PPKS and began to methodically wipe it clean of her prints.
You think you can handle Lee by yourself?
I've worked for you in secret for what, 16 years?
Anne nodded.
I sure as hell can handle him. She eyed Hendricks. But it isn't really Lee you're concerned about.
No,
Hendricks sighed.
It's whoever he reports to.
He turned away, not wanting to look at the corpse again until Roger arrived with his burden. He could have given this dirty job to any one of a number of subordinates, but he knew that was the way leaks developed, even in the most secure of clandestine organizations. The dirtier the job, he had learned, the more imperative it was that you handled it yourself. And this was an exceptionally dirty business. He sighed.
The structure of the Chinese Secret Service is more than a bit opaque. It would be immensely helpful to know who we're really up against.
He turned back to her.
That's what I'm going to need from you now, Anne. We couldn't ask it of poor Charles.
Of course they couldn't. Thorne had been a dumb conduit. He was passing on disinformation to Lee without knowing the intel was false. His overweening urgency for power had blinded him. Bad for him, but good for Hendricks. As Hendricks had anticipated, such urgency led to mistakes in judgment, which was just what Charles Thorne had done when he climbed into bed with Lee in order to gain scoops for politics as usual. Now, sadly, that phase of the operation was prematurely terminated. It was possible, the secretary mused, that Anne had mismanaged her private life with him. He shrugged mentally. That was the chance you took when manipulating human beings. Their behavior wasn't always predictable.
Don't worry,
Anne said. One thing you could say about Anne Ring, Hendricks thought, she had ice in her veins.
Nevertheless, you do look worried.
It's Soraya.
Ah, yes, I heard. Anne tilted her head. How is she?
She almost died,
Hendricks said, with more emotion than he had intended. Anne regarded him coolly, her arms crossed over her chest.
But she hasn't died, has she?
No.
Then let's thank our lucky stars.
I should have chosen.
You chose her because she was the right person for the job.
Once you told me that your husband was infatuated with her.
Really, Christopher? That wasn't the reason at all. Charles's infatuation with her just made the assignment you gave her that much easier. She would have found another way. She's an exceptionally clever girl. and from what you've told me, she enjoyed passing on the bits of disinformation to Charles.
Hendricks nodded. It gave her a great deal of pleasure to have a direct hand in taking down Lee and his cohorts.
There, Anne said. You see? You're just feeling remorseful because her concussion landed her in the hospital. That wasn't it at all, Hendricks thought sadly, or at least not all of it. What worried him most of all was Soraya's pregnancy. It seemed clear to him that she was carrying Charles Thorne's child. If that was the case, how was Anne going to react? She was his most closely held and therefore his most precious asset in place. He could not afford to lose her, especially now that they had made such definitive contact with Lee. The question that vexed Hendricks most was the identity of Lee's handler. Not one of the DoD's vaunted sources could tell him who might be running Lee Wan. Hendricks turned his mind to more practical matters.
Anne, I want you dressed and out of here before the team arrives. You have a place?
She nodded. A room at the liaison. I use it when I have late nights on the hill.
Go there now. Tomorrow you will assume your role as a grieving widow.
What about Lee?
He'll want to convey his condolences, Hendricks said. Encourage him to do so in person.
It won't be easy. As we've seen, he is a very wary man. If he becomes suspicious now, we'll never find out who's running him and what they want.
You're right.
Hendricks thought for a moment.
You're going to have to give him something that will allay any suspicions he might harbor.
It'll have to be something big, something important. Hendricks nodded.
Agreed. Give up his girl.
What? Anne, plainly shaken, stared at him, stupefied. We can't. You know we can't.
Do you have a better idea?
Silence. Good God, Anne Ring said. I didn't sign up for this.
But you did, Anne. You know you did.
She licked her lips. Her face was pale. It's people's lives we're manipulating.
Not civilians,
Hendricks said.
We all signed the same document.
In blood? He did not contradict her. She glanced over one last time at the corpse of her husband. At what point, she said, are you completely drained of all human emotion?
You'd better get going,
Hendricks said. He had no clear answer for her. 4 minutes after Anne Ring departed, the cleanup crew arrived. Shortly thereafter, Davies delivered the man who had shot Charles Thorne to death in the midst of a break-in robbery. Hendricks settled a Walther into the corpse's right hand, curling the forefinger over the trigger. When he and Davies had set it in place and made certain everything was correct, he called Eric Bray, director of the FBI, and emotionlessly filled him in on the murder.
Fuck, Peter Mark said. I'm alive.
You sound disappointed, Anderson said. There was a jouncing, along with the steady vibration of a vehicle engine. His eyes roved. Ambulance, Anderson said. It was Delia who got to you first. She was inside the school when the shooting took place. She called me first thing. Peter licked his lips. How am I? You're fine, Anderson said. Where was I shot? You... Anderson's eyes cut to the paramedic on his right. Peter felt a sudden lurch in the pit of his stomach. I can't feel anything. Anderson's expression betrayed nothing. Trauma doesn't mean a thing. But I can't feel... Peter braced himself. Is my spine involved? Anderson shook his head. Better off dead, Peter thought, than a cripple. Anderson put a hand on his shoulder. Boss, I know what's going through your mind, but right now nothing's set in stone. Just relax, keep still. The surgical team is standing by. Let them do their thing. Everything will be okay. Peter closed his eyes, willing his screaming brain to shut up. He needed to concentrate on this moment. Que sera, sera. The future would take care of itself. The man who shot me, I need to know his identity. He had no ID on him, boss. Fingerprints, dental records, DNA, all being taken care of. Peter nodded. He licked his lips. There's something else. Richards. I'm on it, boss. There was a breach of the internet this morning, a Trojan. I called Richards in. Peter thought about Richards working for Tom Brick and Core Energy. Richards may be the one who planted it. The fucker's clever enough to get through the firewall.
"I thought of that," Anderson said. "I placed an electronic keylogger on the server terminal he's using to ID and quarantine the Trojan." "Nicely done, Sam." Peter winced, feeling some pain now. "I don't yet know why Brick wants to get inside Treadstone." "We'll find out. Take it easy now, boss." He saw Anderson nod to the paramedic beside him, who slipped a needle into a vein on the inside of his elbow, from which a delicious warmth drifted, washing through him. "It's important. It's all important," he said, his words already slurry. "I'll see to it, boss." And, good as his word, as Peter slipped into unconsciousness, Anderson punched in a number on his mobile, making the first of many calls. Bourne, heading through the relentlessly beating heart of Mexico City, the smell of blood in his nostrils, hadn't forgotten about the Babylonian. He was somewhere within the brightly colored whirlpool of the city, standing in a plaza, watching, driving the same chaotic streets as Bourne, using what contacts and conduits he might have in Mexico to reestablish contact with his quarry. Thinking about Ilan Halevi was preferable to thinking about Rebeka, who he had failed to protect adequately, who died before she could finish the mission she had assigned herself, a mission that was important enough for her to abandon Mossad and strike out on her own. Her mission was now his own. Bourne, heading through the city streets, the stench of fire and fear in his nostrils, looked for Halevi, wanting to find the Babylonian as badly as Halevi wanted to find him. He drove east toward the airport, and when he saw the radiant sign for Superama, he turned off. At Revolution 1151, Merced Gomez, Benito Juarez, he pulled into the colossal parking lot, slid the taxi into an empty slot, and got out. Opening the trunk, he discovered a pile of rags. He used one to wipe down all the interior surfaces. He paused when he was finished and looked at Rebeka. Her shirt had been ripped open. Inside, he saw an aluminum mesh wallet. Lifting it out with his fingertips, he wiped off the blood. Inside was her legend passport, the money she had taken from beneath the floorboards of her rental apartment in Stockholm, and a delicate silver necklace with a Star of David. She had never shown the talisman to him. Leaving the wallet and its contents behind seemed like leaving a part of her to be picked over, so he took them. He knew there was nothing more he could do for her. Saying his silent goodbye, he slammed the door, using the rag, and picked his way through the lot to the store. In the bathroom, he threw away the rag and washed her blood off his hands. Then he dumped his blood-stained coat and shirt and went in search of a new outfit. He bought black jeans, a white shirt, and a charcoal-colored jacket. Returning to the parking lot, he moved through the rows looking for an older car. Behind him, he heard the throaty gurgle of a motorcycle engine. It was a large one, an Indian chief dark horse. He saw it approaching out of the corner of his eye. He was traveling so slowly that he gave it scant attention, but the instant it put on a burst of speed, he turned. The driver was male, but a mirrored faceplate on his helmet obscured his face. Sunlight spun crazily off the crown of the black impact-resistant plastic. The Indian went down a parallel row, and Bourne turned back to the car he had chosen. Unbending a wire hanger he had taken from the store where he bought his clothes, he stuck the hooked end down between the door frame and the window. The lock popped up. He was about to open the door when the Indian reappeared, coming at him very fast from the opposite side. Bourne stood by the door, watching the motorcycle coming closer. It was almost upon him when he swung the door out. The Indian's front wheel struck the metal with a dull clang, and the motorcycle bucked like a stallion. Its back reared up, flinging the driver out of his seat. He somersaulted up and over the car's crumpled door and landed on the roof. As he slid down, Bourne grabbed him, slammed him back against the car's side. He ripped off the helmet and saw up close the damage the flames had done to Halevi's neck. As the Babylonian leapt at him, Bourne drove a knee into Halevi's crotch, then smashed a fist into the side of his head. Bourne grabbed him as he fell sideways. Halevi kicked him in the side of the knee, then, twisting free, drove his fist into the pit of Bourne's stomach. As Bourne's body turned, he struck the Babylonian in the kidney. Bourne went down, Halevi on top of him. Halevi flicked out a knife, slicing a shallow arc toward Bourne's throat. Bourne reached up, scraped his nails down the Babylonian's fire-wounded throat. Halevi reared back, his eyes tearing with the fiery pain, and Bourne smashed his wrist against the bottom of the car. The knife clattered to the tarmac, and Bourne pressed his forearm against Halevi's throat.
Tell me about Uyang.
Uyang was the name Rebeka had spoken, just before she died. Khalivi stared up at him, balefully.
Who or what is an Uyang?
Bourne dug into the nerve bundle at the side of his neck. Khalivi bared his teeth and his eyes popped. Sweat broke out on his face. The left side was scorched red, rippled and rent by the inroads the flames had made as they ate away and blackened the layers of his skin. He began to breathe, hard.
Uyang,
Bourne prompted.
How do you know about Uyang?
Bourne did that thing again, and this time Khalivi's body arched up, his straining muscles trembling involuntarily. Little grunting noises emanated from his open mouth like an animal caught in a trap, about to gnaw his leg off.
Ben David deals with Uyang.
Not the director or Danny Amit? Khalivi, blowing air through his mouth as if to cool himself off, shook his head.
This is private. It isn't Mossad.
Then how do you know about it?
I won't.
The Babylonian gave a silent howl as Bourne worked on him for a third time. His face was blue-white. Even his fire wound was now a pale pink, livid against the starkness of his stubble. Sweat flew off him like rain.
Okay, all right. Uyang's a high minister in the CSP. Ben David has something going with him, but I swear I don't know what. Ben David recruited me to run interference with Tel Aviv, to make sure neither the director nor Amit find out what he's up to.
His gaze turned briefly canny.
But Rebeka found out, didn't she? She's the one who told you about Uyang.
It doesn't matter, Bourne said.
Oh, but it does.
The Babylonian gave Bourne a smile tainted with pain.
Ben David has a thing for her. He always did.
And yet he sent you to kill her.
That's the kind of man he is.
Khalivi took several shuddering breaths.
Divided. Always divided. Just like our country. Just like every country in the Middle East. He loves Rebeka. I don't know what it took out of him to order her termination.
Those oddly porcine breaths again.
There's no reason for you to believe this. But I'm glad she's still alive.
At that, Bourne rose, and hauling the Babylonian up by his shirt front, walked him back to the taxi. He shoved his face against the window. See her there?
She's dead, Khalivi, Bourne said. I hold you and Ben David to account. I didn't do it. You know I didn't.
Even as he was saying this, he whirled a needle-like weapon in the palm of his hand. Its point glinted wetly with what must be some kind of fast-acting poison. Bourne, lifting an arm, felt the needle snag in the fabric of his jacket. The needle point scraped against his skin, but did not break it. Bourne smashed the heel of his hand into Khalivi's nose. He delivered a second strike to the Babylonian's throat, fracturing the cricoid cartilage. Jerking his arm away from the needle, he struck Khalivi flush on his ear. The Babylonian, gasping for air that would not come, staggered to his knees, still trying desperately to swipe at Bourne with the needle. Bourne grabbed him and drove his knee into his groin, then struck him over and over again until he felt the bones in Khalivi's chest give way. With the Babylonian dead, Bourne slipped into the old car he had chosen, hot-wired it, and drove out of the lot. At Benito Juarez International Airport, he bought a first-class ticket, then went in search of something to eat. While he waited for his food, he took out the tiny skull studded with crystals that El Enterrador had given him as protection against Maceo Encarnacion.
He is protected by an almost mystical power,
Constanza Camargo had told him.
As if by gods.
His food came, but he found that he was no longer hungry. As he turned the skull around and around between his fingers, he thought about everything that had happened to him and Rebeka since coming to Mexico City, all of which had been dictated in one way or another by Constanza Camargo. And then he began to wonder about something else. Why would Henry Rowland secret himself in the closet of his bedroom unless he had known they were coming?
But how had he known with such precision where they were? Bourne stared at the crystal-studded skull, and into his mind came thoughts of other gods, the gods of technology. Placing the skull on the table, he smashed the bottom of his fist down onto it. Carefully, he picked through the shattered bits and pieces, extracting the minuscule tracking device that had been embedded in its center. He left it amid the debris without destroying it. He wanted the signal to continue broadcasting, just as if he had never discovered the device. He rose, paying for the meal he hadn't touched, then exited the departure lounge, heading for the long-term parking lot to find a suitable vehicle to drive back into the city.
There are any number of ways to remain alive after you're dead.
Don Fernando Herrera laughed, seeing the expression on Martha Christiana's face.
This is only one of them.
The pilot had landed the private jet in a vast field south of Paris. There was no runway, no windsock, no customs shed. The plane had deviated from its flight plan and, after a frantic mayday call, was now off the grid as far as the towers at Charles de Gaulle and Orly airports were concerned.
There are no magicians in the world, Martha. Only illusionists,
Herrera said.
The idea is to create the illusion of death. For this, we require an authentic disaster, which is why the plane has landed here, where no one will be hurt.
Those bodies I saw on the plane, Martha said, are real. Herrera nodded as he handed her a folder. What's this?
Look inside.
Opening the file, she saw forensic reports on 3 bodies retrieved from wreckage of the plane that had not yet crashed. The 3 bodies were burned beyond recognition, of course, but were identified by dental records. Herrera was named, as well as the pilot and the navigator. Martha picked her head up. What about their families? What will you tell them? Herrera nodded to the 2 men who were exiting the jet, whose engines were still running.
These men have no families. One of the reasons they were hired in the first place.
But how?
I have friends inside the Élysée Palace who will control the accident scene.
The pilot approached Herrera. The 3 corpses have been placed correctly, he said. We can proceed any time. Herrera checked his wristwatch.
We've been off the radar for 7 minutes. Do it now.
The pilot nodded, then turned to his navigator, who was standing apart from them. The navigator held a small black box in his hand. When he pressed a button on the box, the jet's engines rose in pitch until they became a scream. Another button remotely released the brakes, and the jet bucked forward, quickly gaining speed until it slammed into the line of trees at the far end of the field. A ferocious noise flared, momentarily deafening them. The ground shook, and an oily black and red fireball puffed out the sky.
We go,
Herrera said, herding them all toward a large 4-wheel-drive SUV crouched at the edge of the field.
No.
The Cementerio del Tepeyac, and especially the Basilica de Guadalupe, looked completely different in daylight. All the sinister qualities, burned into the Mexican night, had been washed away, leaving a thin veneer of religiosity that no doubt hid a multitude of sins, both venal and mortal. Parking his stolen car 100 yards away, Bourne spent several minutes circumnavigating the immediate area around the basilica. There was no sign of the hearse that had conveyed him and Rebeka to the establishment of Diego de la Rivera, Maceo Encarnacion's brother-in-law. There was also no sign of the mysterious pseudo-priest El Enterrador. Bourne recalled in vivid detail the tattoos of coffins and tombstones adorning his forearms. He went around to the entrance and slipped through. The interior was filled with echoes and incense. A choir of angelic voices lifted heavenward. Mass had commenced. Bourne made his way to the back of the apse, returning to the dimly lit corridor that led to the rectory. Before he arrived, however, he paused, hearing voices from within the small office. One was a female alto. Moving stealthily forward, Bourne caught a sliver of the rectory, the enormous crucified Christ dominating as usual. Then, into his restricted line of vision, came the source of the alto. With a start, he recognized the beautiful young woman who had drifted down the staircase in Maceo Encarnacion's villa, who had cried out when she had seen what Bourne understood must have been her mother, laid out, ready for the mortician's art. The anomaly of her coming from an upstairs bedroom where no servant ought to be, naked beneath her expensive robe,
now returned to the forefront of Bourne's mind. Upon returning upstairs, she had gone into the master's suite, where Maceo Encarnacion presumably lay beneath the bed covers. What was she doing here? Bourne moved slightly, his gaze following Maria Elena's daughter as she moved anxiously around the rectory. He'd heard De la Rivera, the mortician, use the dead cook's name. A moment later, she stopped in front of a robed and hooded man. His spade beard announced him as El Enterrador.
"Give me absolution for my sins,"
she said softly.
"I harbor murderous thoughts."
"Have you acted on these thoughts?"
he replied in his raspy whisper.
"No, but—"
"Then all will be well, Annunziata."
"You can't know that."
"Why?"
"Because you don't know what I know,"
she said bitterly.
"By all means, tell me,"
El Enterrador said with quiet menace. She quailed for a moment, then expelled a deep breath.
"I trusted Maceo. I thought he loved me,"
she said. Her voice abruptly changed, deeper in register and somehow darker.
"You can trust him. He does love you."
"My mother's legacy."
She unfolded a sheet of paper, shoved it at him.
"Maceo slept with my mother before he slept with me."
"He's my father."
El Enterrador touched the crown of her head.
"My child,"
he said, just as if he were a real priest, continuing in that ecclesiastical vein.
"Fallen from the Garden of Eden, we all come from a dark place. This is our heritage, our collective legacy. We are all sinners, navigating a sinful world. However wrongful their liaison, your parents gave you life."
"And if the worst happens? If he makes me pregnant?"
"Of course we must see to it. That never happens."
"I could cut off his cojones," Annunziata said with no little vitriol. "That would make me happy."
El Enterrador said,
"I knew your mother ever since she came to Mexico City. I gave her confession. I have hoped that I helped her through difficult times because she needed help and did not know where else to turn. Now it's you who comes to me for help and advice. Go to your father. Talk to him."
"What we have done," Annunziata shuddered, "it's a hideous sin. You of all people should know that."
"Where is Maceo now?"
"You mean you don't know? He's gone. He left with Rowland for the airport."
"Where are they going?" Bourne said, as he stepped into the rectory. Both Annunziata and El Enterrador turned to stare at him. The priest was clearly more surprised to see him. The young woman registered only curiosity.
"Who are you, Signor?"
Annunziata said. "Rebeka and I were at the villa early this morning."
"Then you—"
But Bourne was already turning away from her. "I should still be at the airport. That's what you were thinking, isn't it?"
"How would I—"
"The crystal-encrusted skull you gave me. I found the transmitter inside it." El Enterrador withdrew a long-bladed stiletto from beneath his robes, but Bourne shook his head, leveling the handgun he had taken from Maceo Encarnacion's guard. "Put it down, Undertaker." Annunziata's eyes opened wide. She seemed even more beautiful now than she had earlier.
"He is a priest. Why do you call him El Enterrador?"
"That's his nickname," Bourne gestured with his head. "Show her the tattoos on your forearms, priest."
"Tattoos?"
Annunziata echoed. She stared at her companion, clearly stunned. He said nothing, didn't even look at her. She reached out, pushed up the sleeves of his robe, and gasped at the intricate handiwork displayed.
"What is this?"
It seemed unclear who she was addressing. "Tell her, Undertaker," Bourne said. "I'd like to hear it as well."
El Enterrador glared at him. "You were not supposed to come back here."
"You weren't supposed to track me, either," Bourne nodded. "Now let's get to the truth."
"About what?" El Enterrador whispered. "Maceo Encarnacion asked for my help. I gave it to him."
"Rebeka, the woman, my friend, is dead. Put the knife on the desk." After a hesitation, El Enterrador complied. "The truth," Bourne said. "That's what I'm here for. How about you, Annunciata?" She shook her head. "I don't understand." "Ask the Undertaker. He's the one who is in real need of forgiveness." She shook her head again. Bourne said, "Rebeka and I got into Maceo Encarnacion's villa via a mortician's hearse. In order for that to happen, someone inside the villa had to die."
"My mother?"
Bourne nodded. "Your mother. But how would anyone know beforehand that she was going to die?" He stared directly at the priest. "People had to know your mother was going to die. Which means she was murdered." Tears were standing out in Annunciata's eyes.
"The doctor said she died of a heart attack. There wasn't a mark on her. I know. I dressed her for the mortician."
"Poison doesn't leave an external mark," Bourne said. "And if you're clever, you can find a poison that won't leave an internal trace either." He nodded. "I think that might have been your part in the murder, Undertaker." He turned to Annunciata. Hence his nickname. She whirled on El Enterrador.
"Is that true?"
"Of course not," he scoffed. "The very idea that I would harm your mother is absurd."
"Not if Encarnacion asked it of you."
"Did she do it?"
Annunciata's cheeks were flaming. Her entire frame was shaking.
"I already told you."
"The truth!" she cried. "This is a church. I'll have the truth."
He went to reach for the stiletto, but she was quicker, or perhaps she had already prepared herself. Snatching up the knife, she strode forward and in one powerful swing thrust the knife into El Enterrador's throat. His eyes opened wide in shock and disbelief. He grabbed onto the edge of the desk as he was falling, but his already numb fingers slipped off, and he crashed to the floor in a rapidly spreading pool of his own blood. Chapter 22. The Beijing Central Committee Earth and Sky Country Club lay only 5 miles northwest of the capital, but it could have been 100. Here, beyond the massive layer of industrial smog that hung above the city like an intimation of a permanent twilight, the skies were clear. Within the 12-foot-high spiked fence, electrified for added security, could be seen endless rows in meticulous parallel of cabbage, cucumbers, peppers, and beans of all varieties, onions, scallions, gailan, bok choy, and chilies, among many others. What made these vegetables special, necessitating the heavy security, was that they were all organic, grown pesticide-free in pristine conditions. In the northern section of Earth and Sky was the dairy farm, where cows were fed an all-organic diet, the milk processed in sterile conditions. It was to Earth and Sky that Minister Ouyang was being driven in his state-provided limousine for his twice-monthly visit. The produce of Earth and Sky was the sole property of the state, for consumption only by the Central Committee and those high-level ministers who, like Ouyang, were privy to its largesse. There were 25 levels of power within the many ministries of Beijing's central government. Each level was entitled to a specific amount of organic food. The higher up the minister, the larger the monthly allotment. This feudal system was a holdover from Mao's regime, made necessary by the severe pollution of China's earth and sky, which was nearing crisis level. However, today Minister Ouyang had an altogether different reason for visiting the country club. As the cantilevered front gate opened to his driver's electronic code, he saw another car waiting just inside. The man in army fatigues stood beside the car, eating a cucumber he had apparently just pulled off the vine. When Ouyang stepped out of his limousine and approached, he saw the livid scar down the side of the man's face. "Colonel Ben David," he said, donning dark glasses against the sun's glare, "it has been some time."
"You know,"
Ben David said, lounging against the car,
"I still prefer Israeli cucumbers."
He chomped on the Earth and Sky vegetable, chewing slowly.
"Something about the desert sun."
Minister Ouyang produced a curdled smile. "Bring your own food next time."
"I didn't say it wasn't good."
"What happened to your face?" Ouyang said, in a gross breach of Chinese etiquette. Ben David eyed him for some time.
"You know, Minister, you're looking a little peaked. You haven't been drinking any of your infamous watered-down milk spiked with melamine so it can pass the protein content tests."
I only drink milk from the Earth and Sky Dairy, Ouyang said coldly.
Ben David threw the stump of the cucumber onto the ground and came away from the car.
You know what occurs to me? We hate each other so much, it's a wonder we can work together.
Ouyang bared his teeth.
Necessity creates strange bedfellows.
Whatever.
Ben David shrugged his shoulders.
What necessitated this face-to-face so close to our mutual journey's end?
Minister Ouyang took out a slender file and handed it over. Ben David opened it. His scar seemed to flare with heat as he stared at the surveillance photo of Jason Bourne. He looked up, rageful.
What the fuck is this, Ouyang?
You know this man,
Ouyang said, with maddening calm.
Intimately.
Ben David slapped the file.
This is why you insisted I travel over 9 hours?
Ouyang was imperturbable.
Please confirm my statement, Colonel.
We have met on 2 occasions,
Ben David said neutrally.
Then you are the man for the job.
Ben David blinked.
What job? You're giving me a fucking job?
A jet, winking silver in the bright sunshine, passed by overhead, a roar so distant it might have come from the other side of the world. Off to their left, a tractor ground slowly through the furrowed earth. The smell of loam was abruptly strong as the wind shifted. To the southwest, the brown mass stained the sky, obscuring even the highest of Beijing's massive buildings.
Tell me, Colonel, how long have we been working on our joint project?
You know as well as I do.
Ouyang wiggled the first 2 fingers of his left hand.
Indulge me.
Ben David sighed.
6 years.
A long time by Western standards. Not so long as we measure time here in the Middle Kingdom.
Ben David looked disgusted.
Don't give me that Middle Kingdom crap. This is business. It's always been business. This is not about politics, ideology, or cant. There's nothing mystical or even mysterious about it. You and I know that money makes the world turn. This is our ride, Ouyang. What brought us together. It's first and last on our list.
He tossed his head.
This has been our program for 6 long, painstaking, dangerous years. Now you want to deviate? I don't like deviations.
On all you say, we agree,
Minister Ouyang said.
But the world is a dynamic place, always changing. If our program cannot accommodate change, it cannot succeed.
But we've already succeeded. In 2 days' time.
An eternity for something to go wrong.
Ouyang pointed to the photo in the file.
This man, Bourne, has now bent his considerable talents to stopping us.
Ben David reared back as if struck.
How do you know this?
I am in contact with our other partners. You are not.
Fuck.
Ben David slapped the file against his thigh.
You're not asking me to go after him.
No need,
Minister Ouyang said.
He'll quite happily come to you.
The voices of the angelic choir swelled until the massed chorale filled the Basilica de Guadalupe. In the rectory, Bourne stared down at the bloody corpse of El Enterrador and said to Annunciata, "Now we must go." Her eyes flashed along with the ruby-red blade of the stiletto she still wielded.
"I'm not going anywhere with you. You were part of the plan."
"We knew nothing of the mechanisms of how we were being smuggled into Maceo Encarnacion's villa," Bourne said. "My friend was killed because of that tracking device the Undertaker planted." They looked at each other as if across a great chasm. They had both experienced loss because of Maceo Encarnacion. He became a lodestone that, in a peculiar way, now drew them together. She lowered the stiletto and nodded. Bourne took her out through the small rectory entrance, through a section of the cemetery skirting the basilica itself, to where he had parked his car. They drove off slowly. A mile away, he pulled over to the curb and put the car in park, turning to her. "If you know where Maceo Encarnacion and Harry Rowland have gone, you must tell me." Her large, coffee-colored eyes stared at him without guile. "Will you kill them?"
"If I have to."
"You have to," Annunciata said.
There is no other way with either of them.
You know Rowland?
She dipped her head. He is Maceo's favorite, the protected one. Maceo looks on him as a son. He raised him from a very early age.
Who were his parents?
That I do not know. I think Rowland is an orphan, though we do not speak. Maceo has forbidden it.
Is Harry Rowland his real name?
He has many names, Annunziata said. This is part of the myth.
Something icy sliced through Bourne. The myth?
Maceo is obsessed with myths. Myths protect men. This is what he always says. Myths make them safe because they separate them from other men. Myths make them more than human. Myths make other men fearful.
How did he weave the myths around Rowland?
Annunziata closed her eyes for a moment. The central myth of the Aztecs is that man was created to feed the gods. Otherwise the gods would rain down fire and destroy them and everything they had built. The gods ate a sacred substance in human blood.
You're talking about the Aztecs' practice of human sacrifice?
She nodded. The Aztec priests carved the beating hearts out of those sacrificed, offering them to the gods.
She stared out the window for a moment at people passing by. A woman with a basket of fruit on her head, a boy on a dented blue bicycle.
That was a long time ago, of course.
She turned back to him.
Nowadays, it's beheadings. She shrugged. The blood is the same, and the gods are appeased.
These are the same gods who allowed the Spaniards to defeat their people.
An enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Annunziata's lips. Who can fathom the purposes of the gods? Mexico survived the Spaniards. Her gaze turned prescient. The important thing is this. The Aztec struggle to control destiny is the same as our own. The coming of Jesus to Mexico has changed nothing. Blood is still spilled, sacrifices are still performed, destiny and desire are still the only things that matter.
How does this fit in with Harry Rowland?
He is the advance guard, the outrider.
The djinn who lights the way, Bourne said.
Annunziata's eyes opened wide. You know? Yes. Rowland is the man who performs the sacrifices that increase the myth, that separate him from others, that make men fear him.
He is Nicodemo. The eagle sitting on a nopal cactus, devouring a serpent, is the modern-day coat of arms of Mexico,
Maceo Encarnacion said, sitting opposite Nicodemo in the wide leather seat of his Bombardier Global 5000. They had been in the air for some time.
These two creatures are at the heart of Mexican and Aztec culture. The god of sun and war told his people that they should found their greatest city in the place where they see an eagle on a nopal cactus, where the heart of his brother was buried, devouring a snake. This was where Tenochtitlan was built, and on its back Mexico City rose centuries later.
Maceo Encarnacion watched Nicodemo, who hated lessons of any kind, to see his reactions. He stared at Maceo with his usual stoicism.
I tell you this tale, Nicodemo, because you are an outsider, a Colombian.
He waited, should a reply be forthcoming. When only silence presented itself, he continued.
We learn to devour in order not to be devoured. Is this not the truth of the world?
It is, Nicodemo agreed with some animation. Speaking of death always brought him out of his brooding state.
I only wish I had been the one to kill the Aztec. Tulio Vistosa was the traitor I had been looking for. It was he who stole the 30 million.
Maceo Encarnacion chuckled.
The bundles of money were switched at the last minute. Very amusing, but not for him. He stole the counterfeit dollars and left me the real ones.
Maceo Encarnacion shook his head.
You have to have lived among these thieving bandits to get into their heads. You have to have been one of them. Like Acevedo Camargo,
Nicodemo said. Maceo Encarnacion felt gratified that he was paying attention.
Constanza Camargo was a first-class singer when I met her. She was an even better actress. but she did not want to go into films. She wanted to spend more time with her husband, Don Acevedo.
Maceo Encarnacion shook his head.
In a way. She was young and impressionable when she met Don Acevedo. He was rich and charismatic. He swept her off her feet. Within a month, they were married. At that time, Don Acevedo Camargo was the drug lord of the South. She was drawn to that life as strongly as she was drawn to other men, lovers she met with secretly. She loved the scheming, the plot she devised for him, and behind his back, Dios mío, that woman was bloodthirsty. She was ambitious.
Maceo Encarnacion nodded.
Like Lady Macbeth. She enjoyed the role I gave her to play with Bourne and Rebeka.
Something dark flashed in the recesses of Nicodimo's eyes at the mention of Rebecca's name.
It wasn't supposed to work like that, he said softly. Rebeka wasn't supposed to die. Bourne was. There is no way to account for the human factor. You should not have stabbed her. I had no choice. It seems to me,
Maceo Encarnacion said,
there is always a choice. The heat of the moment precludes choice,
Nicodimo said.
It's pure instinct.
At that moment, the flight attendant came down the aisle on long, lithe legs, and stopping in front of Maceo Encarnacion, bent over. He studied her ample cleavage while she whispered in his ear. He nodded, and she went back up the aisle. Both men watched the ball-bearing movement of her shapely buttocks. Maceo Encarnacion sighed as he took out his mobile, punched in a number, and clapped it to his ear.
Someone will be coming for you, he said into his phone. He'll be in Paris within the hour.
Nicodimo, grateful to get off the subject of Rebecca's knifing, said,
Don Fernando Herrera is dead, blown up when his private jet crashed outside Paris. Why are we stopping off there when we should be heading on?
Maceo Encarnacion reversed the phone to show him the news stories.
Martha Cristiana will be forwarding the coroner's report to verify that Herrera was actually on the plane. She always manages to get hold of these reports, the devil knows how. This is a beautiful thing, no? It's part of her skill set.
He slid the mobile away.
You will go to her the moment we land. What do you want me to do?
Nicodimo said.
Kill her? Dios, no!
Maceo Encarnacion looked appalled.
Martha Cristiana is special to me, do you understand? I didn't think anyone was special to you. But what does it matter?
Maceo Encarnacion regarded him for a moment, as if he were a lower form of life. It seemed clear that the female Mossad agent had somehow gotten under his skin, an inexplicable feat he had thought near to impossible. He wondered what effect her death would have on him. To kill someone you cared about took an enormous amount of emotional fortitude. He knew from experience. Nicodimo had killed many people, of course, most of them in cold blood, some face-to-face. When you tried to catch that ineffable moment when life was transformed into death, when the soul fled into the shadows, when desire became destiny. He banished this disagreeable thought.
Martha Cristiana is in Paris. Just bring her to me, and Nicodimo, treat her like the lady she is.
A lady, Nicodimo echoed. He turned to the window, his gaze far away.
Nicodimo,
Maceo Encarnacion said.
What is on your mind?
When Nicodimo didn't answer, he said,
My daughter is on the other side of the world, married and, one hopes, happy. I don't care about Maricruz. You despise her,
Maceo Encarnacion thought.
What do you care about?
No response. Rebeka again.
I see. I'm thinking about Jason Bourne,
Nicodimo said, after the silence had become unendurable.
What about him? Jason Bourne represents more than just a problem. He could be the end of us. Calm yourself.
This wasn't about Jason Bourne, and Maceo Encarnacion knew it. Nicodimo, restless in his seat, continued to stare at the Perspex window. Despite the jet's speed, the clouds seemed to drift past, as if in a dream.
We don't even know whether Rebeka is dead.
Now we get to it, Maceo Encarnacion thought.
From what you tell me, it seems unlikely she has survived, even if Bourne somehow managed to get her to a hospital, which he hasn't. I have people looking. They would know if she had been admitted. Bourne has resources, a private doctor, maybe.
From how you described the wound, no doctor could have saved her. She would have needed a full-fledged trauma team, and even then, he allowed the thought to run its own course.
Forget her. That chapter is closed.
Nicodemo was brooding.
But not on Bourne. Of course not. I don't understand why you didn't leave me in Mexico City to deal with him.
Deal with him? Maceo Encarnacion echoed.
I listened to you. We tried that once. You see how that turned out. Rebeka is dead, and Bourne is still at large. Now one must create a real plan, execute it, at the conclusion of which Bourne dies. This is precisely what has been put in place. Annunziata is seeing to it.
In many ways, Dick Richards' skills mimicked the finest watchmakers. The difference was that he worked in the world of cyberspace, a place of infinite area, but without dimension. He had managed to quarantine his own Trojan and was now accessing the core energy network, where he had stored the preliminary codes that would activate the potent virus he had inserted, like a drop of ink into its cyber heart of ones and zeros. Those codes were too complex even for his memory, and there was no way he would risk being caught with a rogue thumb drive or SD card. Besides, the attack had to seem to come from outside Treadstone, traced back to the Chinese. He could only seed the false ISP trail with a code that originated outside the Treadstone intranet. Despite the canned air emanating from the vents in the ceiling, sweat rolled down his sides from under his arms, slid down the rills of his bent back as he sat, tensed, filled with a tremulous excitement, but also a terrible dread. This was his big test, his ticket to the major leagues of hacking. When he pulled this off, he would prove indispensable to Tom Brick and Core Energy. This, more than anything, was what he wanted. Working for the government was soul-destroying. Other people took credit for his breakthroughs. He received a puny salary, and the president treated him like a pet dog, occasionally stroked, but never allowed up on the furniture where his human masters sat in daily judgment. His transfer to Treadstone had unexpectedly improved his lot. Though Soraya and, to some extent, Peter treated him with suspicion and contempt, he could not blame them. He had been sent to spy on them. He deserved their suspicion and contempt. But he also saw their willingness to give him the credit due him, if he could prove himself loyal. True, Brick often treated him like a dog, but sometimes not. And he paid a shitload more than the government ever did, or could. Up until now, Richards had been trying to be faithful to three masters, but the tension was tearing him apart. He could no longer live this way. He needed to choose sides. But what about Peter? How had he managed to infiltrate Core Energy? How did he know about Tom Brick? If Richards was to choose a side, then he had to decide what to do about Peter. Should he tell Peter everything he knew about Brick, Core Energy, and the secret entity that did its bidding? Should he, on the other hand, reveal Peter's real identity to Brick? Prior to working at Treadstone, the choice would have been a no-brainer. But now Treadstone had stymied him. He had to admit he liked it here. Unaccountably, the atmosphere was more like the private sector. There was little or no red tape. The co-directors saw to that. On the horns of this dilemma, he continued his work, but his mind was elsewhere. So much so that he almost missed it. Some instinct, lodged in the most primitive part of his brain, the part humans counted on for survival, sent out a silent alarm that jerked him back to full concentration. Something was wrong. Immediately, he took his hands off the computer keyboard. Staring at the code he had been typing in, he felt an icy chill crawling down his spine. For a long time, then, he did nothing but stare at the screen. Slowly, he drew his hands back from their position over the keyboard to rest them in his lap, as if he were a penitent, praying. The normal sounds of the Treadstone office, hushed voices, the hum of machines, the careful tread of shoes, came to him as if from a great distance. His mobile phone ringing made him start. He picked it up. "Richards, it's Anderson." His guilty heart leapt into his throat, closing it down for a terrifying moment. "Yes, sir," he eventually managed to croak. "Made any progress?" The Trojan is quarantined, sir." "Good deal." It's proving more difficult than I imagined to get rid of. There seems to be some kind of mechanism embedded inside it." The moment he said this, he knew it was a mistake. What the hell does that mean? Anderson thundered. He had been trying to absolve himself of any culpability when the virus struck, but it seemed he had only inflamed Anderson. God damn it, Richards, answer me! I'm dealing with the problem, sir. It's just going to take more time than I had expected. Now that the Trojan's quarantined, don't mess with it further. I don't want something else to be triggered.
Oh, you fool,
Richards berated himself. Your number one priority is to find out how that fucking thing jumped our firewall. Got me? Yes, sir. I'll be back at HQ in an hour. I want an answer by then. Richards' hand was trembling as he cut the connection. He tried to calm himself, but his mind was racing so fast that gathering his thoughts was like trying to herd cats. Pushing back his chair, he got up and, on anxiety-stiffened legs, stalked to the closest window. He stood with his forehead pressed against the cool glass. He felt as if he were burning up with fever. It seemed to him now that he had leapt into the abyss without thinking anything through, without any understanding of his capacity to bear up under a life dominated by mendacity and duplicity. With a barely audible moan, he lurched away from the window and stumbled back to his desk. He now had what seemed an impossible deadline. Anderson would be back in less than an hour. By that time, he needed to understand his situation and find a way out. Back at his desk, he ran his hands through his hair while he stared at the screen. What was wrong? There was the most minute lag between his pressing the keys and seeing the code on the screen. Changing screens, he checked the hardware through the control panel, but no recent additions had been made. Device Manager produced the same results. But when he checked the computer's CPU usage, he saw an unusual spike upward that dated back to the time he had started working. He felt a sudden rush of blood to his head. API-based keyloggers added to the CPU usage as they pulled and recorded each keystroke.
That bastard Anderson,
Richards thought fiercely. He had an API-based keylogger inserted into the software, which picked up every keystroke Richards made. The whole thing was premeditated, a setup, but how? There was only one answer. Peter Marks. Marks had betrayed him, had had no faith that he might give Tom Brick up to Treadstone. A great rage filled Richards. He shook with the force of it. He looked one last time at the screen of incomplete virus code and thought, fuck it, fuck him, fuck them all. Without another thought, he disabled the keylogger software and continued with his code, working without even seeming to breathe. In the back of his mind, he prayed Anderson would show up early. Almost 50 minutes later, 6 minutes before Anderson was due to arrive, Richards set the last section of the code in place. All he needed to do now was press the Enter key, and the virus would flood the on-site Treadstone servers, bringing down the entire network, freezing the communication channels, fouling the operating system itself. He stood up, grabbed his coat, and with one stab downward, hit Enter. Then he crossed the room, went out the door, took the elevator to the lobby, and walked out, on his way back to his life with Tom Brick. In the smoky distance, sirens wailed. By the sound of them, vehicles were racing toward the Basilica de Guadalupe. The Mass was finished. Someone had found the body of El Enterrador. I don't know where Maceo, Encarnacion, and Nicodemo were going, Annunziata said, but I know someone who might. Tell me, Bourne said. He kept a sharp eye on the street, on the lookout for police cars. I'll take you there. No, Bourne looked at her. Your involvement is at an end. He produced the wallet he had taken from Rebeka's body. It's time for you to leave. The last of Rebeka would go toward helping someone escape into a new life. He knew she would have liked that. He opened the wallet, showing Annunziata the contents. There's money here, more than enough to set you up somewhere far away from Mexico, and a passport. He paged through it. You see my friend's photo? You can pass for her. You're more or less the same height and weight. Find a good salon, get your hair cut and dyed to match hers. A little makeup from a professional, that's all you need. Mexico is my home. It will also be your death. Leave. Now, after today, it will be too late. Annunziata, holding the keys to her new life in the palms of her hands, looked up at him. Her eyes were swollen with tears. Why are you doing this? You deserve a chance at a new life, he said. I don't know whether I have the strength. It's what your mother wanted for you. The tears welled, falling. The sirens kept up a wail that could have come from her. "There's something." Bourne waited. Then he engaged her eyes. "Annunziata?" "Nothing." She looked up. "It's nothing." She smiled. "Thank you."
"Now," Bourne said, folding her fingers over the wallet, "tell me who I need to see."
Salazar Flores was an aviation mechanic. He worked mainly on private planes, most notably Maceo Encarnacion's Bombardier Global 5000. Bourne found him on the job in the maintenance hangar at the private airfield Encarnacion used to house the Bombardier, exactly where Annunziata said he'd be at this time of the morning. Flores was a short, sharp-eyed man in his middle years. His jowly cheeks were smeared with grease, and his spatulate hands were permanently dyed by the fluids he used every day. He looked up sideways when Bourne approached him, then stood and, wiping his hands on a greasy rag he pulled out of a back pocket of his overalls, faced the newcomer. "How can I help you?" he said. "I'm buying a Gulfstream SPX," Bourne said, "and I'm thinking of housing it here." "You got the wrong guy." Flores indicated the office building across the runway from the hangar where they stood. "You need to talk to Castillo. He's the boss." "I'm more interested in talking with you," Bourne said. "You'll be taking care of my plane." Flores eyed Bourne appraisingly. "How'd you hear about me?" "Annunziata?" "Really?" Bourne nodded. "How's her mom?" "Maria Elena died yesterday." Bourne seemed to have passed some kind of test. Flores nodded. "An inexplicable tragedy." Bourne had no intention of telling Flores just how explicable Maria Elena's death was. "Did you know her well?" Flores regarded him for a moment. "I need a smoke." He led Bourne out of the clanging hangar, where 3 other mechanics were at work, out onto the airfield. Keeping to the side of the runway, he shook out a cigarette, offered one to Bourne, then stuck it into his mouth and lit up. He stared up at the high clouds, as if looking for a sign. "You're a gringo, so I suppose you know Annunziata better." He let smoke drift out between his lips. "Maria Elena had a difficult life. Annunziata didn't like to talk about it." He shrugged with bull shoulders. "Maybe she didn't know. Maria Elena was very protective of her daughter." "She wasn't the only one," Bourne said, thinking of the conversation he had overheard in the rectory of the Basilica de Guadalupe between Annunziata and El Enterrador. "Maceo Encarnacion kept her like a hothouse flower." "I wouldn't know anything about that." Flores looked around as if at any moment one of Maceo Encarnacion's men was going to pop out of the shadows like a ghoul. Bourne shrugged. "I assumed you knew the 2 of them well." Flores took a last suck on his cigarette, dropped it, shredding it beneath the heel of his boot. "I have to get back to work." "Are we getting into dangerous territory?" Flores shot him a look. "Whatever it is you want, I can't help you." "This can help you, though." Bourne spread the $500 bills between them. "Madre de Dios." Flores puffed out his cheeks, exhaled heartily through pursed lips. He looked up at Bourne. "What is it you want?" "Only one thing," Bourne said. "Maceo Encarnacion took off this morning. Where was he headed?" "I can't tell you that." Bourne stuffed the bills into the pocket of his overalls. "I'm sure your wife and kids could use some new clothes." Flores looked around again, still jumpy, though no one was in earshot, and those who could be seen weren't paying them the slightest attention. "I could lose my job. Or my head. Then where would my wife and kids be?" Bourne added another 500. "A couple of iPads will make you a hero." Flores, visibly sweating, ran a hand through his hair. Bourne could see the tug-of-war between greed and fear being played out on his face. Still, Flores hesitated. It was time to play his last card. "It was Annunziata who suggested I talk to you about Encarnacion's destination." At this, Flores's eyes opened wide. She wants you to tell me." A jet turned onto the head of the runway, its engines building to a roar. Bourne took a step closer. "It's important, Senor Flores. It involves Maria Elena's death." Flores's face registered shock. "What do you mean?" "I can't tell you," Bourne said, "and you don't want to know." Flores licked his lips, took one last glance around the airfield, and nodded. As the jet shot down the runway and, in a veil of noise and fumes, lifted off, he leaned forward and whispered a word in Bourne's ear. Martha Christiana took the call from Maceo Encarnacion with an icy serenity. In an hour, his plane would be landing. He would send one of his people to fetch her, and that would be the end. She would be in the center of the vortex, unable to extricate herself. The moment she stepped onto his plane, she would be in jail. She could feel it. She possessed too much incriminating information on him. One way or the other, he would never allow her to leave him. From Don Fernando's living room windows, Martha Christiana stared longingly at the ethereal spiderwork of Notre Dame, its floodlit stone cool as marble. In the depths of night, she was wide awake. Don Fernando wasn't. He slept on one side of the large bed in the master bedroom, the curtains closed against the lights and noise of the city. Below her, on the western tip of the Ile Saint-Louis, rose the sounds of young laughter, a guitar being strummed, drunken voices raised briefly in a raucous chorus of some beer hall sing-along, then more laughter, a shout, a fistfight broke out, a beer bottle smashed. Martha did not look down. She wanted no part of the ugliness below. She had enough ugliness in her own life. Instead, she allowed her eyes to trace the ancient grace of the cathedral's flying buttresses, curved like angels' harps. She was tired, but she wasn't sleepy, a semi-permanent state in her profession. As she often did when her eyes lit on beauty, she thought of her home in Marrakesh, of the beauty with which her benefactor, her captor, her teacher surrounded himself. He had been an aesthete. He taught her how to appreciate all forms of art that brought beauty and joy to his life.
"For me there is nothing else," he told her once. "Without art, without beauty, the world is an ugly place, and life the ugliest of all states."
She had thought about this when she escaped his airless, obsessive museum villa. She had thought about it many times afterward, after every kill, after sitting through a concert or visiting an art gallery or flying high above the earth from assignment to assignment, as she did tonight with Don Fernando asleep in the next room, faced once again with both the beauty and the ugliness of the world, of life. She closed her eyes and ears to everything but the rushing of her blood. She heard her heartbeat as it might sound to a doctor. Her torso swayed a little as she drifted into a deep, meditative state. She was back in Marrakesh, amid the incense, chaste silver services, the intricate filigreed wood screens, the colorful tiled floors and walls made up of geometric shapes. She was her young self again, imprisoned. She opened her eyes and found that she held her handbag in her lap, cradling it as one would a toy poodle. Without looking, she opened it, feeling around for what appeared to be a book of matches. She took it out. It said Moulin Rouge on one side. Where the striker ought to be was a thin metal rod. When she dug a nail beneath it and pulled, a nylon filament unspooled to a length of 18 inches. She had constructed this murder weapon herself, using principles handed down by the Hashashin, the ancient Persian sect whose objective was to assassinate Christian knight infidels. She stood so abruptly that her handbag slid off her lap to the carpet. Landing, it made no sound. On bare feet, she picked her way across the living room to the doorway beyond which Don Fernando lay asleep in his bed. He had told her that he was different from all the other men in her life. Men who had sought to manipulate her in one way or another, bend her to their own ends, use her like a gun or a knife to work out their need for power and revenge. From the moment she stepped aboard his plane, Don Fernando's plan to turn her from her assignment had been set in motion. He had played on her long-buried emotions, bringing her face to face with her past, her dead father, her demented mother. He had brought her home, seeking to soften her to his will, which was to live. And in the plane, on the return flight, he had turned the screws on her even tighter by lying to her over and over until she had made the decision he had wanted her to make all along: abandon her mission. But she was not so easily duped. She was in far more control of her emotions than he could know. There was a job to do. She could see it so clearly now, see through all the bullshit men threw at her as smokescreens. At last, she had seen the path through the bullshit to, once and for all, make her way to the other side. Always imprisoned. She stepped over the threshold and entered Don Fernando's bedroom. He lay on his back on the side of the bed nearest her, veiled in deep shadow. Moving to the window, she pulled back the drapes. His patrician face was illuminated by Paris's mellow glow. Returning to him, she reached out, touched him on the shoulder, and he gave a snort and rolled over on his side, facing away from her. Perfect. She lifted the strangler's filament, concentrating solely on her purpose. When her vision narrowed to a pinpoint, when all she could hear was the rhythmic beating of her heart, purpose became action. She moved with perfect, deadly intent. Chapter 23. The moment Dr. Santiago removed the drain from the side of her head and bandaged the wound, Soraya felt as if she had returned from the gray land of near death to a world full of color and promise. Everything looked sharp-edged. Her acuity of vision and hearing was like that of a hawk. Every surface she ran her hand over felt new, different, and exciting. When she remarked on this to Dr. Santiago, he broke out into a wide smile. "Welcome back," he said. For the first time since she had been admitted, she was free, untethered by lifelines to fluids and monitors. She moved around her room on legs made unfamiliar and shaky by her ordeal. "Look at you," Delia said. "Look at you." Soraya embraced her friend, held her tight, aware of the baby between them. She did not want to let go. Brushing tears away, she kissed Delia on both cheeks. Her heart was full. Only one thought clouded her return from the back of beyond. "Deal, I need to go see Peter. Will you help me?" Without another word, Delia went and got a wheelchair into which Soraya lowered herself. Hours before, on his last visit, Hendricks had told her that Peter had been shot. "We don't know how badly yet," he had said, "but I want you to be prepared. The bullet lodged near his spine." "Does he know?" she had asked. Hendricks had nodded. "Right now he has no feeling in his legs." Before he left, Hendricks had signaled to Delia, and they had walked out of Soraya's room together. Now, as Delia pushed her along the hospital's hushed corridors, Soraya asked, "What did you and Hendricks talk about outside my hearing?" There was a telling hesitation. "Raya, concentrate on Peter. I don't think this is the time." Soraya put her hands on the wheels, stopping them. "Deal, come around where I can see you." When her friend had complied, she said, "Tell me the truth, Deal. Does it have something to do with my baby?" "Oh, no!" Delia cried. She knelt in front of Soraya and took her hands in hers. No, the baby's fine, it's—" Again, the telling hesitation. "Raya, Charles is dead." Soraya felt the shock of disappointment. Nothing more. "What?" "Anne shot him." Soraya shook her head. I don't understand." "There was an altercation. Charles came at her and she defended herself. That's not the official story. He was shot during a B&E. That's what the news outlets are being fed." Soraya said nothing for some time. Nurses squeaked by on rubber-soled shoes. Phones rang softly. Doctors' names were called, some urgently. Everything else was still. "I don't believe it," Soraya breathed. Delia searched her friend's face. "Raya, are you okay? The secretary left it up to me to tell you, but I don't know whether this was the right time." "There is no right time," Soraya said. "There's only the present." Searching through the corridors of her mind, she could find no feeling for Charles Thorne other than disappointment that their business relationship was at an end. Conduits weren't easy to find, especially one so perfectly placed at the center of the information superhighway. But on the other hand, if Charles was right about the impending investigation, his usefulness would have been at an end anyway. What she felt most was relief. It had been distasteful to her to lie to him about the baby. She could absolve herself at least of that sin. "Raya, what are you thinking?" Soraya nodded to Delia. "Let's go see Peter." He had been out of surgery for over an hour, and he was awake. He seemed happy to see them. "Hey, Peter," Soraya said in an overbright voice. He looked ghostly, arms pale, pierced by needles whose tubes ran up and out of him. His face was contorted by pain, though he tried his best to hide it. His lopsided smile broke her heart. "You look good," he said. "You too." She was standing, clutching the railing of his bed for support. "I have to get going," Delia said. She and Soraya embraced. "Later," Soraya whispered into her ear. "You're full of shit," Peter said when Delia was gone. "As always." Soraya laughed,
touched his knee beneath the over-starched bedclothes just to reestablish the link between them that she found so important.
I'm glad you're still here.
He nodded. I wish I could say I'll be as good as new when I get out of here.
Her heart turned to ice. What do you mean? What have the doctors told you?
The bullet didn't hit my spine.
That's good news.
I wish it had.
What do you mean?
The impact shattered it. Pieces lodged everywhere, including my spinal column.
Soraya felt a sudden dryness in her throat, and she swallowed convulsively. She met his gaze head on.
I have no feeling in my legs, Peter said. They're paralyzed.
Oh, Peter.
Soraya felt her heart beating faster. A certain churning began in the pit of her stomach.
Are they sure? It's early yet. Who knows what will happen next week or even tomorrow?
They're sure.
Peter, you can't give up.
I don't know. The president going after our asses? You talking about leaving, then this happens? His laugh sounded weak and hollow. That's 3, isn't it? It's the end.
Who said I'm leaving?
It was out of her mouth before she had a chance to think about it. You did, Soraya. Remember our walk in the park? You said,
forget what I said, Peter. I was just shooting my mouth off to a friend. I'm not going anywhere.
Much to her astonishment, she realized she meant it. While moving to Paris sounded great, it was a pipe dream. Her life was here, with Treadstone, with Peter. Looking into his face, she knew she couldn't leave him in this state. Perhaps she never would have, even if this hadn't happened to him.
Soraya, he smiled. He seemed more relaxed now. She could see how heavily the thought of her leaving had weighed on him, and she was sorry she had ever mentioned it.
Take a pew. Blood had come back to his face. He seemed more himself again. I have a lot to catch you up on.
In his dream, Don Fernando walked at the edge of the sea and the shoreline. The odd thing was that he was walking on the water, not on the sand, which seemed to steam and bubble, as if it were being stirred in a vast cauldron. His feet were bare, his trousers rolled up to his calves. His feet looked pale and indistinct, as they would if viewed underwater. He walked and walked, but the curve of the landscape never changed. He never seemed to get anywhere. In the next heartbeat, he was awake, a shadow like a giant bird passing over him, so close he could smell it. It had Martha Christiana's scent. For the instant, she was above him, and he felt paralyzed, as if stuck between 2 dream worlds, one where he walked on water, the other where Martha spread her wings, flying above him. Then the shadow was gone. Martha was gone with it, and he heard, like the cathedral bells of Notre Dame, the sound of shattering wood and glass. In the space of the next heartbeat, a chill breeze off the river invaded the room. He turned over, still half asleep, and saw the curtains billowing crazily, the window's panes and sash demolished as if by a great force. It wasn't until he heard the screaming from outside that he rose, curious, and then, as he approached the ruined window, his curiosity turned to a mounting horror. "Martha!" he called over his shoulder, and then more loudly, "Martha!" No answer. Of course there was no answer. He stuck his head out the window, unmindful of the glass shards that penetrated his palms. He looked down and saw her, spread-eagled on the cobbles of the narrow street. Around her, like a princess's bed of diamonds, glass shards glittered wetly. Blood leaked from beneath her, running in rivulets, as a crowd gathered. The screaming continued, even after the unmistakable sounds of police and ambulance sirens made their way along the quay, coming ever closer. "My dear Senator Ring," Li Wan said, "let me be one of the first to express my sincere condolences for your loss." Anne Ring smiled wanly. Inside, she was pleased that Li had made an appearance. "Thank you," she murmured. How stupid words are, she thought. How inadequate, how mendacious. She was disgusted by the dog and pony show inherent in funerals, eulogies, mourning periods. The dead were gone. Let them go in peace. Li Wan wore a black suit, as if he, rather than she, were in mourning. Belatedly, she recalled that white was the Chinese color of death and mourning. Well, she thought wryly,
He is wearing a white shirt, so crisply starched it appeared as if the collar points might at any moment do him harm. Anne, in an oxblood St. John nubbly wool suit, sat in the cloistered family room at Vineyard Funeral Home on 14th Street Northwest. Even in mourning, she was the kind of woman who radiated sex and allure. She was surrounded by her usual entourage, along with a smattering of friends. The official viewing, which would attract hundreds of her colleagues, allies, and enemies from inside the Beltway, was mercifully a day away. Now, it was quiet. The air was perfumed with the huge wreaths and bouquets of flowers that lined the walls and exploded from vases set on tables and even on some unused chairs. "There was a history," Li Wan was saying now in a low monotone, "and history means everything." "That's something we have in common, Mr. Li," she said in an even tone. He bowed his head slightly and risked a slight smile as he handed over a wrapped parcel. "Please accept this inadequate token of my sorrow." "You're too kind." She took the package, laid it squarely on her lap, and watched Lee's face. She was waiting, and she thought he knew she was waiting. At last he said, "May I sit with you a moment?" She gestured. "Please." He sat primly, almost as if he were a turtle trying to pull its arms and legs into its shell. It was an almost womanly attitude she found repellent. "Is there anything I can do, Senator?" "Thank you, no." Curious, she thought. He's acting like a mainland Chinese, not like a Chinese American. Because of the special nature of this man and the relationship with him laid out for her by Chris Hendricks, she felt the need to explore that notion. "And please call me Anne." "You are far too kind," Lee said, ducking his head again. "What is his behavior telling me?" she asked herself. Lee looked across the room to the flowers bedecking the console table against the opposite wall. "I have many memories of your husband, Senator." He paused a moment, as if debating whether or not to continue. "Memories that might, in time, be shared." Now comes the light, she thought. But it was altogether unclear whether he was on an official mission. Her heart leapt at the thought that it might be a personal one, that something had happened between Lee and Charles that might have changed their dynamic, or, if not that, Lee's own goals as opposed to his government's. "You know, Mr. Lee, I have my own memories of my husband. It might be pleasant to hear some others." Lee's thin shoulders twitched infinitesimally. "In that event, I would welcome the opportunity to invite you to tea, Senator, when you feel up to it, of course." "How kind of you, Mr. Lee." She had to be careful here, very careful. "I have a full slate of subcommittee and budgetary meetings that have been thrown into disarray, you understand." "I do, Senator, of course I do." She turned on a wistful expression. "On the other hand, it would certainly be refreshing to speak of matters unrelated to Capitol Hill." She fingered Lee's present. "Perhaps this evening, after my vigil. I have allotted time for a meal." Li Wan looked hopeful. "Possibly dinner, then?" "Yes," she said, ratcheting up her wistful expression. "That would be lovely. I'll pick you up here if you like." Mr. Lee's smile was like a sliver of moon. "You have only to decide when." Sam Anderson spent 15 fruitless minutes sending Treadstone personnel to scour the building for Richards. Not having found him, he recalled his people and sent out a bolo via FBI and the Metro Police with a priority tag. Then he joined the assembled IT team, which was feverishly working to ID the virus that was overrunning the Treadstone servers, rendering them useless. He had peeled off one man, Timothy Nevers, who he assigned to check the software keylogger and its hardware companion that he had placed on the terminal Richards was working from to parse the results. Peter had chosen the perfect person to be his right-hand man. Anderson was neither ambitious nor complacent. He was wholly focused on the job he had been given to do, and he did it better than anyone else at Treadstone. Unlike many of his colleagues in the clandestine services, he was a people person, an exemplary manager. Those who followed his orders did so without question. They believed in him, believed he could work them out of any trouble they ran into. This virus was trouble of an exponential order. Every minute the IT team delayed in identifying its basic algorithm, the virus broke through and annihilated another barrier. The on-site Treadstone servers were beginning to look like Swiss cheese. There was almost nothing to pull off them. even if the IT team could find a way around or through the virus, which, as of now, they couldn't. "Keep on it," Anderson said, and turning to Tim Nevers, said, "Speak to me of the unspeakable." "You got that right," Nevers said. "This guy Richards is a freaking genius at software programming. I'm still getting a good look at the Trojan, which, by the way, he definitely coded and entered into the system." "What about the virus?" Nevers scratched his scalp. He was just over 30 and already shaved his head because he was going bald. "Yeah, well, it's the freaking velociraptor of viruses, that much I can tell you." "Not helpful," Anderson said. "You have to give me something I can export to the other IT guys." "I'm doing my best," Nevers said, fingers blurred over the keyboard. "Do better." That was what Anderson's father had always said to him, not unkindly, but in a way that made Anderson want to do better, not simply to please his father, though of course that loomed large. Doing better made him succeed, as well as learn something important about himself. Anderson's father was a military man, intelligence, who ended up at Central Intelligence. He had revamped many of their clandestine intel gathering methods and was rewarded by being kicked out because of a bad heart. He hated idling at home and died 16 months after he had been let go. His bosses all said, "We told you so." But Anderson knew what his father had known. At home, he couldn't do better. Unless he went to sleep one night and never woke up. Anderson was quite certain his father knew that too, as he drifted off. "Got something," Nevers said. "I've coded out the virus algorithm from the Trojan. It's endlessly regenerative. Amazing, really. What I want to know, Nevers, is whether it can be stopped." "Intervention," Nevers said, nodding. "Not the way you'd ever think to nullify a virus, which is what makes it so clever. You have to flip a switch, so to speak, from inside the algorithm." Anderson hitched his chair forward in order to get a better view. "So do it." "Not so fast," Nevers said. "The virus is encoded with traps, failsafe mechanisms, and dead ends." Anderson groaned. "One step forward, 2 steps back. Better than being in the dark." Nevers hit the enter key. "I've just transmitted everything I've discovered to the rest of the IT team." He turned, grinned at his boss. "Let's see if they can do better." Anderson grunted. "Richards destroyed the software keylogger just before he activated the virus. That's the kernel of the problem. The software recorded only the partial code, not all of it. We can't stop it until we have the code in its entirety." "Don't you have enough information to make an informed assumption, intervene, and flip the algorithmic switch?" "I could," Nevers said, "but I won't." He turned to Anderson. "Look, this virus is so full of thorns, triggers, in other words, that if I don't know precisely what I'm doing, I could inadvertently set off one of these triggers and make things infinitely worse." "Worse?" Anderson said, incredulous. "What could be worse than all our data being obliterated?" "The motherboard's overloading, the servers becoming nothing more than a pile of silicon, rare earths, and fused wire circuits. Vital enciphered communications would be down for God knows how long." Then he grinned. "But, on the bright side," he pulled a tiny oblong from beneath the desk and held it up. "Richards didn't find the Bluetooth transmitter. If he downloaded anything from outside, it'll be recorded right here. Even better, we'll be able to backtrace it to the source." When Nicodemo saw Don Fernando Herrera, he froze, still as a statue. Herrera was dead, at least according to Martha Christiana. But she had lied, and now she herself was dead, lying on the cobbled street on the Ile Saint-Louis. Whether she had jumped from the 5th-floor window or had been pushed was impossible to say, but what was irrefutable was the presence of Herrera talking to the cops while the photos were being taken and fingerprints lifted from the crime scene. Craning his neck up, Nicodemo could see through the windows detectives treading through what must be Herrera's apartment. More flashbulbs lit up the night. More fingerprints were being taken up there in every room. What they expected to find, Nicodemo had no idea, nor was he interested. His focus, which had been on Martha Christiana, the woman Maceo Encarnacion had told him to pick up and bring back to the waiting jet, now shifted to Herrera. There was nothing Nicodemo could do for Martha Christiana anymore. But there was certainly something he must do about Herrera. Retreating to the shadows around the corners, he pulled out his mobile and called Maceo Encarnacion.
"I'm standing around the corner from Don Fernando Herrera's apartment,"
he said when he heard the other man on the end of the line.
"I don't know how to break this to you, but Martha Christiana is dead."
He pulled the mobile away from his ear at the tirade of curses that emanated from it.
"Fell or pushed, I don't know which,"
he continued when Maceo Encarnacion had expended the depths of his shock and rage.
"I'm sorry, truly, but we have other matters to occupy us. Martha Christiana lied about Herrera being dead. I know, I am too. But he's standing big as life. Of course I'm sure it's him."
Nicodemo spent the next few moments absorbing every word Maceo Encarnacion spoke, at the end of which he said,
"You're sure that's what you want me to do?"
More withering talk, during which Nicodemo began his preparation for the assignment Maceo Encarnacion had given him.
"Get it done,"
Maceo Encarnacion concluded.
"You have 24 hours. After that, if you haven't appeared, I take off without you. Clear?"
"Perfectly," Nicodemo said.
"I'll be back before the deadline. Count on it."
Disconnecting, he pocketed his mobile and walked back to the crime scene. Martha Christiana had been loaded into the ambulance. Herrera was still talking with the detectives. He spoke, they nodded. One of them scribbled notes as fast as he could. Nicodemo flipped out a cigarette, lit up, and smoked languidly as he continued to assess the scene. When, at length, the detectives were finished with Herrera, they gave him their cards, and he turned away, returning to his building. Nicodemo watched as he pressed a 4-digit code into the panel on the right side of the huge wooden doorway to the street. He waited until the detectives left and, amid the slowly dispersing crowd of onlookers, stood confronting the panel, which consisted of 10 raised brass buttons, numbered 1 through 0. Taking out a small vial, he blew a white powder, finer than talcum, over the buttons. The powder adhered to the residue of oil left by Herrera's fingerprints, revealing 4 whitened buttons. On the third combination, the door's lock clicked open, and he stepped inside. He stood for a moment in the cobbled inner courtyard where, centuries before, horse-drawn carriages full of passengers would pull up and liveried footmen would fall over themselves to help the patricians down and into their residence. Now, of course, many people lived in the building, but the history remained, rising off the cobbles like steam from the horses' glistening flanks. 2 women, one young, one older, were lounging against a wall beside the front door, discussing the tragedy. The older one smoked. Nicodemo took out a cigarette and, approaching them, asked for a light.
"Terrible thing,"
the young woman shuddered.
"Who can sleep after something like that?"
"Now the street will be clogged with the morbidly curious," the older woman said, shaking her head. Nicodemo nodded sympathetically.
"Why would someone throw themselves out a window?"
he wondered out loud.
"Who can say?"
The older woman shrugged her meaty shoulders.
"People are mad, that's my position."
She sucked down more smoke.
"Did you know the poor girl?" "A long time ago,"
Nicodemo said.
"We were childhood friends."
The older woman looked sorrowful.
"She must have been so unhappy."
Nicodemo nodded.
"I thought I could help her, but I arrived too late."
"Do you want to go upstairs?" the younger woman said, as if struck by a sudden idea.
"I don't want to disturb Signor Herrera."
"Oh, I'm sure he could use the sympathy. Here." She crossed to the door, slipped her keys out of her pocket. She pressed the attached disc against a metal pad beside the door, and it buzzed open. Nicodemo thanked her and went into the vertical vestibule. A large iron staircase curved upward, and he ascended. The building was eerily still, as if everyone in it were holding their breath in horror. No one was on the stairs. All the apartment doors were firmly closed, as if against a rapidly spreading disease. Don Fernando's floor was likewise deserted. He went soundlessly down the landing to stand in front of the apartment. He listened but heard nothing. Then he put his ear to the door. Inside the apartment, Don Fernando could still smell the stale clothes of the cops and detectives. He felt as if his home had been broken into. He didn't want to smell anything but Martha Christiana's distinctive scent, and he resented deeply the official invasion. He stood stiffly, his back ramrod straight, and tried to separate his thoughts from his emotions. He was responsible for Martha Christiana's death. He had no doubts on that score. He had manipulated her, put her in what turned out to be an untenable position, pitting himself against Maceo Encarnacion. He had twisted the screws on her, slowly, to be sure, but in the end that hadn't mattered. In the end, she hadn't been able to follow either him or her employer. She had taken the only way out that would give her surcease. Perhaps this had been her destiny from the moment she was born into a loveless home and ran away, she thought, to save herself. Instead, she had run pell-mell toward her destiny, toward this apartment on the Ile Saint-Louis, toward her death on the cobbles of the Quai des Bourbons. Perhaps it had nothing to do with him, but he did not believe that. In Martha Christiana, desire had warped her destiny. Now she was dead. Turning in a slow circle, he felt the lack of her, as if there were more shadows in these rooms he had come to know so well, as if there were suddenly another room he had never noticed and hadn't explored, a room whose contents frightened him. He checked once more to be certain he was alone, even though the rational part of his brain told him that he was. Padding silently into the bathroom, he knelt down on creaky joints and extracted Martha Christiana's handbag from the narrow space between the clawfoot tub and the marble-tiled floor, where he had shoved it before the cops had asked for entrance. Putting down the toilet seat cover, he sat, placing the handbag on his thighs. He stayed like that for long minutes, his fingers exploring the soft leather, his nostrils dilated to take in her scent, which rose from the handbag's interior and caused tears to form in his eyes. Though he had been acting out of self-preservation, he had genuinely liked Martha. He had also felt sorry for her, trapped as she was. But what good had his empathy done, except to drive her the last few yards to her destiny? He sighed, and his head came up abruptly. He had heard a sound, and he listened, as if for her soft, bare footfalls, as if she might still be alive, as if the last several hours had been a nightmare from which he had just this second awakened, her handbag in his lap. Then he looked down and knew with absolute clarity that what he held between his hands was all that was left of her. Slowly he opened the bag and, with a curious trepidation, peered inside. He encountered the usual tools of the female trade: lipstick, compact, eyeliner, a small pack of tissues, her wallet astonishingly thin, as if what little was inside might evaporate as quickly as her life. He opened it briefly, then fished out her mobile phone. It was locked, but he knew many of the things she liked, and he tried several of them on the keypad until he stumbled upon the right one, and the mobile opened to him, as it had so many times to her. This door opening, as it were, moved him deeply. It was as if she were inviting him into the guarded part of herself.
"Mea culpa, Martha," he said. "I wish you were here."
Just outside the front door, Nicodemo heard these words as they wafted through the apartment, and he pressed his ear harder against the door. In doing so, he caused the old wooden panels to creak. He froze, scarcely allowing himself to breathe. Don Fernando's head came up, and, like a dog on point, his body began to quiver. The creak from the front door had arrowed through the apartment, piercing his heart like a presentiment of death. Placing Martha's handbag aside, he rose, and, leaving the bathroom, went through the bedroom to the living area. There he stood for a moment, immobile, scenting the air for a new spore. He stared hard at the front door, which he had been careful to lock the moment the last of the detectives had vacated the premises. He watched the wooden boards, as if they might tell him what or who was on the other side of the door. At length he crept to the door and, with his back arched, bent to put his ear to the old wood. He heard breathing, but whether it was the building or someone standing on the other side of the door he could not tell. He felt, if not frightened, then profoundly uneasy. He did not keep a handgun in the apartment, which was lucky for him. The cops would have confiscated it, and it might have aroused their suspicion that Martha Christiana's death was murder rather than suicide. Now, though, he regretted not having stashed one somewhere. He did not feel safe. After taking another fruitless listen through the door, he backed away, returning to the bathroom, where he took up Martha's handbag and resumed his melancholy journey through its contents. He checked her mobile's call log first. The last incoming call had been made perhaps 50 minutes before she went out the window. Considering the hour it had been made, he thought that significant, especially because it was from a number in Martha's phone book. The name attached had been reduced to initials, but there was no doubt to whom M.E. belonged. Maceo Encarnacion. What had Maceo Encarnacion said to her that had made her snap, caused her to decide to kill herself? There was no doubt in his mind that she had felt trapped between himself and Encarnacion, with no way out. He checked her voicemails, texts, all the usual stuff that almost invariably clogged up people's mobiles. But there was nothing. Martha Christiana had been too careful. As he was scrolling through her phone book, his own mobile buzzed. He picked it up. Christian was calling. "Are you still dead?" Christian said with a chuckle.
Sadly, no.
Don Fernando took a breath.
But Martha Christiana is.
What happened? Don Fernando told him. Well, at least she won't be a threat to you anymore. I'll take care of the press release, correcting the news of your death. There was a slight pause. Do you know where Bourne is?
I thought you were keeping track of him.
No one can keep track of him, Don Fernando. You know that better than anyone. Don Fernando grunted. Without thinking, he slid Martha's mobile back into her handbag. His fingers found the compact, smooth and warm, as from contact with Martha's skin. He found that circling his thumb over its lacquered surface gave him a measure of solace. Our enemies are on the move, Christian said. Maceo Encarnacion and Harry Rowland have left Mexico City. They landed in Paris over an hour ago. I thought I'd better warn you.
Something is happening.
Yes, but I hope it's not what we have been afraid of. Don Fernando ran a hand across his face.
There's only one way to find out.
With Maceo Encarnacion in Paris, I'm concerned about you.
Maceo Encarnacion knows better than to show his face in Paris. I have too many eyes and ears on the ground. Rowland is, however, another matter.
Jason and that Mossad woman, Rebeka, were following Rowland.
Don Fernando stared at his bare feet on the bathroom tiles. Martha had liked his feet. She said they were sexy.
If that's the case, then they failed.
I don't want to think about Jason failing.
Neither do I.
Don Fernando's heart grew even heavier as he stared at the lapis face of Martha's compact.
Listen, Christian. There must be something we can do for Jason.
It's progressed too rapidly, gone too far. It's out of our hands, Christian said. All we can do now is have faith that Bourne will come through.
If anyone can.
Vaya con Dios, hombre, Don Fernando thought as he disconnected. He was tired, beyond tired. He rose and, still holding the compact, padded back to the bedroom. It was early morning when the city, still wrapped in sleep, began to shudder with the rumble of the first of the day's traffic, when people queued up at bakeries to buy breakfast baguettes and croissants, when bicyclists crossed the bridges, taking their owners to work. He lay down on his bed, the covers rucked beneath him, but that only brought into view the window Martha Christiana had ruined on her way out of his life. Rolling over, he sat up, his gaze once again fixed on the compact. It was odd, he thought, that Martha carried a compact when he had never seen powder on her cheeks or forehead. She used lipstick and lash color. Her natural beauty required nothing more, and yet... He turned the compact over and over in his hand. Then, on a sudden impulse, he snapped it open. The thin puff was there, but when he lifted it out, there was no powder underneath. Just a tiny gold flange set into the base. Using a fingernail, he lifted the flange, and the base came up, revealing an 8-gigabyte micro SD card. Just then he stiffened, his head cocked to one side, trying to capture the tiny noise again. There was no doubt about it. Someone was outside his front door. Rising silently, he crossed to the kitchen and slid out a large-bladed carving knife. Back in the living room, he paused in front of the door, listening. He heard the sound again, as of the scrape of shoe soles against the hallway floor. Stepping closer, he grasped the lock and turned it over slowly and quietly. Keeping the point of the knife at the ready for an instantaneous thrust, he grasped the doorknob and, with a quick, efficient turn, pulled open the door. Chapter 24. Dick Richards, waiting to be shown into Tom Brick's palatial offices at the Core Energy headquarters on 16th Street Northwest, felt like a fugitive not only from Treadstone, but from life itself. He had been waiting for what seemed like hours, while a veritable parade of people were ushered in and out of the executive office suites. For what seemed like the 8th or 9th time, he hauled himself up and reintroduced himself to the young woman behind the slab bunk. She had the young person's knack of wearing her wireless earpiece like jewelry, somehow making her look more human rather than like an alien. She smiled up at him with her bee-stung lips. "Mr. Richards?" He was astonished that she remembered. "Mr. Lang would like a word with you." Stephen Lang was Senior Operations VP. Richards wondered why he wanted to see him. "I'm here to see Tom Brick." The receptionist smiled and touched the carapace of her earpiece. "He's not in the office at the moment. Do you know where he is?" The smile stayed in place, another piece of postmodern jewelry. "I believe that's what Mr. Lang wants to talk with you about." She held out a shapely, bare arm. "Do you know the way?" Richards nodded. "I do." Passing through the pebbled, translucent doors, he turned right to the end, then right again. Ahead of him lay Lang's spacious corner office. He had been in there a handful of times when Brick had brought him in on the logistics of one project or another. Stephen Lang was an ex-athlete running to fat. He still had the basic frame and musculature of a Michigan linebacker, but his face had broadened and his gut had deepened. The moment Richards entered his office, he came around from behind his desk, bouncing on the balls of his feet. He grinned, extended his hand in a brief, bone-crushing grip, and nodded at one of the upholstered chairs in front of his smoked glass-topped postmodern desk. "So I hear that the Treadstone computers are hopelessly snarled." Perched on a corner of his desk, he nodded. "Good work, Richards." "Thanks, but I'm now fucked. I can't go back there." "Not to worry. You've helped us achieve our goal at Treadstone. Time to move on." Lang clapped his hands together. "Listen, Tom wants to congratulate you himself. He was called away at the last minute, so he's arranged for a car and driver to take you to him." "Is he at the safe house?" "Yeah, about that. The safe house is no longer safe." Lang clapped his hands again. "As I said, time to move on." He stood, indicating that the interview was at an end. Extending his hand again, he said, "Safe travels, Richard. You've become invaluable to us, so a significant bump in pay is waiting for you, not to mention a bonus." He waved his hand. "Tom will explain it all." Richard's cheeks flushed, went out of the office suite. He barely felt his feet on the carpeting. Finally, he was getting the recognition he deserved. A chubby blonde greeted him with a smile on the elevator ride down to the lobby. He was so astonished when she said something to him that he scarcely heard a word she said. She looked vaguely familiar, but all he could muster was a stupid grin by way of reply. Watching her walk across the lobby, he thought, "Other women will smile at me. Beautiful women. Because they existed, especially here inside the Beltway, to respond galvanically to money and power." Outside, as Lang had said, a black Lincoln Navigator was waiting for him. It was a raw, gloomy late afternoon, with drizzle slanted by the wind. Richards hurried over. There was no need to introduce himself. Boggs, recognizing him, smiled and swung open the passenger door for him. Then he climbed in behind the wheel and peeled out, driving very fast through the congested streets of the city. Richard sat back, luxuriating in the beginning moments of his new life. He had made the right choice. Government service was for fools who were content to work unconscionably long hours, take home their meager pay packets each week, and eventually retire into obscurity, worn out, beaten down by the endless bureaucracy. They went over the Woodrow Wilson Memorial Bridge into Virginia, then turned north. 10 minutes later, the Navigator turned into a side entrance to Founders Park in Alexandria, which fronted the water. The driver got out, opened the door for Richards, and guided him down a long wharf that jutted out into the Potomac. At the far end was a large weathered wood gazebo under which he saw Tom Brick talking to a figure in shadow. He turned when Richards and the driver entered the gazebo's overhang. "Ah, you made it, Richards. Good deal." He gestured toward the other figure with him, the chubby blonde who had accompanied Richards down in the elevator. Richards had just a moment to register his surprise when he felt a ghastly pain in his side. He opened his mouth to shout, but the driver's thick hand clamped hard over the lower half of his face. Blood ran out of him, and his knees sagged. The driver was half holding him up. He looked at Tom Brick, who, along with the blonde, was watching him without any apparent emotion.
"What?"
he stammered.
"Why?"
Tom Brick sighed. "The very fact that you're asking these questions confirms that your usefulness to me is at an end." He stepped toward Richards, grabbed his chin, and lifted his face to stare into his eyes.
"You idiot. What did you think you were doing announcing yourself as the saboteur?"
I...
Richards's slowly freezing brain, already shutting down at its periphery, was desperately trying to grasp what was happening to him. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the blonde grinning at him, and he realized that she was a Treadstone employee, an assistant, someone in the unique position of watching everyone in the organization.
Jesus, he thought. Jesus Christ. This is the price you pay for having multiple masters, Richard.
Tom Brick's voice was gentle, rueful, understanding.
There was no other ending possible.
Richards's brain, robbed of blood, was turning more sluggish by the second, but still, he got it. Finally.
"You recognized Peter Marks right away?"
Brick nodded.
Thanks to Tricia here, I did.
"Then why did you let him—"
Once I knew he had followed me, that he knew more than I had dreamed, it was imperative to find out what his game was.
Brick pinched Richards's chin between the pincers of his thumb and forefinger.
You didn't tell me who he was, Richards. Why didn't you tell me?
Richards closed his eyes, swallowed hard. He was dying. So what the hell?
"I thought if he and Soraya Moore liked me, took me in, I could—"
What? What could you have, Richards? Friends? Colleagues? He shook his head. No one cares about you, Richards. No one wants to work with you. You're an insect I'm about to squash. You have a gift, but your human flaws outweigh your usefulness to us. You can't be trusted.
"I made my choice. I chose you."
Richards's voice sounded pathetic even to him. Tears leaked out of his eyes, and he began to weep.
"It's not fair. It's not fair."
Clearly disgusted, Tom Brick let him go, lifted his gaze, and nodded to his driver, holding Richards up. The knife slid in further, was twisted so violently Richards's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The sound that emerged through the hand clamped over his mouth was not unlike that a pig makes when the slaughtering blade comes down. The moment the door to the apartment swung open and the carving knife slashed out, Bourne caught Don Fernando's fist. "Easy, Don Fernando." Don Fernando stared at him, obviously shaken.
It was you, Jason? You were outside my door earlier?
Bourne shook his head as he stepped into the apartment and closed the door behind him. "I only just got here." He cocked his head. "Someone was trying to get into the apartment?"
That or he was keeping watch on me.
"There was no surveillance on the building," Bourne said, taking the carving knife from the older man's hand. "I checked."
Maceo Encarnacion and Harry Rowland are here in Paris. I think it was Rowland at my door earlier.
"Don Fernando," Bourne said. "Rowland is Nicodemo."
What? Are you certain?
Bourne nodded. "He's with Maceo Encarnacion. I followed them here from Mexico City."
The woman?
Rebeka was a Mossad agent. Bourne sat on a sofa. "She's dead."
Ah, well. Then we both lost someone.
Don Fernando sat heavily next to Bourne.
I'm sorry.
"What happened?" Don Fernando told him briefly about how Maceo Encarnacion had sent Martha Cristiana to kill him, and what had happened after he and Martha met.
She went out the bedroom window, leaped across me while I was sleeping. She could have killed me, but she didn't.
"You were lucky." Don Fernando shook his head.
No, Jason. Today I don't feel in the least bit lucky.
He laced his fingers together.
Hers was a soul in torment. Perhaps she needed a priest. I am no priest. In this case, I might have played the role of the devil.
We're all pursued by shadows, Don Fernando. There are times when they catch up to us. There's nothing more to be done. We have to move on. Don Fernando nodded. He picked up Martha Christiana's compact, popped it open, and showed Bourne the micro SD card hidden beneath the false bottom.
I can't help but think she left this for me to find.
He shrugged.
But perhaps that's just wishful thinking.
Have you looked at what's on the card? Don Fernando shook his head.
Not yet.
Well, Bourne said, plucking up the card, it's time we did. Maceo Encarnacion went up to the cockpit of his private jet. The door was open, the Chinese pilot going through a pre-flight checklist. Do you think he'll make it back in time? The pilot asked without looking up. Maceo Encarnacion grunted as he slipped into the navigator's seat.
Impossible to say.
Your attachment to him is well known. Maceo Encarnacion contemplated the pilot for some time.
What you mean,
he said slowly and finally,
is that Minister Ouyang disapproves of my attachment to Nicodemo.
The pilot, who was also Minister Ouyang's agent, said nothing. He sat very still, as if attempting to divine the air currents.
Nicodemo is my son. I raised him, taught him.
You took him from her. The pilot spoke without judgment, his voice perfectly neutral. Nevertheless, Maceo Encarnacion took offense. He could not do otherwise. It was in his nature.
His mother was married to someone else,
Maceo Encarnacion said, more to himself than to the pilot.
I loved her, but her husband was a powerful man, and I needed his power. She could not keep the child, could not even be with the husband while it was growing inside her. She took herself to Merida, to her aunt's estancia for the 5 months she was showing. I took the boy from her, raised him.
You said that already. Maceo Encarnacion hated these people, but he was forced to deal with them. No one else had their power, their expertise, their deep pockets, their vision. Nevertheless, he often, as now, had to exert an iron will to keep himself from beating them to a bloody pulp. The fact that he could not treat them as he treated his own people was like a knife in his gut. He often dreamed of this Chinese agent on the edge of the Pacific, his severed head rolling fish-eyed in the surf, while his trunk twitched, spewing blood like the fountain in Chapultepec Park. I repeated it because it's important in the understanding of my attachment, and I can never be certain of your grasp of Spanish. Maceo Encarnacion did not bother to wait for a response from the agent, knowing none would be forthcoming. Was there ever a poorer match in allies, he thought, than extrovert Mexican and introvert Chinese? This agent had a name, but Maceo Encarnacion never used it, assuming that it was false. Instead, he thought of him as "hey boy," a despicable term that amused him no end. He would tell him the story, part of it that he would take for the whole, because it amused him to do so. What he would not tell him was the private part. The identity of Nicodemo's and his sister Maricruz's mother remained locked inside him. Constanza Camargo had given birth to Nicodemo early in their years-long affair. Maricruz was born 3 years later. Constanza was the one woman he had ever loved, the one woman he could never have. First because of Constanza's husband, and then because of Constanza herself, who loved him, loved her 2 children with him, but had vowed never to see them, never to interrupt the flow of their lives with the truth, to complicate and warp their destinies in the name of her desire.
So,
Maceo Encarnacion said now,
Nicodemo, parted from his mother, became mine, body and soul. As soon as he was old enough, I sent him to a special school in Colombia. I felt it imperative that he learn the trade.
The drug trade, the agent said, with unnecessary venom. The Middle Kingdom had been done irreparable harm by the opium trade in the 1800s. The Chinese had memories centuries long.
That and the arms trade?
Maceo Encarnacion pursed his lips.
As Minister Ouyang well knows, my prime interest is in arming those who need it most.
When speaking with the agent, he always assumed he was speaking with Ouyang, the spider in the center of his Beijing web.
You are most altruistic.
Maceo Encarnacion's left hand twitched.
Not for the first time, Heyboy had crossed the line that would, in any other circumstance, have cost him, quite literally, his head. Once more it was necessary for Maceo Encarnacion to remind himself of the extreme importance of Minister Ouyang and his minions. Without Ouyang's assistance, the deal with Colonel Ben David would never have been possible.
My altruism is matched only by Minister Ouyang's,
he said, enunciating slowly and carefully.
You would do well to remember that.
The agent stared out the cockpit window.
When do we leave?
When I tell you to start the engines.
Maceo Encarnacion looked around.
Where is it?
The pilot looked at him with his long, mandarin eyes. His spidery fingers drew out from beneath his seat an olive-drab metal box with a fingerprint lock. Maceo Encarnacion pressed the end of his right forefinger onto the pressure pad, and the lock opened. He opened the top and looked down at the close-bonded stacks of $1,000 bills.
30 million. Amazing to look at,
he said.
Even for me.
Colonel Ben David will be pleased,
the agent said, deadpan. Maceo Encarnacion gave a silent laugh.
We all will.
Soraya was about to leave Peter's hospital room when Secretary Hendricks bustled in.
Good to see you out of bed, Soraya, he said,
and he looked past her to where Peter lay.
How are you feeling?
Numb, Peter said, in every way imaginable.
Hendricks dredged up a bark of a laugh.
Look, Peter, I don't have a lot of time. We have a bit of a situation up at headquarters.
The computer network is down.
That's right,
Hendricks said. At the same time, Soraya said,
What?
Dick Richards. Peter looked at Hendricks, who nodded. I told Sam to pick him up.
Anderson made a command decision to try and definitively link Richards with core energy,
Hendricks gestured.
Brick has been ultra-cautious, despite what he allegedly said to you.
He did say it to me, damn it, Peter said heatedly. Hendricks let Peter expend himself.
A court of law will rule against you,
he said after a time.
We've tried to follow a money trail, but if Richards is being paid by Core Energy or any of its subsidiaries, we have yet to find any evidence of it. Anderson knew this, which is why he put a keylogger onto the terminal he set Richards up at.
Don't tell me, Peter said sourly. It didn't work.
What makes you say that?
I assume you have Richards in custody?
For the first time, Hendricks appeared chagrined. He's gone. Disappeared.
Find Brick, Peter said. That's where Richard went, guaranteed. Hendricks spoke softly into his mobile. When the conversation concluded, he said,
For some reason, Brick wants the Treadstone system down. Why?
Assuming you're right, Soraya said, it's likely our overseas monitoring he wants to go silent. Peter snapped his fingers. You're right, but what is he afraid of us finding out? He gnawed on his thumb for a moment. Hendricks shifted from one foot to the other.
Peter...
He looked suddenly uncomfortable. When Peter looked up, he continued.
Considering everything that's happened to you, the serious nature of your current injury, I think it's best if you're relieved of duties as co-director of Treadstone.
What? Peter said. Soraya took a step forward. You can't.
I can,
Hendricks said.
And I am.
It's my legs that are paralyzed, Peter said, not my brain.
I'm very sorry, Peter, but my mind's made up.
As he turned to go, Soraya said, If Peter goes, so do I. Hendricks swiveled back, leveling his heavy gaze at her.
Don't be foolish, Soraya. Don't throw away your career for...
For what? My loyalty to my friend? She countered. Peter and I have served together from the beginning. We're a team. End of story. Hendricks shook his head.
You're confusing dedication with loyalty. That's a terrible mistake. One you're not likely to recover from.
It's Treadstone that won't recover from losing its co-directors, she said with all the force she could muster. The secretary appeared shocked.
You talk about Treadstone as if it's a family. It's not, Soraya. It's a business.
With all due respect, Mr. Secretary, Treadstone is a family, she said. Every one of its contacts overseas belongs to me. If I leave, they'll leave with me.
They won't.
Just as they did when I was let go from CI during the regime change. She stood toe-to-toe with Hendricks, unafraid because really she had nothing to lose. She had no desire to remain at Treadstone without Peter. I told you at the time that regime change was a mistake, and that's turned out to be true. CI is a shell of its former self. It's dysfunctional, and morale is far worse than what it was in the weeks following 9/11.
I don't react well to being threatened,
Hendricks said. I don't think I'm the one doing the threatening here.
Look, Anderson's in the field even as we speak. Peter put him in charge, and...
I like Sam as much as the next guy, Peter said, but he's not seasoned enough to run field ops for Treadstone for any length of time.
Are either of you going to do it?
Hendricks gestured.
Look at you. Neither of you could walk out of here under your own power.
There's nothing to stop us setting up a temporary HQ right here in Peter's room, Soraya said. In fact, given that the Treadstone servers have been rendered useless, a substitute network seems like the best possible course of action right now. Peter, who had been watching the dispute like a spectator watching a tennis match, now said, Wait a minute. Soraya, that $30 million I found? I assumed it was drug money, but what if it's not? She turned, frowning. What do you mean? What if it was being used to pay for something else?
The money's proved to be counterfeit,
Hendricks said dismissively. What? Peter's head turned. Really? Hendricks nodded.
Uh-huh.
But that doesn't make sense. The guy who almost killed me.
Tulio Vistoso, Hendricks said, a.k.a. the Aztec, a top-line Mexican drug lord.
I don't understand, Soraya said.
We think it was a feint,
the secretary said.
Classic misdirection on Maceo Encarnacion's part. When he's in Mexico City, the two are practically joined at the hip.
Peter shook his head. I'm not so sure. The Aztec went to extreme lengths to protect that money. Another short silence ensued. Is it possible, Soraya mused, that Vistoso didn't know the money was counterfeit? Peter was intrigued. That would mean he'd been scammed.
That doesn't track,
Hendricks said.
Vistoso was one of the Mexican big three. Who would dare to scam him?
Someone with more juice. Peter looked from one to the other. Someone like Maceo Encarnacion. Soraya turned to Hendricks. Have you been tracking him?
Encarnacion was in Washington several days ago, giving an interview for Politics as usual.
I'm still back on the counterfeit $30 million, Peter said. Something about it is totally off. He snapped his fingers. There must be an expert we can get hold of who might be able to tell us who the counterfeiter is.
It's already being worked on,
Hendricks said.
But why should we be interested?
$30 million is an enormous amount, Peter mused. It had to be very, very good work. A master forger was involved. Maybe we can use him to implicate Maceo Encarnacion. Soraya crossed her arms over her swollen breasts, noticing how tender they had become. Speaking of Maceo Encarnacion, do we know where he went after his interview?
He flew back to his headquarters in Mexico City,
Hendricks said. Is he there now? Peter said. Hendricks was already on his mobile, barking orders. He waited, staring at Peter. A moment later, he got his reply.
He's in Paris now, but has yet to disembark, which is odd because his plane has been on the ground for a good 6 hours.
So, okay, Peter said. Because Vistoso was Maceo Encarnacion's prime lieutenant, and because $30 million, even in counterfeit money, is a hell of a sum, we've speculated that Encarnacion must be involved. I'm thinking of Brick wanting the Treadstone system down, Soraya said. Could there be a connection between him and Maceo Encarnacion? That system, Peter said, is our best listening post in the Middle East. And Paris, Soraya said, is a hell of a lot closer to the Middle East than Mexico City. Hendricks gave a quick nod.
Maceo Encarnacion's pilot will have to file a flight plan out of Paris.
We get that, Peter nodded. We know precisely where he's going. If it's to the Middle East, we have our proof of Encarnacion's involvement. Hendricks, the mobile to his ear, started giving them orders. Hold on, Soraya said. You forget. We don't work for you anymore.
Who the fuck said that?
Hendricks gave them a hint of a smile just before he stepped through the door. Chapter 25.
Think of it as a troika, Bourne said, as he scanned the information on Martha Christiana's micro SD chip. Maceo Encarnacion, Tom Brick, the Chinese.
Don Fernando shook his head.
What I don't understand is why Martha had this material in the first place.
It was her fuck you stash, Bourne said. She amassed this information to use as leverage. Don Fernando was silent for some time. He stared at the screen of his laptop with a melancholy sorrow. At last, he heaved a great sigh.
But in the end, she didn't use it.
He turned to look at Bourne.
Why?
This was a way out, but only one of several. It would still leave her a life of constantly looking over her shoulder.
She wouldn't have wanted that,
Don Fernando said. From what you've told me about her, no. But, on the other hand, I doubt that she wanted out at all. That was her essential dilemma. She could no longer go forward, and for her there was no way back. There was no other way, no other life that she could conceive of.
I told her about it,
Don Fernando lamented.
I laid it all out for her.
She couldn't hear it, or she couldn't believe it. Don Fernando sighed and nodded with a kind of finality.
You're a good friend, Jason. There aren't many like you.
Traffic rolled endlessly by outside. The amplified voice of the guide aboard a passing bateau mouche rolled up the stone walls to them, then drifted away, as if on a watery tide. The bare trees whipped in the wind off the Seine. Downstairs, on the Quai de Bourbon, there were still gawkers murmuring among themselves about last night's suicide. The circus hadn't died down. Bourne pointed to the screen. According to Martha's information, the Chinese have been laundering money through Maceo Encarnacion.
They're going to use the $30 million to buy something from an unknown entity in the Middle East. Something very important,
Don Fernando said.
But Martha didn't know what it was, or from whom it was to be bought.
Bourne did know, however, because Rebeka had whispered the name to him just before she bled out in the back seat of the taxi in Mexico City. Don Fernando sat back.
What I don't understand is what Maceo Encarnacion gets out of this deal. A 10% laundering fee, that's hardly worth the risk he's taking.
Bourne scrolled through Martha's information again. Something he had seen before had stuck in his mind. Then his forefinger stabbed out as he pointed. There. Tom Brick's involvement. He turned to Don Fernando. What does Core Energy stand to gain in a deal with Maceo Encarnacion and the Chinese?
Don Fernando thought for a moment. That depends on what the Chinese are buying.
It's energy-related, Bourne said. Don't you see? Energy is the element that ties all these people together.
Yes. With their huge upsurge in economic expansion, production, infrastructure, and population, the Chinese are always after alternative forms of energy. I can see how Brick and Core Energy would want a piece of whatever technology the Chinese are after.
He shook his head.
But Maceo Encarnacion.
The troika only makes sense if Maceo Encarnacion and Core Energy are somehow allied.
What? But Christian and I would know about that, surely.
Would you?
We've had our eye on both Maceo Encarnacion and Core Energy, Jason. We could find no money trail between the two.
If Brick and the Maceo Encarnacion went about the alliance in the right way, there wouldn't be one. A money trail would be the first thing they'd conceal. From what I've read, Core Energy has more than enough subsidiaries worldwide to conceal a money trail.
Not from us,
Don Fernando insisted.
Christian has developed a proprietary software program that drills down through any mare's nest of shell corporations and holding companies. I'm telling you, there's no money trail.
Bourne laughed. Of course. That's where Maceo Encarnacion's drug lords come in. They're the ones who reverse launder the money flowing between Maceo Encarnacion and Core Energy.
Reverse launder?
Bourne nodded. Instead of funneling dirty money through legitimate sources, Brick and Maceo Encarnacion have done the reverse. They've taken the legitimate money that flows between their two companies and funneled it through the drug lords, making it dirty and therefore untraceable. It's all cash, back and forth. No matter how clever and sophisticated Christian's software program is, it isn't going to pick up those kinds of transactions. No one else is either.
It's brilliant.
Don Fernando passed a hand across his forehead.
I wish to God I had thought of it.
Don Fernando, Bourne said. Maceo Encarnacion and the 30 million are going to Lebanon to consummate a deal. The older man brightened considerably. It was clear Martha Christiana's death had hit him hard.
Then we need to get there as quickly as possible.
Bourne regarded him warily. We're not going anywhere until we take care of Nicodemo. You told me you went to a lot of trouble to prove to Maceo Encarnacion that you died when your private jet crashed. But if Nicodemo was at your door earlier, then chances are he saw you outside the building. Encarnacion knows you're alive. Nicodemo won't allow you to leave Paris alive.
So many things can go wrong. Minister Ouyang, a tiny translucent teacup balanced between his fingertips, stood in the large central chamber of the magnificent Changhuagong, the private suite of Jianlong, the emperor of the Qing dynasty, buried in the secret center of the Forbidden City. Few people were allowed into the chambers, which gleamed with the emperor's jaw-dropping collection of precious jade figurines and historic calligraphic scrolls, and none but Minister Ouyang and several others of the Central Committee at such a late hour. The flames from tiers of thick yellow candles threw off flickering, glimmering light that both illuminated and shadowed the array of the Middle Kingdom's treasures. The woman to whom Ouyang had directed his concern was curled like a cat on a Mandarin divan brought in for the occasion, and followed him with her coffee-colored eyes. Even in this position, the power in her long legs was apparent. Cloaked in a gleaming orange Shantung silk robe, she looked like the emissary of the sun. If you think that way, darling, you will make it so. Ouyang turned sharply enough for the hot tea to sting one fingertip. He ignored the pain to stare at his wife. I will never understand you, Maricruz. She bowed her head slightly, her thick waterfall of hair covering one eye, acknowledging the compliment in the restrained manner of the high-caste Chinese with whom she had lived since coming to Beijing a decade ago. This is as it should be. Ouyang, in a long traditional Mandarin's robe, took a step toward her. But really, you are not like a Westerner at all. If I had been, she said, in a voice of stillness and depth, you never would have married me. Ouyang studied her the way a painter eyes the model for his most important work of art. Transformation was the painter's skill. It was also Ouyang's. Do you want to know what ultimately attracted me to you? Maricruz opened her eyes slightly. Your patience. Ouyang took a sip of his tea, held it in his mouth for a moment, then swallowed. Patience is the greatest of virtues. It is almost wholly unknown in the West. The Arabs understand the value of patience, but they are primitives compared to us. Maricruz laughed. I think that's what I like most about you Chinese, your incredibly high opinion of yourself. She laughed again. The Middle Kingdom. Ouyang took another sip of tea, savoring it much as he savored these intellectual boxing matches with his wife. No one else had the guts to talk to him in this blunt manner. You're living in the Middle Kingdom, Maricruz, and loving every minute of it. Ouyang crossed to a narrow niche and took up a small jade box, exquisitely engraved with rampant dragons on a field of stylized clouds. He held this box in his two hands. The Middle Kingdom has always been a rich source of mythology. I think you know this, Maricruz. Your own civilization is steeped in myth and legend. Ouyang's obsidian eyes glittered. However, our history is so long and twisted that we have had several setbacks, all of them egregious. The first one occurred many centuries ago, in 213 BC, when Emperor Shi Huangdi of the Qin dynasty ordered the burning of all books on subjects other than medicine, prophecy, and farming. Thus we lost many of the Middle Kingdom's root mythological sources. As often happens here, Shi Huangdi's order was reversed in 191 BC, and much of the literature was reconstructed. However, it was rewritten to support ideas popular with the then current emperor. Mythological history was rewritten, as it is over and over again, by the victor. Valuable information was lost forever. He came toward her with the box held like an object of infinite value. Rarely, however, a piece of the precious past is somehow discovered, either by fate or by the desire to find it. Standing in front of her, he held out the box. Maricruz eyed the jade warily. "What is this?" "Please," Ouyang said, bending down to her. Maricruz took the box, which weighed far more than she had expected. It was cool to the touch, smooth as glass. With one hand she opened the top. Her fingers trembled. Inside was a folded square of paper. She looked up at Ouyang. "The name of your mother, Maricruz." Her mouth opened, but no sound emerged. "Should you wish to find her?" "She's alive?" Maricruz breathed. Ouyang watched her, eyes alight. "She is." Very slowly she closed the box and set it down on the settee beside her. She uncoiled with a lithe strength he found intoxicating. She reminded him of the American movie stars of the 1940s. As she rose, her robe parted. How did she manage that magician sleight of hand, he wondered. The inner hemispheres of her firm breasts revealed themselves like beautiful bronze bowls. She pressed her body against him. "Thank you, Ouyang," she said formally. "What will you do?" "I don't know," she whispered. "I want to know. I don't want to know." "You have the chance to undo the revision of your own personal history." "It means defying my father?" She rubbed her forehead against his shoulder. "What if my mother doesn't want to see me? Why didn't she try?" "You know your father," Ouyang said softly, "better than anyone." "There must be a reason," she said. "Do you know what it is?" "I have reached the limit of my knowledge in this affair." But, of course, Ouyang knew the reason, just as Maricruz would the moment she saw the name of her mother, married to a powerful drug lord, a friend, a business partner, who Maceo Encarnacion cuckolded without a scintilla of remorse. He had desired Constanza Camargo. That was Maceo Encarnacion in a nutshell. "I need time," Maricruz said now. "I need to concentrate on what is about to transpire." Even as Ouyang felt his body respond to hers, his mind returned to what she had said. "You are correct, Maricruz. I have the perfect partners. Nothing is going to go wrong." She smiled at him, her arms wrapped around him. "This plan would not have been possible without you," he said, nuzzling her ear. "Without the participation of your father and brother." Maricruz's laugh was a gurgle deep in her throat. "My poor brother, Juanito, saddled with the name Nicodemo, with the sobriquet, the djinn who lights the way, both given to him by our father in order to bury himself even more deeply in the shadows. Your father moves in a circle of light in his legitimate business dealings as CEO of Steel Trap. He moves in a circle of shadow with his illegitimate dealings with the cream of the drug lords and arms dealers." His fingertips caressed her bare shoulders beneath the slithery robe. "But I know a different Maceo Encarnacion, the one who moves in darkness, the one who makes plans like a master chess player. The one who brings disparate elements together, often without their knowledge or consent. The one who is invaluable to me.
Maricruz, breathing softly and evenly, lowered her head into the crook of his neck.
There is no end to his cleverness, to his ruthlessness, to his ability to use anyone and everyone when it suits his purpose.
Ouyang smiled.
Your father and I have no illusions about our relationship. We use each other. It's symbiotic. We accomplish so much more that way. And Colonel Ben David? A means to an end. You will make a lifelong enemy.
Ouyang smiled as his hand encircled her breast.
This is not an issue. He won't survive.
She drew back with a tiny, indrawn breath.
Ben David is a colonel in the Mossad. Do you really think you can get an assassin close enough to him? I have already done my part,
Ouyang said, drawing her back to him.
Your father has arranged everything else.
He smiled.
It will be Jason Bourne who terminates Colonel Ben David with extreme prejudice.
Sam Anderson was in a foul mood when he got off the phone with Secretary Hendricks. He felt that he had let Peter down. He was angry at himself for not being able to be in two places at once, for not delegating, for not ordering one of his subordinates to keep an eye on Dick Richards. As he climbed into his car along with an agent named James, he cursed the evil gods that raged over Treadstone. The organization had been ill-fated ever since it had first come into existence. Sometimes, as now, it seemed to him that the current Treadstone staff was paying for the missteps and sins of its founders. There was no other interpretation of both co-directors being down at the same time. As he raced through the Washington traffic, he nodded to James. Do it now. James dialed a number on his mobile, then put the call on speakerphone. When a female voice, smoothly efficient as a robot's, answered, he asked for Tom Brick.
May I ask who is calling?
The female voice asked. James turned to Anderson, who nodded. Herb Davidoff, editor-in-chief of Politics as Usual.
Just a moment, please.
There was a pause, during which Anderson slewed the car around a lumbering truck. Half on the sidewalk, he hit the horn, scattering nearby pedestrians. Take it easy, boss, James mouthed at him.
Mr. Davidoff?
The female voice had returned. Here?
I'm afraid Mr. Brick is currently unavailable.
Please tell him that I need a quote from him for a front-page story. James hurried over her. Time is of the essence.
I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Davidoff. I'll switch you to his voicemail. I assure you Mr. Brick accesses it several times a day.
Thanks very much, James said, terminating the connection. He glanced at Anderson. The house in Virginia? He meant the house to which Peter had been taken by Tom Brick. Deploy our best Covesick, Anderson said as he put his foot to the accelerator. He meant a covert forensic team. James nodded and got on it. Just then a call came into Anderson's mobile. Handle it yourself, he barked. He was in no mood for office decisions.
Sir, it's Michelson. I'm 3 blocks south of Founders Park in Virginia. The police just fished a body out of the Potomac. It's Dick Richards.
Fuck, Anderson said, even as he put the car into a controlled skid, making a sharp U-turn and accelerated away. Tell me why Colonel Ben David is at the nexus of the Troika's plan, Don Fernando said. It started with Silex. Bourne shifted on the larger of the apartment's 2 sofas. The methodology draws on the extraordinary purity of laser light to selectively agitate uranium's enriched form. They need an isotope is identified, culled, and extracted. If it works, the process is a game-changer. Enriched uranium for nuclear power plants could be manufactured in a fraction of the time and at a fraction of the cost it now takes. The problem, Bourne went on, is that Silex would also make weapons-grade uranium easily available, yellow-caked to nuclear warheads in a matter of days. But it doesn't work, Don Fernando said. Bourne nodded. GE bought the rights to Silex in 2006, but it has yet to perfect the process. He turned, staring out the window at the peaceful river traffic. He seemed always to be looking at people going about their peaceful daily lives, while the world hurtled toward the precipice of war. Silex was just the beginning.
3 years ago, the Israelis set up an underground research facility in northwest Lebanon, just outside a small town known as Dar el-Amar. The facility was guarded by a small select unit of Mossad agents under the command of Colonel Ben David. He turned back to Don Fernando. It was to Dar el-Amar that Rebeka guided me after we were both wounded in a firefight in Damascus 6 weeks ago. It was the closest safe haven, at least for her. She was feverish, very badly wounded. I imagine she wasn't thinking clearly. Bringing me to Dar el-Amar was a breach of security. Colonel Ben David tried to have me killed. I managed to escape in the helo we flew in on, but as I left I caught a glimpse of the bunkered facility. Rebeka told me the rest. The Israeli scientists had a breakthrough. Their version of Silex works. There was a deepening silence, into which after a time Don Fernando cleared his throat.
So let me get this straight. Colonel Ben David has agreed to sell this process to Maceo Encarnacion?
To the Chinese, Bourne said. My guess is Maceo Encarnacion is a peripheral figure in all this. Maybe he's the broker, the one who put Colonel Ben David together with the Chinese.
That could very well be.
Don Fernando tapped his teeth ruminatively with his forefinger.
After all, Steel Trap employs a good number of Israeli technicians. It sells its proprietary internet security to the Israeli government, among many other huge clients.
He shook his head.
What I don't understand is why Colonel Ben David would betray his country.
30 million. Dangle enough money in front of a man like that, a military man, a disgruntled officer who's probably never made more than $50,000 a year, and the crystal ball clears.
How did you come by that figure? Did you pull it out of the air?
So to speak, Bourne said, waggling his mobile. Don Fernando made a whistling sound.
Even for Christian and me, that's a trainload of money. I can only imagine that it would be irresistible to Ben David.
He sat down heavily on the smaller sofa.
The problem is we're trapped here in my apartment. Nicodemo could take me down with a sniper rifle the minute I walk out my door.
He won't, Bourne said. Nicodemo comes from a tradition of hands-on killing. It's a matter of honor. Killing you at a distance won't satisfy him. He wants to take your head off.
Cold comfort,
Don Fernando grunted. Nevertheless, it works to our advantage. Bourne, staring out the window again, lifted his view across the river to the right bank. I need to bring Nicodemo into my territory. In the far distance, he could just make out the sugar-white dome of Sacré-Cœur atop Montmartre. Tell me, Don Fernando, when was the last time you went to the Moulin Rouge? Peter and Soraya looked at each other after Secretary Hendricks left his room. Why did you do that? Peter said. Soraya smiled and came and sat on the edge of his bed. You're welcome. Seriously? He said. She nodded. I don't want to leave. Because of me? She shrugged. Is that so terrible a reason? He studied her for a moment, then took a drink of water from a plastic cup. He seemed to be debating something internally. I have to ask myself, Soraya, you've been lying to me. Withholding some information, that's not the same thing. If we can't trust each other, what's the point of either of us staying together? Oh, Peter, she leaned over and kissed his cheek. I trust you with my life. It's just that... Her eyes cut away for a moment. I didn't want anyone to know about my pregnancy. I figured it would jeopardize my position. You thought I'd betray you to Hendricks? No, To be honest, Peter, I don't know what I thought. She touched the bandaged side of her head. Obviously, I wasn't thinking clearly. He took her hand in his, and they sat like that, wordless, full of emotion, for some time. Outside, in the corridor, orderlies wheeled gurneys, nurses hurried by, doctors' names were called. All of that seemed part of another world that had nothing to do with them. I want to help you, Soraya said at length. I don't need help. But that was an instinctive knee-jerk response, and they both knew it. That shared knowledge seemed to break the newly formed ice, to return them to the time when they were closer than siblings, when they shared everything. Soraya leaned closer and spoke to him in low, intimate tones while he listened intently as she outlined the top-secret mission Hendricks had given her. Listen, Peter, she concluded. Charles is dead. It's over now. But this liaison with him was strictly Hendrix's idea. He came to me with it, said it was a matter of national security, and I felt that I couldn't refuse him. He shouldn't have asked that of you. I've been through that with him. He knows he crossed the line.
And yet he did it, Peter said.
And he'll do it again. You know it and I know it. Probably.
What will you tell him the next time?
She touched her belly. I have my child to think of now. Things will be different.
You think so? Her gaze drifted from him to the middle distance.
You're right. I can't know.
He squeezed her hand.
None of us can. Ever. No matter the circumstances. A small smile wreathed her lips. True enough. Leaning over again, she hugged him. I'm so sorry, Peter.
Don't be. Everything happens for a reason.
She drew back, watching him. Do you really believe that?
He laughed without much humor.
No, but saying it helped keep my spirits up. She looked at him steadily. It's going to be a long haul, no matter what happens with your legs.
I know that.
I'll be here.
I know that, too, he sighed. They'll order a psych eval to determine whether I'm fit for duty.
So what? They've already ordered one for me. We're fit for duty, Peter. End of story. Once more they sat in companionable silence. Once, a tear overran Peter's eye and slid down his cheek. Damn it to hell, he said, and Soraya squeezed his hand again. Tell me something, he said. Tell me something positive. Let's start with Jason Bourne, she said, and how he needs our help.
Chapter 26.
La Goulou had been the first of the Moulin Rouge's famed can-can queens. Each night she entered the famed theater via the well-hidden and almost unknown Entrée des Artistes, a tiny staircase that led to heaven from the grubby back alleys of Montmartre. The well-worn staircase, trod upon by generations of the Moulin's dancers and cabaret artists for over a century, had in years past been supplanted by a newer backstage entrance. Don Fernando, however, knew not only of its existence, but the fact that it was still a useful way to gain access to the halcyon environs of the Moulin Rouge, when all other methods failed, or when one of the Doris girls of his acquaintance wanted to sneak him in for some backstage shenanigans between shows. He called his current Doris girl, Cerise, who, he assured Bourne, was absolutely reliable. Just after 8 p.m., they exited Don Fernando's building on the Quai de Bourbon. A driver and car from Don Fernando's favored service were waiting.
Tell the driver you've changed your mind, Bourne said.
When Don Fernando dismissed the car and driver, he and Bourne crossed the nearby bridge to the right bank without incident.
I don't see him,
Don Fernando said.
You won't,
Bourne assured him. But there was a better-than-even chance he had suborned someone inside the car company you frequent. The thing to avoid was crowds, so they headed for the taxi tête de station near the L'Hôtel de Ville and climbed into the waiting cab. Don Fernando gave the driver the address of the Moulin Rouge, and the Mercedes nosed out into traffic.
You seem very sure of yourself, Jason,
Don Fernando said as he settled back into the seat. It never pays to be sure of anything, Bourne replied, apart from putting one foot in front of the other in the dark. Don Fernando nodded as he stared at the back of the driver's head.
I never asked you about the female Mossad agent.
Rebeka, Bourne said. She and I were both after the same man, Samid Abdul Kahar, the head of the mosque in Munich and one of the seminal players in the Muslim Brotherhood. We joined forces, we helped each other. She was a good person, someone trying to do the right thing even though it might very well have cost her her position at Mossad. Don Fernando nodded absently.
There's always a price to pay for doing the right thing, he mused. The only question is,
How heavy is the price?
He rubbed his knuckles against the side of his face.
And there's also a price for not being able to do the right thing.
He sighed.
That's the nature of life, I suppose.
Our life especially. Their discussion was interrupted when they were rear-ended by the car behind them. It was at a slow speed and didn't amount to much. Nevertheless, the driver threw the Mercedes into park and got out and started an altercation with the driver of the other car.
"Get out," Bourne said suddenly. He pushed against Don Fernando. "Get out now!" Bourne pulled on the door handle, but the central lock had been engaged from the driver's console. The driver who had hit them handed the taxi driver a small packet. Bourne launched himself over the front seat backs, but at that moment a figure ducked into the Mercedes and pointed a Sig Sauer at him, forcing him to return to the back seat.
"No escape now,"
Nicodemo said, as he slid behind the wheel. He nodded, and the taxi driver returned to the car. Keeping the Sig trained on them, Nicodemo disengaged the central lock. The driver wrenched open the rear door and bound Bourne's wrists behind his back with a length of plastic zip cord, then did the same to Don Fernando.
"Take them to the trunk,"
Nicodemo said.
"You came into us too hard," the driver said. "The lock's bashed in and the trunk won't open." "Okay, get out of here,"
Nicodemo said. The driver slammed the rear door shut and went back to the car Nicodemo had been driving. Nicodemo, behind the wheel of the Mercedes, grinned at them.
"Now the real darkness comes, Jason."
Bourne said nothing. He was testing the tensile strength of the zip cord. He wouldn't be able to snap it without outside help. Placing the Sig on the seat bench beside him, Nicodemo turned away from them to face front.
"Much better to have
tame animals," he said, watching them in the rearview mirror as he put the Mercedes in gear and pulled out into the nighttime street.
"Than wild ones to the slaughter."
"A funny thing happened to me on the way to your office, Mr. Brick," Anderson said. "Funny odd, that is."
"And what would that be, Agent Anderson?"
"I just came from looking at a body fished out of the Potomac River. Hadn't been there long, a couple of hours max." Tom Brick, sitting at ease behind his large masculine desk in his massive office that took up an entire corner of the top floor of Core Energy, spread his hands.
"Yeah? So?"
"Knife twice in the side."
"What's it got to do with me?"
"What's it got to do with me?" the man says. Anderson, with James at his side, stood in the approximate center of the office. Having shown his government ID to the phalanx of secretaries, assistants, and assorted flunkies, they had been ushered into Brick's office, where, it appeared, he was having a meeting with a suit seated on a sofa facing the desk. Brick did not invite the newcomers to sit. Anderson checked the expression on the professionally scrubbed face of the suit before he returned his gaze to Brick. "I'm curious, Mr. Brick, as to why you haven't asked the victim's name." Brick stared at him with dead fish eyes.
"His name is of no interest to me."
"You said his, but I said a body."
Brick snorted. "Don't play NCIS with me, Anderson."
"I'll tell you anyway, because you know him. His name is Dick Richards." Brick sat for a moment, unmoving. Then he rose and gestured to the man with whom he had been talking when Anderson and James had entered. "Perhaps it's time you met Bill Pelham." "As in Pelham, Noble, and Gunn?" Brick couldn't contain a smile.
"That's right."
Pelham, Noble, and Gunn was in the top tier of Washington law firms. It counted among its clients many presidents, former presidents, and senators, not to mention the head of the FBI, as well as the mayor and the police commissioner of D.C. Its juice was potent. It flowed directly from the hallowed Beltway source. Anderson, trying his damnedest to ignore the broadside, said, "In any event, Mr. Brick, we need to talk, now."
"No talk,"
Bill Pelham said, rising from his seat on the sofa.
"No talk now?
Not ever." "Three things I can't abide," Anne Ring said. "Confusion, complication, and dissembling." Around them, in the postmodern spaciousness of the restaurant Lee Wan had chosen, silverware clinked and glasses chimed. Voices were raised in small talk. People deep in conversations on their mobile phones ignored everyone around them. She stared deep into Lee's obsidian eyes. "Unfortunately, life is full of confusion, complication, and dissembling." She smiled with crimson lips. I like neatness, clean beginnings at least. Lee inclined his narrow head. As do I, Senator Ring. And yet here we both are in Washington, D.C. Her laugh was easy to like, meant to put the listener at ease. Lee was not as easy a mark as that. Being at a center of power is like being in a magnetic storm. Lee took a sip of white wine, at once exhilarating and disorienting. Anne tipped her head. Is it the same in Beijing? The change in Lee's expression caused her to curse herself. I wouldn't know. He put down his glass with exaggerated care. I myself have never been to Beijing. Did you just assume? 1,000 pardons, Mr. Lee. I meant nothing. Oh, I'm most certain. He waved away her words with the flat of his hand. Actually, Beijing seems as foreign to me as I imagine it does to you. She allowed a small laugh to escape her lips. Another thing we have in common. His depthless eyes sought hers. Commonalities are rare, I find, especially in a magnetic storm. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Lee. She picked up her menu, a large, stiff thing with the offerings printed in a typeface simulating handwritten script. With her face shielded from his, she said, What shall we eat? Steak, I think, he said without consulting his menu, and a Caesar salad to start. Cream spinach and onion rings? Why not? When she set aside her menu, she saw the depth of his scrutiny of her. Remember, Hendricks had told her at the very start, this is a very dangerous man. He seems unassuming, however, he's anything but. Lee called a waiter over and ordered for them. The waiter gathered up the menus and departed. This evening reminds me of a story, Lee said when they were alone again. There was once a businessman in Chicago. He married a woman with a good head on her shoulders, so good, in fact, that following her suggestions caused his business to grow to 2, then 3 times its original size. As you can imagine, the businessman was very happy. A flourishing business caused his standing in the community to grow by leaps and bounds. He was sought out for company mergers as well as for advice. In each instance, he consulted his wife, and in each instance, following her advice brought him more fame and riches. Lee paused to refill their glasses. Now, you might think the businessman's life was perfect. Everyone who knew him, as well as everyone who knew of him, envied him his position and wealth, but no. In fact, he was miserable. His wife never warmed his bed, only others. Lee stared into his raised glass. One day the businessman's wife died. It was very sudden and completely unexpected. Of course, the businessman mourned her, but more for the loss of her business acumen than for the woman herself. Several weeks later, his brother said to him, "What will you do now?" And the businessman, after several moments of contemplation, said, "I will do what I've always done, and hope for the best." Anne Ring smiled in the most neutral way. This was not simply a story Lee had once heard. In fact, he might have made it up on the spot. Either way, it was illustrative. The question the businessman's brother had posed to him was the same one Lee was asking her. Whether by design or not, his timing was impeccable. The Caesar salads arrived, set down in front of each of them in white ceramic bowls. Anne spent some time tasting the salad, asking for fresh ground pepper and thanking the waiter. "I like the first part of the businessman's answer," she said carefully, "but not the second. It's never wise to sit back and hope for the best." The story makes me wonder who really makes the decisions in families. It seems the answer is never what it appears to be on the surface. Anne understood that he was asking about her and Charles, which is why she chose to ignore the implied question, preferring to stick to her own agenda. She ate more salad, crunching through the garlic croutons as if they were bones. "What surprises me, Mr. Lee, is your knowledge of my intimate life with Charles." He laid down his fork. "There is no easy way to say this, Senator. Your husband was not a happy man." Anne watched Lee with an enigmatic expression. "You mean he wasn't content?"
She bared her teeth just slightly. The two aren't synonymous. For the first time all evening, Lee appeared flustered.
"I beg your pardon," he said.
Looking out the window of the Mercedes, Bourne could see that Nicodemo was taking them across the river to the left bank, the magnificent gilded light globes spanning the Pont Alexandre III spun like miniature suns. Doubtless, Nicodemo was taking them to the killing ground he had chosen. Bourne had no intention of letting him get there. Edging himself down on the seat until he was directly behind Nicodemo, Bourne arched his back, pressed it hard against the rear seat back. He extended his legs over the top of the front seat on either side of Nicodemo's neck and, bringing them together, locked his ankles at Nicodemo's throat. Predictably, Nicodemo arched backward, his body in reflex action to get away from the chokehold. Don Fernando kicked him hard on the right ear with his heel. Nicodemo's head trembled on his neck, and Bourne squeezed tighter, muscles like iron bands. Blindly, Nicodemo scrabbled on the seat for the cig. Bourne, exerting all his strength, lurched him away to the left, his shoulder impacting so hard against the unlocked door that it popped open. The Mercedes began to swerve in wider and wider arcs, and the cig fell to the floor well, out of his reach. Horns blared, brakes squealed, abruptly halted tires left scorch marks on the bridge bed. Wide-eyed, Nicodemo was forced to try to free himself while attempting to keep control of the car. Blind instinct took over. In trying to pry Bourne's legs away from him, he removed his hands from the wheel. But as he arched back again, his right foot inadvertently stabbed down on the accelerator. The Mercedes shot forward just as it was aimed at the side of the bridge. The combination of its speed and weight lifted it onto the pedestrian walkway, slammed it into the ancient stone, crumbling in places, of the bridge's decorative balustrade. The impact jerked everyone forward, momentarily loosening Bourne's grip. But at that moment, a light truck, attempting to circumnavigate the traffic tie-up, sideswiped the Mercedes, smashing it through the already crumbling balustrade. The massive impact hurled the Mercedes out over the river, the driver's door swinging wide with the momentum, and the car plummeted straight down. It hit the water, which instantly rushed in on a merciless tidal wave, swamping the interior, threatening to drown the three men inside. Anne made the sound much like that of a cat purring. She set aside her salad. "You know, Mr. Lee, it occurs to me now that I know nothing about Natasha Ilion. Apart, that is, from what I read in W, Vogue, and Vanity Fair. But that's all image, publicity spin." Mr. Lee smiled. They were back on familiar ground. "Tasha and I lead very different lives," he said with a shrug of his shoulders. "But when you come together," the slightest hint of a smile, "I beg your pardon." "Tasha isn't someone easy to know," Lee said, as if he had not heard her. "Israelis are gruff, direct, often disconcertingly so. Like all of them, she spent time in the army. That changes them, in my opinion." "Is that so?" Anne cupped her chin in one hand. "How do you mean?" The salad bowls were cleared away, the oversized steak knives presented, and, with a brief flourish, laid out. "In Tasha's case, it's made her wary, distrustful. She considers her entire life a secret. And, of course, you find this intriguing, fascinating." He sat back as the entrees and side dishes were set before them. Several twists of black pepper later, he took up fork and steak knife and sliced. The meat was bloody, exactly as ordered. "I'm a self-professed xenophile. I'm fascinated, as you put it, by the different, the exotic, the unknowable. I imagine there's nothing more exotic than an Israeli supermodel." He chewed slowly and fastidiously. "I could think of several, but I'm quite content with what I have. Unlike my late husband." She dragged several onion rings onto the crusty top of her steak. She looked up suddenly, her gaze like the thrust of a knife. "Charlie confided in you about his affairs." It wasn't a question, and Lee didn't take it as such. "It seemed that Charles had very few friends and no confidants," he said. "Apart from you." Her eyes held steady on him. "That should have been me." "We can't always get what we want, Senator." He took a slice of meat between his teeth. chewed in his dainty way, then swallowed. But we can try. I'm wondering why Charlie felt he could confide in you. The answer is simple enough, Lee said. It's easier to talk of intimate matters to a stranger. But that wasn't it at all, and they both knew it. Anne was growing weary of the conversational circumlocutions required by Chinese custom. Though Lee was American-born, in this he was very traditional. Maybe the Chinese insisted on these long, circular verbal paths, she thought, to wear you out, soften you up for the moment when negotiation began. Come on, Mr. Lee, you and Charlie shared secrets? Yes, he said. We did. Anne was so surprised by this bald admission that she briefly lost her breath. Your husband and I had an arrangement, Senator, an arrangement that benefited both of us in equal measure. Anne didn't bat an eye. I'm listening. It seems to me, Lee said, that you have been listening all evening. She laughed then, dry as wood. Then we understand each other. He inclined his head fractionally. However, we do not know one another. The emphasis was subtle but clear. This shortcoming has not been lost on me. She smiled without, she hoped, a trace of guile, which is why I would like to present you with a gift. Lee sat perfectly still across from her, his body neither tense nor relaxed, simply waiting. Something precious that will correct the deficiency between us. From her handbag she took out a small manila envelope, which she passed across the table. Lee spent several moments engaging her eyes with his own. Only then did he allow his gaze to fall to the envelope. His hands moved, took up the envelope, and unsealed it. He shook out its contents, which consisted of a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of an official document. As if magnetized, his eyes were drawn to the seal at the top of the page. This is monstrous, insane, he murmured, almost to himself. As he scanned the information, a bead of sweat appeared at his meticulous hairline. Then he looked up into Anne's face. Your beloved Tasha is not just a beauty, Mr. Lee. She's also a beast, Anne said. She's a Mossad agent. Jackknifing his body, Bourne followed Nicodemo out the open driver's door, but immediately had to turn back to fetch Don Fernando, who was floundering over into the front. With his hands bound behind him, Bourne used his teeth to grab at Don Fernando's shirt. Grateful for the help, Don Fernando scissored his legs, propelling himself through the door. It was dark under the water, and the two men positioned themselves back to back, their hands together so they would not lose each other. Breaching the surface, they heard screams emanating from pedestrians on the bridge and, in the far distance, sirens. Bourne directed them to one of the bridge's immense piers, thick with encrusted green-black weed. Beneath the weeds were barnacles, sharp as razor blades. Shoving himself back first against the pier, Bourne scraped the plastic tie against the barnacles, sawing through his bonds. Don Fernando was beside him, treading water calmly. Almost out of it, Bourne said. Don Fernando nodded. But just as Bourne reached for him, he was pulled under the water. Nicodemo. Bourne swiped at the pier, then kicked out powerfully as he dove beneath the water. Like a shark, he could feel Don Fernando's thrashing, along with the kicking movement that was part of Nicodemo's attack. Finding Don Fernando in the blackness, he used one of the barnacles he had grabbed to slice through the plastic tie, then propelled Don Fernando toward the surface. This maneuver cost him. Nicodemo swerved underwater, caught Bourne a blow to the side of his head. Bourne canted over in the water, bubbles strewn from between his lips. Nicodemo struck him again, along the nerve bundle in the side of his neck. Bourne's consciousness seemed to drift away from him. He tried to move, but nothing seemed to work. He was aware of Nicodemo maneuvering behind him, and he kicked out, but a slimy rope encircled his neck. A ferocious pressure converged at his throat. His lungs burned, and his throat ached. Reaching around, Nicodemo pressed on his cricoid cartilage. If that shattered, he would drown within seconds. He felt an increasingly tenuous connection with his consciousness, felt a sharp, circular instrument against his fingertips, but he wondered whether he possessed the strength to use it. The pressure on his throat was unbearable. Any second now, Nicodemo's fingertips would break through, and the black water would cascade down his throat, into his stomach and his lungs, and he would spiral down into the silty bottom of the river. With an immense effort, he raised his arm. Everything seemed to be moving at a glacial pace, though another part of his mind was aware that time was running out far too quickly. He drew on this part, using it to arc his arm inward, grip his organic weapon more tightly as he dragged it across first one of Nicodimo's eyes, then the other. Gouts of blood erupted. Nicodemo spasmed, and an inhuman strength gripped him, a long moment that almost did Bourne in. But the barnacle he gripped went to work again, slashing from left to right across Nicodemo's throat. Veils of blood, blacker than the river water, spiraled outward. Nicodemo's mouth opened and closed, caught for a moment in the lights from the bridge. Then his grip on Bourne fell away, and he passed, arms outstretched in a terrible yearning, out of what light there was, into the filthy depths of the river. Chapter 27. When the lithe flight attendant lifted her head to emit a soft moan, Maceo Encarnacion pushed her head back down between her bare shoulders, exposing the soft nape of her long neck. Her uniform jacket lay puddled on the floor. Her thin, pearl-white blouse rippled at her narrow waist, giving him access to her swaying breasts. Her pencil skirt was rucked up to her hips, her thong hobbling her ankles. As Maceo Encarnacion repeatedly pushed into her from behind, his pleasure produced images of the old Aztec gods of Tenochtitlan, chief among them Tlatzilteotl, the goddess of pleasure and sin. Tlatzilteotl was both feared and beloved. Feared because she was associated with human sacrifice, beloved because, when summoned correctly, she would devour your sins, freeing you to continue your life without taint. When Maceo Encarnacion thought of Tlatzilteotl, he saw not the various statues of her in stone and jade residing in the National Museum, but Constanza Camargo. Only Constanza had the ability to devour his many, many sins, to cleanse him, to make him whole again, and yet, as she had made clear many times, she would not absolve him of his. The sin he had committed against her was too monumental for even Tlatzilteotl, ancient and powerful, to consume. Maceo Encarnacion, thrusting into the flight attendant one last time, fell upon her bare back, trembling and sweating. His heart thundered in his chest, and he felt keenly the pain of dissolution, of a vast emptiness advancing upon him like an army of eternal night, implacable and terrifying. The one thing that frightened Maceo Encarnacion was the void, the nothingness that might very well last an eternity. Not for him the constricting mass, the meaningless platitudes contained in weekly homilies, the treacherous pabulum of God's plan. God had no plan. There was no God. There was only man's abject terror of the unknown and the unfathomable. In these unbearably long, unbearably empty moments after completion, Maceo Encarnacion ached for Constanza Camargo as he had ached for no one else in his life. The fact that he was exiled from her was like a pain inside him he could neither reach nor cure. That it was his punishment, that it was deserved, made it no easier to bear. On the contrary, it enraged him. Not all his wealth, his dark influence, or his corrosive power was of any use to him. When it came to Constanza Camargo, he might as well be the lowliest beggar in the shit-strewn dirt of a backwater marketplace, sickly and destitute. He could not cajole her, he could not coerce her, he could not reach her. Stepping back, he zipped his trousers. He felt sweaty and oily. His skin reeked of the flight attendant's nether regions. She had dressed herself while facing the airplane's richly fabriced bulkhead, and now strode off on long, powerful legs, to resume her regularly scheduled duties without a backward glance. Maceo Encarnacion, staring at the fabric, saw a mark where her damp forehead had pressed into it with the force of his strokes. Smiling, he caressed the stain with his fingertips. It was a sign of surrender, the stain of sin. Constanza Camargo possessed her own stain, the sin of her serial adultery. A week after her husband's death, she had fallen down the stairs of her house, having been roused in the middle of the night by the ghostly sound of his voice, which she had either dreamed or imagined. Her beautiful, bare foot had missed the first tread, and down she had tumbled.
Crawling along the ground floor runner, she had found a phone and called Maceo. By that time, their affair had burned itself out. He hadn't heard from her in months. Nevertheless, he hadn't hesitated. He had found her the finest spinal surgeon in the country, who had promptly repaired the herniated disc caused by the fall. Unfortunately, as happens in a small portion of spinal procedures, she had developed peripheral neuropathy, a painful and degenerative condition that defied treatment. Nevertheless, he had made certain she had tried them all. Now her wheelchair was a constant reminder of how she had betrayed Acevedo Camargo. As it had with her husband, desire had bisected destiny, altering its course. And what of the surgeon who had operated on Constanzo Camargo? 6 months after he had announced that her condition was irreversible, he had taken a week in Punta Mita with his mistress. A young man up early, jogging at the water's edge through the misty morning, had come across 2 human heads, neatly severed from their bodies. At first, the police assumed they were a drug dealer and his mistress, a member of a rival gang who had tried to work territory outside their own. When the true identities of the heads came to light, the local police were at a loss as to motive, let alone as to who the perpetrators might be, and the incident was soon buried in hurried paperwork and forgotten. Maceo Encarnacion's mind returned to the present. Moments after being left alone, having checked his watch, he went down the aisle, past the flight attendant, who was busy making his dinner, and into the cockpit, where the pilot and the navigator were listening to cumbia on their iPads, awaiting his instructions. The pilot spotted him first and removed his earbuds.
"Time to get underway,"
Maceo Encarnacion said. The pilot had an unspoken query in his eyes. He knew that Nicodemo had not returned. Maceo Encarnacion nodded, answering his question.
"Time,"
he repeated, before returning to his seat and strapping in. Up ahead, in the cockpit, he could hear the pilot and navigator talking as they went through their pre-flight checklist. The pilot contacted the tower, spoke and listened, then spoke again, and taxied the jet into their slot for takeoff.
To be frank, I don't know why I'm here.
General Huang Lijun looked around Yang Diming's apartment. The old man was the foremost feng shui master in Beijing, and as such much in demand. He was somewhat taken aback that he was sitting in a spacious apartment in an ultra-modern beehive of a building near the Dongjimen subway station. Filled with shiny surfaces, polished wood, marble, lapis, and jade, it seemed filled to overflowing with reflections. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, through the brownish Beijing smog that resembled a sandstorm fixed in time that had blown in off the Gobi, could be made out Rem Koolhaas's immense CCTV building. General Huang Lijun would never admit it, but he was impressed that Maricruz had been granted an appointment and at such short notice. To be sure, she was married to Minister Ouyang, but still she was a foreigner, albeit one whose grasp of the delicate intricacies of Mandarin was a damn sight better than many people Huang Lijun encountered in his daily schedule. "I think," Maricruz said to the general, as she accepted a cup of iron-well tea from Yang Diming's narrow, blue-veined hand, "that you must very well know why I invited you here." At this the old man smiled, nodded to Maricruz, and, much to the general's astonishment, kissed her on both cheeks, before unfolding himself like an origami stork and, with bare feet, padding out of the room. Maricruz indicated the small, squat iron teapot. "Will you join me?" The general nodded in an officious and rather stiff gesture that telegraphed how ill at ease he was. After he accepted her offering, and they had sipped in an increasingly tense silence, he said, "No, if you please." The general was in his early 60s, older by 2 decades than Minister Ouyang. Theirs was a friendship born of necessity that had gradually formed its own very real parameters. The 2 men shared a pleasing and deep-rooted practicality, a vital trait in modern-day China. They also had a vision for China going forward into the 21st century and beyond. Their real shared bond was the importance of new and innovative sources of energy, and the belief that the origin of these new energy sources would come from Africa, a continent that, through the efforts of both men, was fast becoming a Chinese stronghold. There were, of course, obstacles to the 2 men's ambitions, both for themselves and for China. The most potent and immediate threat
was the reason Maricruz had called this meeting, and why the venue was so unorthodox as to fly under every official party radar in Beijing. "We are here, in relative isolation and complete security," Maricruz said, "because of Zhou Zhilan." Zhou was the current secretary of the powerful Chongqing Party. After the last Communist Party Central Committee, Zhou began his outspoken attacks on the status quo, arguing that ideology was being eroded in the frantic clamor to expand China's presence abroad. By abroad, of course, he meant Africa, and by taking this stance he had put himself in direct opposition to Minister Ouyang and the general. Zhou had decided to cleave to a party line of building a moderately prosperous society steeped in the ideology of socialism, and in this way avoid the cultural unrest flaring in the nations outside the Middle Kingdom, an economic divide between the upper and under classes. "There is a war coming, General," she said. "This is China. There are no internal wars here. I can feel it in my bones." "Can you now?" the general said with a smirk that spoke of superiority. "I come from a country steeped in the blood of class warfare." This comment served only to more firmly establish his smirk. "Is that what the drug trade is all about?" He produced a strident laugh. "Class warfare." "The drug trade here in China that was begun by foreigners, foisted on the populations of the coast, making it dependent on the fruit of the poppy. On the other hand, we Mexicans control our trade and have done so from the beginning. We sell to foreigners and use the profits to fortify ourselves against the endless corruption of regional governments and the federales. We are people who were born into poverty. We ate dirt with what scraps we could forage, but with every breath we took, we dreamed of a free life. Now that we have that free life, we know how to hold on to it. Can you say the same, General?" Huang Lijun sat back, staring at this gorgeous, monstrous creature confronting him like a dark goddess of the underworld. Where had she come from, he wondered? How had Minister Ouyang found her? He and Ouyang Jidan were friends, yes, but there were limits to friendship, areas in which one must not pry. Thus did General Huang Lijun have only the most superficial knowledge of Maricruz, though he had met her numerous times at parties, official functions, even dinners of a more intimate nature. Nothing in his past experience of her, however, would have led him to suspect that she was capable of this conversation. How much had Ouyang told her of their plans? How did he know she could be trusted? Ouyang trusted no one except the general. He had assumed that she had called this meeting on behalf of Ouyang, thus believing he would lose no face by agreeing to attend. Now he understood that Maricruz, deeply and inextricably involved in Ouyang's and therefore his business, was speaking for his friend, that he had cannily sent her as his emissary because the stakes were so high, the wartime strategy too fraught to chance a breach in security. Being a foreigner, Maricruz was ignored by Ouyang's associates and, more importantly, his enemies, who held her in contempt. She was secure, and the general was now grateful for it. "It is unfortunate, Maricruz," the general said now, "that I cannot make that claim. Please continue." She poured them both more tea. "More than 5 years ago, you and Ouyang pushed for building the roads and infrastructure in Kenya. You saw the endless wealth in the ground, and you were determined to claim it for China's growing energy needs. Ouyang predicted that the Kenyans would not ask the price for this desperately needed work. And he was right. And now, as a consequence, he can get whatever he wants out of Kenya: oil, diamonds, raw uranium ore, possibly even rare earth elements." The general nodded. "Our gamble will pay off handsomely." "And yet," Maricruz said, "this incredible payoff remains something Zhou Zhilan, in his overzealous manner, has worked against. Because of him, Zimbabwe is still waiting for China to make good on its infrastructure promises, and Guinea turned over oil rights in exchange for $9 billion in housing, transport, and public utilities that have yet to appear. All because of Zhou, who has sounded the call for China's global retreat in order to
clean house, as he puts it, to sweep aside the entrenched corrupt political hierarchy with a new broom. She shook her head. You gave Cho ammunition against you. He unearthed a number of African politicos who were slicing off chunks of money and lining their own pockets. The general, slightly nettled, said in a steely voice, That is the way deals are done in Africa. Nothing new to it. Except when Cho brings evidence of it to the Central Committee. He got them to stop all payments, didn't he? He built political capital, didn't he? She took a sip of tea, allowed the atmosphere to cool somewhat, then put down the handleless cup. I'm sorry to be so blunt, General, but time is short. What Cho really wants is a return to the time of Mao, of a central leader, upright, righteous, ideologically dogmatic. He wants nothing less than to rule China, to rule it with an iron fist. The general swallowed more tea to calm his teeming mind. Thoughts and ideas chased each other like schools of fish through a coral reef. At length he said, Let us assume, for argument's sake, that I agree with your grim assessment of the situation. Sign off on sending a cadre of Ouyang's men to Lebanon. Our project there is in its final stages. The enormity of the energy opportunities it will bring China is virtually incalculable. Cho doesn't want either you or Ouyang to gain such power. She raked him with her eyes. He will do anything to stop the project from being consummated. The general's eyes began to glaze over as he lost interest. All this is known to me. There is enough security already in place. Minister Ouyang and I agreed on this aspect of the plan months ago. The situation on the ground has changed, Maricruz said. The general cocked his head as a frown deepened into a scowl. In what way? Jason Bourne has entered the picture. Huang Lijun blew out a small gust of breath. Yes, he has been traveling with a Mossad agent. But that by itself means nothing. His hand cut through the air in a gesture of finality. Besides, the Mossad agent is dead. Unfazed, Maricruz pressed on. Bourne has been to Dar el-Amar and escaped. This is also old news, Maricruz. Minister Ouyang has made arrangements to take Bourne out should he appear again in Dar el-Amar when the deal is consummated. I assume you're speaking of Colonel Ben David, Maricruz said. The trouble is, Ouyang doesn't trust Ben David. This came as a surprise to General Huang Lijun. Now, in a moment of revelation, he knew why Ouyang had arranged such elaborate security, entrusting Maricruz to deliver the intel in person. He looked hard into Maricruz's eyes. She was right. There wasn't much time. The deal was due to be consummated 9 hours from now. He nodded. I will sign the order immediately. Tell Ouyang Jidan an unmarked jet will be ready and waiting for his cadre within the hour. Are you up for a swim? Don Fernando looked at Bourne. I'm old, Jason, not dead. He glanced upward at the spinning lights and crowds along the Pont d'Alexandre III. The police are making quite a production up there. We've got to get out of the area, Bourne said, before more come and they lower divers into the water. Don Fernando nodded. We'll head downriver. You can see the Pont des Invalides. It's not far. Don't worry about me, Jason. I'm always ready for a good swim. He smiled. Anyway, quick getaways remind me of my misspent youth. All right, then. Bourne slipped off the slimy bridge pier to which they had been clinging like limpets. They had to be careful, as clusters of razor-sharp barnacles lived just beneath the waterline. There were spotlights raking the water now, illuminating the area where the car had gone in. All boat traffic had been stopped upriver. A pair of police launches were coming from that direction, loaded with divers, no doubt. Bourne watched Don Fernando slide in noiselessly. Together, the two men stroked powerfully through the black water, away from the spotlights, the crowds, and the rapidly increasing scrutiny. By foot, the Pont des Invalides was not a long way off, but in the water their progress was much slower. The water was very cold, and they had been wet for some time. Their sopping clothes did nothing now apart from weighing them down. However, they could not afford to stop to shuck anything off. Besides, they needed to be clothed when they emerged from the water. Bourne kept up his powerful stroke, and to his surprise, Don Fernando matched him kick for kick. He might be old, but he was still as strong as a marlin. The farther they went downriver, the farther behind they left the bright spotlights. However, almost immediately they began to encounter another problem. Away from the bridge, the currents took hold in full force, twisting and turning them, even on occasion forcing them under the water. Bourne began to lose feeling in his extremities. The tips of his fingers were frigid, and he could no longer feel his toes at all. Even though they were protected by socks and shoes, his feet had been in the water continuously ever since the car hit the river and the water gushed in. Slowly, stroke by stroke, they made their way downriver to the Pont des Invalides. Bourne turned just in time to see Don Fernando start to go under. Reaching over, he pulled his head up above the surface, drawing him onto the pier nearest the right bank. Don Fernando's head hung down, his chin resting on his chest, which heaved like a swimmer after he has crossed the English Channel. Bourne huddled him close, arm thrown protectively around the old man's shoulders. "Rest for a moment," Bourne said. "Then we need to swim the last part."
"The last part? You mean there's more?"
"You see there?" he pointed. "The river wall comes down in steps to the level of the Seine. We can easily climb up at that point." Don Fernando's head shook back and forth. His long mane of hair hung lankly down either side of his face, which was drawn with exhaustion.
"I'm done."
His hands trembled.
"I don't think I can go on."
"Then rest," Bourne said. "Watch the light show on the Pont d'Alexandre III while I make a call." That brought Don Fernando out of himself.
"Make a call? How are you going to do that? Everything is soaked."
"A waterproof sat phone." Bourne pulled a small oblong encased in rubber from an inner pocket. The sight of it brought a small laugh bubbling into the older man's throat. He shook his head, then abruptly turned away. He was silent for a long time. The water lapped at the pier. Shouts from the police launches in the river at the crash site upriver carried on the night wind.
"You know, Jason, the human race seems to have an infinite capacity for rationalization."
He shook his head again.
"There was a time when I had hopes that my son would turn out like you, but he disappointed me. He ended up doing everything wrong. Somehow his values ended upside down or inside out, I don't know."
"Now's not the time."
"Now's precisely the time, Jason. I don't think I'll have the courage to say this at another time."
He turned to Bourne.
"I haven't always treated you well. Often I haven't told you the truth. At other times I've withheld information from you."
"Listen, Don Fernando." He held up a hand.
No, let me finish."
With every moment that passed now, he seemed to be gathering strength.
"I wish I hadn't treated you so poorly. I wish I could turn back time. I wish—"
The telltale sound of a helicopter came to them, the noise beating down off the rippled skin of the river. A huge beam of intense light lit up the sky before lancing downward to the water. "Don Fernando," Bourne said, with no little urgency, "we need to go now. I'll keep you afloat if need be."
"I know you will, Jason. I don't have to think twice about that."
As Bourne was about to slip back into the water, Don Fernando grabbed hold of him.
Wait.
In the gloom, his eyes stood out, reflecting the light off the water.
"I know something now,"
Don Fernando said.
"I know you would never disappoint me."
Sam Anderson was not a man easily intimidated, even by one of the three principals of D.C.'s most prestigious law firm. In any event, he had come prepared for any and all possibilities. Now he pulled a document from his inside jacket pocket and handed it to Bill Pelham. While the attorney was reading it, he said to Tom Brick, "You'll come with us now, Mr. Brick. You're implicated in a matter of national security. A battalion of lawyers can't prevent it." Brick glanced at Pelham, who nodded at him.
"We'll have you out before dinner time."
Brick came around from behind his desk and preceded Anderson and Tim Nevers out of his office, down the corridor, and into the elevator. On the way down, Anderson said, "Forensics found some interesting material on Richards's corpse." Brick said nothing, staring straight ahead. "You won't be home for dinner, Brick." Anderson smiled. "You won't be home for a good long time."
The doors opened, but Brick remained in place, even when Nevers stepped forward to keep the doors from closing.
"You two are so full of shit,"
Brick said. "You can share your opinion with Secretary Hendricks." Anderson came around so he could see Brick's expression.
"He's the one who wants to see you."
In the car, Nevers slid behind the wheel, while Anderson sat beside Brick in the back seat. "You're right about one thing," Anderson said, as Nevers pulled out into traffic. "It's too early for forensics to tell me anything definitive." Brick smiled.
"That's the first true thing you've said since you stomped your way into my office."
"On the other hand," Anderson said, "the electronic relay I planted that connected with the keylogger tracking Richards' dirty work on the Treadstone servers has been traced back to the core energy network, where the activation codes for the virus he planted were stored for safekeeping."
"I had nothing—"
"Shut it," Anderson snapped. "You had everything to do with it, Brick. And we're going to prove it."
"Lee," Anne Ring said, "what will you do now?"
Li Wan, whose brain had been slowly exploding ever since Anne had revealed Natasha Ilion's true identity, was in the bind of his life. He could not possibly reveal this to Minister Ouyang. He'd never be trusted again, and rightly so. His desperate mind tried to calculate how much intel he had inadvertently revealed to Tasha in bed or wherever else they had fucked. The dreadful truth was that he could not remember. His career was stymied and in danger of not only backsliding, but being terminated with extreme prejudice. The truth was that he needed immediate help. He looked at Anne Ring, opened his mouth once, closed it, then said, "My current situation is intolerable."
"I couldn't agree more."
Her eyes were steady on him. There ensued a short silence that nevertheless seemed to boil with thoughts and ideas. After ending the meal in a shocked, near silence, Anne, perhaps intuiting that what he needed was a change in venue, had suggested that they repair to a late-night bar, where they sat in an old-fashioned, high-backed booth, completely separate from the other patrons, who were in any event intent on drinking and watching a soccer match on ESPN. Lee waited in vain for Anne Ring to suggest something.
"In this type of situation," he said at last, "there is only one way to deal with things."
He paused.
"You have to protect me."
Anne Ring's eyes opened wide.
"I'm a United States Senator. I don't have to do anything."
Lee swallowed.
"I can help you in the same way I helped your husband."
"Really?" Anne Ring swung her head around. "And what did you do for him?"
"Passed on information he was able to use as scoops at Politics as Usual. Those exclusives made his reputation."
"Why didn't I know about this?"
"Charles was very good at keeping secrets."
"Yes, that he was."
Anne considered a moment. "And what did you get from Charlie in return?"
Lee passed a hand across his eyes, said nothing.
"I'm afraid I can't help you, Lee," Anne said, pushing her shot glass aside and gathering her things preparatory to leaving. "Wait, please." He felt suddenly drained. It was a measure of the severity of his circumstances that he was even considering disclosing what he had needed from Charles. "Tell me, Senator Ring, have you heard of Silex?" Anne screwed up her face in concentration. "I have, but at the moment I cannot think in what context." "Silex stands for the separation of isotopes by laser excitation," Lee said. "It's a true game-changer when it comes to quickly creating enriched fuel for nuclear reactors." "Now I remember," Anne said. "The process was bought by GE, who formed a partnership with Hitachi. They said they could envision a Silex plant that could enrich enough uranium per year to service 60 reactors. That would be enough to power a third of the United States." "Then the government got involved," Lee said. "We were worried about the proliferation of weapons-grade uranium if the Silex formula was stolen." Lee nodded. "My sole interest was in receiving up-to-the-minute reports on how Silex was progressing." Anne frowned. "Why is the Chinese government interested in our progress on Silex?" "I can't tell you," Lee said, "because I don't know." That was the truth. Minister Ouyang had not confided in him. As never before, Lee could appreciate the wisdom of such compartmentalization.
Following a short silence that to Lee didn't seem short at all, Anne nodded. Okay. How can I help you? I'm getting nowhere fast, Soraya said. Going the long way around won't work, Peter said. We don't have the time to contact every Treadstone asset in the field by secure sat phone. I know. I've been trying to access our remote server in Gibraltar. Soraya watched the screen of the laptop that had been sent over from Treadstone HQ. The IT team assigned to her and Peter during their stay at the hospital had hooked her up to a speedy wideband connection. They had Bluetoothed her mobile into the connection as well. So far, no luck. I hope to God not, Peter said. That server is supposed to be unhackable, even if someone outside Treadstone knew of its existence. Well, don't worry, she said glumly. It is. What worries me? Peter, her head came up. What is it? Nothing. He looked away. Don't tell me nothing. Setting her laptop aside, she crossed the small space between their beds. The hospital had moved them to a large, bright room that they could share, along with the electronic equipment the Treadstone IT team had installed. Settling herself on the edge of his bed, she took his hand. What is it? His eyes came back to hers. My legs hurt. Phantom pain. How do you know it's not real? The doctors. Fuck the doctors, Peter. They don't know everything. I have no nerve response, Soraya. My legs are dead. She squeezed his hand. Don't say that. There were dark circles under his eyes that had never been there before, no matter how hard he worked or how tired he'd been. Soraya's heart broke. Perhaps Peter, knowing her so well, intuited something of what she was feeling. The sooner I get used to the fact, he said, the better. She leaned in toward him. We're not giving up. No one's giving up, I promise. He produced a watery smile. What else have you been up to on that laptop of yours? Trying to Skype Jason. I thought maybe he might know why Core Energy shut down our intelligence network. And? He isn't online. I've left him messages on his mobile's voicemail. Why don't we concentrate on what we can control, like how in hell Brick managed to get Richards past our vetting process? Maybe he got to him after he came to work for us? Peter shook his head. No way. Remember, I was with both of them in Brick's Virginia house. Theirs was a longer-standing relationship than that. Which means he was providing Brick with intel from NSA, possibly from the president himself. We'll have to interrogate Brick, Peter said, as soon as Sam brings him in. You're joking, right? She gestured. Look at us, Peter. We're going to have him brought here for interrogation in our condition? She shook her head. No. Sam is going to have to stand in for us. We can patch into the closed-circuit TV network at the office. We'll be in constant touch with Sam via wireless earbuds. Any questions occur to us, we can tell Sam. Okay? Peter? He nodded, clearly reluctant. The sunlight seemed to have gone out of him, leaving him gray and bereft. She had reminded him of his condition. She was sorry about that, but there was no alternative. To make matters worse, it was going to happen again and again in the weeks and months to come. She watched him steadily for some time. You know, my child is going to need a male presence, a father figure. Peter barked a brittle laugh. Right, I'm just the one, but you are, Peter. Her eyes were bright as she willed him to engage with her. Who else would I want my baby to know so well? When Jacques Robinet, the French Minister of Culture, received the call from Jason Bourne, he was sitting in the back of his armor-plated Renault. In the front seat were his driver and his longtime bodyguard. It was precisely 9:32 p.m. Robinet was on his way to dinner with his mistress, which was why he almost didn't take the call. On the other hand, the Renault was stuck in traffic, and he had become antsy and bored in equal measure. Jason, he said with genuine heartiness, where are you? On the stairs of the right bank river wall, directly opposite the Pont des Invalides. Instantly, Robinet, whose title of Minister of Culture masked his real job as head of the Quai d'Orsay, the French equivalent of Central Intelligence, clicked into gear. Was that you involved in the incident on the Pont d'Alexandre-III? Robinett had received the report 20 minutes ago and had dispatched a pair of his agents to assist the police in their investigation. It wasn't every evening that a car crashed over the side of a Paris bridge, and with the heightened security in place, he wasn't one to leave any stone unturned. "There was an abduction and murder attempt," Bourne said to his old friend. "We swam downriver."
We?
"I'm with a friend, Don Fernando Herrera."
Good Lord.
"You know Don Fernando?" Robinett leaned forward, tapping his driver on the shoulder and telling him of the change in destination.
Indeed I do, Jason.
Robinett told his driver to switch on the siren, bypass the traffic jam, use the sidewalk if necessary, just step on it.
Stay right where you are. I'll be with you in minutes.
"Listen, Jacques, I need a jet." Robinett laughed in a quick moment of disbelief.
Is that all?
"I've got to get to Lebanon as quickly as possible." Robinett well knew that tone of voice.
The situation is that serious.
"Deadly. We were abducted to keep me from getting there."
All right. Let's get you two out of the water and into dry clothes.
Robinett's mind was working at lightning speed.
By that time, I'll have a jet ready and waiting.
He knew enough to take Bourne at his word.
A military jet. I want the plane armed, just to be on the safe side.
"Thanks, Jacques."
You can thank me, Robinett said dryly, by not getting yourself killed.
Chapter 28. The whole thing was a scam? From beginning to end, Bourne could hear the incredulity in Soraya's voice. He couldn't blame her. Maceo Encarnacion went to extraordinary lengths to ensnare me. Bourne shifted his sat phone from one ear to the other. It was significantly heavier than his mobile. He was riding up in the cockpit. The Mirage fighter jet Jacques Robinett had procured for him wasn't comfortable, but then it wasn't meant to be. It had been built for war. From the moment Constanza Camargo was pushed into the baggage claim area by airline personnel, I was their target. But how the hell did she know you'd be there?
Maceo Encarnacion.
And how did she manage to get through security to be at the security area in the first place?
Having been to Mexico City and survived, Bourne said slowly, I can appreciate fully the complete grip Maceo Encarnacion has on the capital.
Soraya paused for a moment. And the story Constanza told you about her husband?
Well, the husband was real, I checked that, Bourne said. Also the manner of his death.
Huh. The best liars sprinkle in as much truth as they can.
If I knew the real relationship between Constanzo Camargo and Maceo Encarnacion, Bourne said, I feel like I'd know everything.
He stared through the cockpit glass. The Mirage hurtled through the ether like a weapon of revenge. Bourne had scores to settle, not only with Maceo Encarnacion, but with Colonel Ben David as well. Everything is related, that's what you're telling me, Soraya said. Maceo Encarnacion, Nicodemo Core Energy, and the Mossad commander at the Israeli research station outside Dar el Amar.
There's another element involved, Bourne said. An element only hinted at because of its extreme importance.
Do you know who or what?
The Chinese. Specifically someone named Ouyang.
Hold on, Soraya said. She was back in a flash. According to my information, Ouyang Jidan is Minister of the State Administration of Grain.
CSP, more like it, Bourne said.
I don't doubt it. What's he doing nosing around Dar el Amar? When Bourne told her about the Israeli Silex project, she nearly exploded. What are we going to do? With Ben David implicated, we can't trust anyone in Mossad.
Leave it to me, Bourne said. I'll be at Dar within hours.
Have you considered that Dar el Amar might be a trap?
Yes.
Soraya waited for him to provide further explanation, but when nothing was forthcoming, she went on. Any logistics we can provide.
Got it.
What still puzzles me, she said, is the $30 million in counterfeit dollars Peter found. I don't know, maybe it's just the Aztec trying to rip off his boss. People will do just about anything to get their hands on that much money.
True enough.
The thing is, the counterfeiting on the bills Peter found isn't all that good. It's nowhere near the level we've found in the bills created by the Chinese, which, sad to say, are virtual masterpieces of the counterfeiting art.
She paused a moment. To be honest, that's the reason I figured the money was unrelated. What if Maceo Encarnacion suspected someone in his organization was skimming? It happens all the time. So he sets up this scenario, so even if the perp manages to get away with it, he's left with nothing.
It makes sense, Bourne said. Why don't you follow up on that premise?
I already have. Seems as if the Aztec's prime lieutenant got his head handed to him. Literally.
That seals it, then.
She wanted to tell him about herself and about Peter's condition, but she bit her tongue. He had more than enough on his mind. Time enough when this was over to let him know. Perhaps he'd even come back to Washington to see her. She'd like that. She cleared her throat. Okay, then. I guess that's it for now. Keep in touch. She said this last with such intensity that Bourne might have queried her had she not already severed the connection. He settled back in his seat, closed his eyes, and thought about his last conversation with Don Fernando. Robinet had his driver take them to a small but very luxe boutique hotel in the 13th arrondissement, where, in a top-floor suite, an elegant woman looking no more than 40 was waiting for them. This magnificent creature, whose name was Stéphanie, was clad in a little black dress from Dior and was Robinet's current mistress. She already had clothes laid out for both Bourne and Don Fernando, as if she were a genie or a magician. When Robinet had phoned her, Bourne couldn't say, but he was immensely grateful nonetheless. While Don Fernando showered, Bourne filled Robinet in on the scenario that had brought him and Don Fernando to Paris from Mexico City.
The identity of the body your divers will pull out of the Seine is Nicodemo, he concluded. His real name, however, is a matter of conjecture.
That he's dead. I'll take it, Robinet said in his usual matter-of-fact fashion. I'm just grateful no harm has come to you or Don Fernando. He grunted. This has been quite a day. What with the abduction attempt and Don Fernando risen from the grave twice now, it seems. I was instrumental in doctoring the report of the crash of his private jet outside Paris.
He regarded Bourne attentively.
It seems the two of you are made for each other.
Bourne turned to Stephanie. Apologies for spoiling your evening. With Jacques, I'm used to such interruptions. Her smile was dazzling. When she stepped across the carpet to the minibar, her hips swayed ever so slightly. It can't be helped. Besides, Jacques and I have all night. Bourne and Robinet conferred about the upcoming flight. Using Google Earth, Robinet brought up the area around Dar el Amar on his iPad.
I can't see this Israeli encampment.
It's all camouflaged, Bourne said. Plus, as you can see, the Lebanese have blocked out parts of the area so the Google cameras can't see them in detail. Try looking at the White House and its grounds using the program. You can't see a thing. Robinet nodded.
For security purposes, we do that in certain parts of Paris.
His forefinger tapped the screen. There's an airstrip in Rishaya here. His forefinger stabbed out.
It has the advantage of being both secluded and less than 2 miles from Dar. There will be a driver and vehicle waiting for you when you land.
I don't need them, Bourne said.
This man, Fadi, has intimate knowledge of the area, Robinet said. My advice is to use him.
By that time, Don Fernando had exited the bathroom, resplendent in the outfit Stephanie had purchased for him.
A perfect fit,
Robinet said, admiring Don Fernando.
It's a good thing I know you both so well.
Bourne had spent the next 20 minutes scrubbing the grit, grime, and smell of the Seine off himself. Discovering a cache of disposable razors, he shaved, and by the time he climbed into his new clothes, he felt reborn. There was room for only one passenger in the Mirage jet Robinet had ordered up, so Bourne was saved from arguing Don Fernando out of coming. They said goodbye to Robinet and Stéphanie, took the tiny elevator down to the lobby and out onto the street, where the minister's car was waiting for them. They traveled through Paris and out onto the périphérique in silence. But in the last moments, as they crossed the tarmac at the military airfield, Don Fernando turned to Bourne.
You know, when I was younger, I firmly believed that when I grew old, looking back on my life, I'd have no regrets. None at all. How idiotic. Now that I've more or less reached that age, I find that I have many regrets, Jason. More than I care to think of all at once.
The airfield was quiet.
Apart from the sleek Mirage, crouched at the head of a runway, lights blinking, jets starting up, there was no activity. Robinet must have ordered the area cleared for security purposes.
But the one regret that stings me more than any other concerns Maceo and Encarnacion.
Don Fernando continued.
Now, before you board, is the time to tell you.
The wind ruffled his hair. It was an unnaturally warm night, as if spring had overtaken winter before its time, as if emotions supposed dead were rising to the surface. Don Fernando took out a cigar and, in deliberate violation of the laws, lit up. Bourne knew from past experience that smoking cigars calmed him down.
In my lifetime, Jason, I have been loved many times. That isn't a boast, by the way. Simply a fact. Many women have come and gone.
He stared at the slowly smoldering end of his cigar.
And now they seem only like wisps of smoke. Here and then, before you know it, gone.
He stuck the cigar back in his mouth and sucked on it, producing a faintly blue aromatic nimbus around his head.
But in all that time, there was only one woman I ever loved.
Don Fernando's eyes filled with the past.
We met in Mexico City. She was very young, very beautiful, very charismatic. There was something about her.
He ducked his head.
Well, I don't know.
He stared at the glowing end of his cigar again, as if it could rekindle the past.
She had not been born in Mexico City. Not in any city at all, for that matter. But the way she moved and spoke, you would not have known that she was a peasant. I came to learn that she was a natural mimic. She picked up accents, vocabulary, style, body movements almost instantaneously.
Bourne had a terrible premonition. Like any great actress, he said. Don Fernando nodded, pulling fiercely on his cigar.
When I asked her to marry me, she laughed, kissed me, and said her destiny lay elsewhere.
Let me guess, Bourne said. She went on to marry Acevedo Camargo. Don Fernando spun on his heel to face Bourne.
How did you?
I met Constanza in Mexico City. She was doing Maceo Encarnacion's work.
She fooled me completely.
Don Fernando produced a grim smile.
She's fooled everyone, Jason. It's a long line, beginning with Acevedo. She married him on Maceo Encarnacion's orders. Maceo didn't trust Acevedo, and since Acevedo's star was rising as a drug lord, Maceo considered him a security risk, possibly worse, a rival. That he would not tolerate. So he set a fox in the henhouse, so to speak.
Constanza.
Don Fernando nodded. She told her new spouse that she couldn't conceive, but at the same time she was bedding Maceo as often as possible. The age when a man considers his living legacy had come upon Maceo early. He was desperate to have a child. Within a month, Constanza found that she was pregnant. Of course, Acevedo couldn't know, so she went to her aunt's in Merida for a protracted stay until she had the boy, which, according to their agreement, she gave to Maceo to raise.
Don Fernando ground what was left of his cigar underfoot and started to move toward the waiting Mirage fighter, by which Bourne surmised their discussion was nearing its end.
Naturally enough, I found this out after the fact. I had left Mexico City the very same night I fucked her for the last time. Pardon the crudity, but that's what one did with Constanza. Fuck. She had no room in her vocabulary for making love.
He shrugged.
Perhaps that was the reason I found her so irresistible. One could never believe what came out of her mouth. She was a serial liar. Much later I came to suspect that she believed every one of her lies.
That belief is what makes her so effective.
Doubtless.
Don Fernando jammed his hands in his pockets. He was trembling with emotion.
Still, I wanted her more than any other woman I've ever met.
He looked up into the night sky, streaked with light from the Eiffel Tower.
Martha Christiana reminded me of Constanza. There was a certain... I don't know. It was as if their cores were made of the same material.
It was hard to lose Martha.
I killed her, Jason. That's what I'm still struggling with. Perhaps I wanted her too badly. Perhaps I thought she would make up for Maceo Encarnacion taking Constanza away from me.
Bourne thought it was just as much Constanza Camargo's fault as it was Maceo Encarnacion's. But on the other hand, this human drama had played out in Mexico City, where anything seemed possible. They were near the Mirage's curving flank and could smell the rich fumes of the fuel. "Time for me to go, Don Fernando."
I know.
They shook hands as they parted. Bourne climbed into the cockpit. The ladder was whisked away, and Don Fernando stepped backward, making his way across the tarmac without ever taking his eyes off the Mirage, even as it flung itself down the runway, nose up, lifted off into the night sky, vanishing like the moon in eclipse.
"You'll take her into custody."
"That's what I said, yes." Lee, standing outside the front door to his apartment, looked hard at Anne Ring.
"There's no other way."
"What other way?" They were close to each other, speaking in whispers.
"You know what I mean, Senator."
Lee licked his lips.
"What happened to Charles? A break-in. A death."
Anne Ring took a step back. "I'm not going to be party to murder, Lee. I can't believe you're even bringing up the possibility." He breathed softly, snorting like a horse.
"It's just that there are people with keen ears. I cannot afford to have my reputation compromised."
"Believe me, Lee, I will not let that happen." Anne indicated the apartment with her head. "You're certain she's in there?"
"She sleeps between photo shoots. She's been going nonstop for almost 2 weeks."
"All right, then." He hesitated for a moment, then, slipping his key in the lock, opened the door and pushed inside. The interior was dark and still. They crept through the rooms until they reached his bedroom. There they found Natasha Ilion fast asleep. She was on her side, the curve of her cheek, the brushed shadow of her lowered lash, softly illuminated by a bedside lamp.
"She's like a child,"
Lee whispered in Anne's ear.
"She can't sleep in absolute darkness."
Anne nodded, then gestured for them to return to the living room, where she called Hendricks to send agents to take Tasha into custody. Lee padded into the kitchen to get some water. She was still updating Hendricks when Lee brushed past her, heading back into the bedroom.
"Wait, where?"
Without putting Hendricks on hold, she rushed in behind Lee, just in time to see him stab downward with a long-bladed carving knife he must have fetched from the kitchen. Anne screamed as he plunged the blade between Tasha's perfect shoulder blades. The girl arched up, torn out of sleep by pain and shock. Anne ran toward Lee, but he had already wrenched the blade free and was now plunging it down into the side of her neck. Anne was shouting, pulling him roughly away. Blood was pouring out of Natasha Ilion at a hideous rate. Within seconds, she was awash in her own blood, and Anne knew there was nothing she could do for her. Still, she tried for 4 long minutes, while Lee stood still as a statue, his back to what he had done. At length, Anne got off the bed. She was covered in blood. She picked up her mobile and, walking out of Lee's earshot, said, "Natasha Ilion's gone. Lee stabbed her to death."
"Did you get it all on tape?"
Hendricks seemed to be breathing fast. Anne touched the mini-recorder at her waist. "Every last frame," she said. "Lee's ours now." "Making our approach." The pilot's voice sounded through the intercom, and Bourne opened his eyes. Peering out through the windscreen, he could see nothing, not even a single light. Lebanon, near the border with Syria. Desert, mountains in the distance, the parched wind, the nothingness. It felt like coming home. Chapter 29. It seemed to Maceo Encarnacion, as he sat brooding in his private jet, that he had left a great many people behind. Now, he could add Nicodemo to the list. Even though that was not Nicodemo's real name, he had a difficult time thinking of him as anything else. Now, with him gone, left behind in Paris, dead or alive, he did not know. He understood why that was so. It was always easier to leave someone behind when he distanced himself from them, in one way or another. Dead or alive. He thought about this phrase, while the cauldron in the pit of his stomach informed him that Nicodemo was dead. He must be dead. Death was the only thing that would have kept him from returning to the plane. He had made Nicodemo. He was wholly Maceo Encarnacion's creature, in a way his sister Maricruz never was and never would be. Maricruz was very much her own person. Even though Nicodemo had his uses, he was never the person his sister was. Maceo Encarnacion loved Maricruz in a way he could never love Nicodemo. Nicodemo was a tool, a means to an end. Maricruz was the entire workshop, the end itself. Maricruz knew he was her father. Nicodemo didn't. Neither knew who their mother was. He dozed for a while, dreaming of Constanza Camargo in the form of the great serpent that founded Tenochtitlan. Constanza opened her mouth, her forked tongue flicked out, revealing destiny and desire, and Maceo Encarnacion, himself a little boy, knew he was meant to choose one or the other, destiny or desire. He had chosen destiny. And all desire had been excised out of him. In this way, leaving people behind was as easy and, in its way, as pleasurable as swallowing a mouthful of mellow, aged tequila. When, hours later, he awoke, the jet was descending out of the sky like a great eagle toward the small airfield on the outskirts of the mountain town of Rachaya. The plane began to judder and dip, and he fastened his seatbelt. Peering out the window, he saw that the weather had changed. There was wind-blown snow on the ground here, as well as in the higher elevations, and more snow was falling out of the gunmetal sky. Colonel Ben David did not disappoint. One of the 2 AH-64 Apache attack helicopters under his command was standing by, ready to take Maceo Encarnacion to the Mossad camp outside Dar el Amar. Reaching across the aisle, Encarnacion drew to him the suitcase fitted with the thumbprint lock. As the plane hit the runway and began to slow, taxiing toward the copter, he released the lock, then opened the suitcase to stare one last time at $30 million. The call came in while Soraya and Peter, both exhausted, had fallen into a deep, drug-like sleep. Delia, having taken some of her built-up sick days, was watching over them. She crossed to the table beside Soraya's bed, picked up her mobile, and saw that the call was from Secretary Hendricks. Leaning over Soraya, she shook her. Then, seeing that her friend was slow to rouse herself, she leaned farther and kissed her on the forehead. Soraya's eyes opened, and she saw Delia holding up her mobile so she could see Hendricks's name on the caller ID. When Soraya took the mobile from her, Delia nodded, smiling, and went out of the room. "Mr. Secretary," Soraya said, formally.
"Soraya, are you all right?"
"Fine, sir. I fell asleep."
"No one's more entitled to sleep than you, but I've got some pressing news regarding Tom Brick. Sam Anderson brought him into custody a couple of hours ago. Forensics found traces of Dick Richards' blood on the cuffs of his trousers."
Soraya sat up straight. "Sir?"
"Brick's rolled over. He doesn't want to go to jail."
"He's made a deal."
"Given us the person who knifed Richards," Hendricks said. "But there's more. Much more. I'm certain you recall the mysterious counterfeit $30 million Peter discovered?"
"I do, sir." Soraya listened to what Hendricks had to say on the subject, delivered to him in writing by Sam Anderson, in Tom Brick's own hand. "Oh, my God," she said, when Hendricks was finished.
"My thought exactly. Get your agents in Lebanon on this ASAP."
"Will do," Soraya said. "Thank you, sir."
"Thank Anderson when you see him. The man's done a stellar piece of work."
The moment Soraya cut the connection with her boss, she punched in Bourne's number on speed dial. When she heard his voice at the other end of the line, she said, "I have the answer to the counterfeit $30 million.
"So," Bourne's pilot said, "I won't be able to set you down at the airfield in Rashaya. There's a private jet sitting on the runway."
Maceo Encarnacion, Bourne thought.
"Options. Only one," the pilot said. "There's a flat space a mile to the east." "Can you do it?" The pilot grinned. "I've set this down in worse."
Bourne nodded.
"Let's do it."
Using his sat phone, he dialed the number Robinet had given him and, after a coded exchange, gave the driver waiting for him the new coordinates.
You understand, I won't be able to wait for you, the pilot said as the Mirage banked to the east. Even with Minister Robinet's influence, the less time this plane is in Lebanese airspace, the better. The field in view, he began a rapid descent. These days, the Lebanese government is understandably jumpy.
Any idea how long that plane's been on the ground?
No more than 20 minutes, sir. It took off from Paris an hour and 35 minutes before we did, but the Mirage is far faster. A commercial flight takes approximately 4 hours. We've covered that distance in 2 hours and 45 minutes. That jet is considerably slower. I calculated the respective speeds of the two planes before we took off.
Good man, Bourne said.
Thank you, sir.
The pilot engaged the controls.
Now hold on. This is bound to be a bit of a bone shake.
The Mirage came down very fast, but contrary to what the pilot had said, the landing was as smooth as could be expected under the circumstances. Bourne unbuckled as soon as they began to taxi and was ready with the backpack Robinet had provided him, so that the moment the Mirage came to a halt, he popped the canopy and climbed down the curved side. He ran, half-hunched over, as quickly as he could, giving the pilot a clear space in which to take off. As he reached the far edge of the field, the jet turned, paused, then was released down the flat expanse and rose quickly into the air. Bourne turned away and made for a thin stand of ratty-looking pines, beyond which the vehicle and driver would be waiting. His shoes crunched over the several inches of snow that lay on the ground, but in among the trees the snow was patchy, as if eroded away by the bed of pine needles. A chilly wind wandered with a mournful sound through the trees. The air was dry and thin, tinged with the unmistakable scent of pine tar. Peering through a gap in the trees, he looked out to the northwest. Sure enough, there was the vehicle, an old military jeep with open sides and a canvas top. By its side, smoking languidly, was Fadi, Robinet's asset, a small, dark, muscular man with rounded shoulders and a shock of black hair. He must have heard the plane land because he was looking toward the field as if anticipating Bourne's imminent arrival. Bourne pursed his lips, producing a bird whistle. Fadi peered into the trees, then smiled when he saw Bourne step out. Clambering into the jeep, he started it up and swung it around in a shallow arc, stopping in front of where Bourne stood.
"Right on time,"
he said, as Bourne climbed in beside him. He reached into the back seat and handed Bourne a sheepskin coat.
"Here, put this on. This high in the mountains, it's a good deal colder than in Paris."
As Bourne pulled off his backpack and slid his arms into the jacket, Fadi put the jeep in gear.
"Next stop, Dar el-Amar."
A sudden metallic insect buzz launched Bourne out of the jeep. He rolled across the snow-packed ground as the jeep, struck squarely in its midsection, was hurled end over end into the fizzing air by the shoulder-launched missile. The boom of the explosion echoed off the foothills, bent the stand of pines. The tips of the nearest ones turned black and smoking. The jeep crashed down, and Fadi, as black and smoking as the pine tops, was thrown from the charred wreckage to lie twisted and fried in the melting snow. Scrambling, Bourne kept the burning vehicle between himself and the area his hearing confirmed the missile had come from. A low rise in that direction was, he was fairly certain, where the enemy was lying in wait. There were numerous implications to be divined from the bombed-out vehicle, but number one, so far as Bourne was concerned, was that he had been expected. Maybe they had heard his plane land. Maybe they had followed Fadi. Either way, Soraya had been right. He had been prepared for a trap at Dar el-Amar, but not here, after the Mirage had been diverted. It was possible, though, that Encarnacion's pilot had spotted the Mirage and contacted the encampment. Rifle shots aimed in his direction sent him scuttling toward the shelter of the copse of pines. As one struck close to his left shoulder, he gave a shocked cry and bucked his body as if hit. Biting the inside of his mouth, he allowed the warmth to fill his mouth, then spat out several globs of blood as he dragged himself between the boles of two trees. Once hidden, he pulled a pair of high-powered field glasses out of his backpack. Robinet had seen to it that everything he had asked for was inside. Bourne quartered the immediate vicinity, looking for any overt sign of more of Maceo Encarnacion's people. Inevitably, his attention was drawn back to the low rise. They knew he had survived. Now they would think he was wounded. They wouldn't let him leave here alive, of that he had no doubt. And yet, beyond the trees, there was no cover for him. even if he circled around to either the left or the right. Hidden and impregnable, they had chosen the perfect spot from which to observe and attack. No matter, now that they thought him wounded, they'd come to him. He only required patience now, watching and listening for them to step into his copse of trees. While he waited, he wondered how they had arrived here. He doubted they had trekked, and the rise was too small to hide a vehicle. He put the field glasses back up to his eyes, looking for a bit of camouflage. He found it off to the left, about 1,000 yards from where they were hunkered down. He had just confirmed the outline when he picked up the soft crunch of boots through snow. Not knowing how many men Encarnacion had sent against him, he began to move toward the sound, which was repeated again and again at cautious intervals. The man was following the bloody trail he had seeded. Bourne looked around at the pines. Though they had relatively soft wood and did not have ideal branch structure, he managed to find one that was suitable. Reaching up, he launched himself through the forest of needles, climbing quickly so as not to put stress on any one branch for long. He watched the man come into view. He was holding a QBZ-95 assault rifle at the ready. Even before Bourne glimpsed his uniform, he knew from the QBZ that the man stalking him was a member of the Chinese military. So Minister Ouyang had a presence here. At the last instant, Bourne gathered himself, dropped down onto the soldier, drove his fist into the back of his neck, and, as he turned, stumbling, took hold of his head and slammed it into the trunk of the tree. The soldier dropped like a stone, blood streaming from nose and eyes. It seeped through his hair, where the skull was cracked. Bourne considered switching clothes with the soldier, but the man was too short. Scooping up the QBZ, Bourne set off after the others, who, he surmised, had entered the copse of trees from different directions. The QBZ was the newest Chinese assault rifle, but Bourne found it an awkward weapon, mainly due to the large 30-round magazine sitting just behind the trigger guard. But its cold, hammer-forged barrel, though short, made it exceptionally accurate. With his back against the trunk of a tree, Bourne stopped, listening intently. He heard nothing. Maceo Encarnacion had a head start on him. He had no time to play an extended game of cat and mouse with these people. He fired a short burst from the QBZ into the trees on his right, then sprinted to his left. Sure enough, the fire drew other soldiers. They had recognized the firing sound of the QBZ and assumed their compatriot had gotten a bead on their quarry. Bourne took one down with his second burst of fire, but the third eluded the spray of bullets. He had lost the element of surprise, but he had gained the knowledge that there were only 3 soldiers in the copse with him. He took a reading on the last place he had glimpsed the third soldier, taller and bigger than the other 2. The soldier had scrambled away to Bourne's right, so he circled around to his left to come upon him from the opposite direction. A burst of fire almost took his head off as he dived onto the bed of spent needles. More shots, nearer now, and he rolled away. The soldier had obviously considered Bourne's strategy and, once out of sight, had reversed course, heading left to intercept him. His maneuver had almost worked, but now Bourne knew exactly where he was. Aiming the barrel of the QBZ high, he fired, shredding a fistful of branches, which came showering down onto the spot where the soldier crouched. Bourne was ready when he leaped up, firing, the bullets slamming into the soldier's left shoulder, twisting him off his feet. He struck the trunk of a tree, which kept him on his feet. As Bourne fired again, he darted away. Bourne fired again, but came to the end of the cartridge. He didn't have a replacement. Throwing the weapon away, he dug into his backpack while taking off after the lone remaining soldier. The copse was suddenly very quiet. The stench of the rifle's fire hung in the air like mist. Crouching down, Bourne pushed forward from tree to tree. Bullets flew at him, striking so close to him he could feel the brush of air they displaced. He sprinted toward the flare of the weapon, and the instant he saw the soldier, he threw the knife he had extracted from the backpack. The soldier fired, but the bullets went upward into the sky as he crashed backward, the knife buried hilt deep in the left side of his chest. Cautiously, Bourne went to him, kicked his weapon away, then crouched down beside him. Confirming that he was dead, he quickly stripped off the soldier's clothes, then his own. The uniform was an acceptable fit. There was blood on the shirt, but this could be easily explained after a pitched battle in the pines. Taking up the dead soldier's rifle, he struck out for the edge of the copse closest to the rise behind which the soldiers had attacked the jeep. Rounding the left edge of the rise, he picked up the abandoned rocket launcher and saw that it had been loaded in case the first rocket missed. Keeping it with him, he quartered the area. Finding no other soldiers, he headed for the camouflaged vehicle. Dressed as he was, it wouldn't do to return to camp on foot. He reached the vehicle and, speculating on the curious presence of Chinese soldiers so close to a top-secret Israeli base guarded by Mossad, pulled off the opaque camo material, only to come face-to-face with a plainclothesman, armed with an Israeli Tavor Tar-21, small, lethal, accurate, like everything Mossad. The agent, who had obviously driven the Chinese soldiers to the site, whipped the barrel of the Tavor toward Bourne's face. Chapter 30. Colonel Henri Ben David stood facing Maceo Encarnacion, and all the resentment and diminishment he had stored up from the moment he had entered into talks with the Mexican entrepreneur bubbled poisonously into his throat like mercury. He detested dealing with intermediaries, which, in this case, Maceo Encarnacion was. But he detested even more having to deal with the Chinese, in the form of Minister Ouyang. He'd had no choice, a bitter circumstance he had divulged to Maceo Encarnacion along about their third meeting. It was the Mexican who had come up with the idea. This should have softened Ben David's feelings toward Encarnacion, but it did not. On the contrary, the proposed solution was so ingenious, so perfect, that Ben David felt only resentment that he hadn't thought of it. From that moment on, he had been beholden to Maceo Encarnacion. Colonel Ben David, bitter by birth, paranoid by nature, persecuted by dint of both his nationality and his religion, was incapable of any positive emotion whatsoever. He was enraged that Minister Ouyang was in possession of incriminating evidence that, should it find its way to either Dani Amit or the director, would not only end his career in Mossad, but also see him incarcerated for the rest of his life. He and Ilan Khalivi had collaborated on terminations outside the sanctioned purview of Mossad. They had made tens of thousands by Ben David soliciting kill requests from individuals and the Babylonians enacting the murders. They had made one mistake. They had left a paper trail regarding the first hit. How Minister Ouyang had come into possession of the information Ben David did not know. The fact was that he had it, and was using it to get what he wanted from Ben David, namely the modified Silex formula the scientists at Dar el Amar had perfected, which would allow China accelerated access to nuclear fuel and weapons. Now, breaking his brief reverie, Colonel Ben David looked from Maceo Encarnacion to Colonel Han Kong, commander of the six-man cadre Minister Ouyang had sent as his representatives.
"Your report, Colonel?"
"The enemy jeep has been destroyed,"
Han said. Maceo Encarnacion addressed himself to the Chinese.
"Bourne and the driver?"
"The deaths have not yet been confirmed."
"And why would that be?"
Ben David asked. Colonel Han cleared his throat.
"I have not yet heard from my men."
At once Ben David lost interest in him. He turned to Maceo Encarnacion.
"They're dead,"
he said.
"Bourne is coming."
"Excuse me,"
Colonel Han said.
"How do you know that?"
A slow smile spread across Colonel Ben David's face, as if he had been waiting for that question.
"I know Bourne, Colonel Han."
Colonel Han frowned.
"But 3 soldiers, highly trained and heavily armed.
I know what Bourne is capable of."
Ben David touched the livid scar on the side of his face.
"Intimately."
The dubious expression on Han's face turned into a shrug.
"Then we should complete our transaction as swiftly as possible."
He nodded to Maceo Encarnacion, who hefted a hard-sided suitcase onto the trestle table. The fingerprint lock was duly opened, the top swung back, and the 30 million American dollars were revealed.
"It's all there. You have Minister Ouyang's word."
Colonel Han held out his hand.
"Now the formula."
Ben David dug into the pocket of his fatigues and drew out a USB drive, which he placed in the Chinese's palm.
"It's all there,"
he said dryly.
"You have my word."
The Mossad agent's hesitation on first seeing the Chinese uniform gave Bourne the chance to duck away. Dropping the launcher, he grabbed the agent by the front of his vest and flung him out of the vehicle onto the ground in a flurry of snow. The agent rolled onto his back, firing the Tavor, almost severing Bourne's head from his neck. The sting of the bullet's heat burned Bourne's cheek as he jabbed the butt of his QBZ down into the agent's sternum. The agent smashed the butt of his own weapon against Bourne's, deflecting it at the last instant so that it slipped off his ribs and into the ground. Kicking upward, he struck Bourne's left hip, throwing him off balance. Bouncing to his feet, he came at Bourne, driving the Tavor crosswise into Bourne's neck, sending him stumbling into the side of the vehicle. The agent bent him backward as he pressed the weapon so hard into Bourne's throat that all air was cut off. Grinning with the effort, he bore down, his focus narrowing his intent as the moment of his target's death approached. It was this intent, so fervent, that caused him to miss Bourne's right heel, hooking into his. As Bourne drew back his leg, the agent lost his balance. But even as he fell, he swung the Tavor around, aiming it at Bourne's chest. He pulled the trigger as he landed, the bullets firing wide when Bourne smashed the butt of his weapon into the agent's face. The second strike shattered his sternum and ribcage, driving a rib through his chest. It must have punctured a lung because pink foam boiled between the agent's lips, followed by a gout of blood, thick and clotted. Colonel Hahn, having given no indication that he had registered Ben David's barb, inserted the drive into his tablet and switched it on. Maceo Encarnacion's lips twitched.
Believe it or not, Colonel Hahn is an expert in physics and in laser excitation in particular.
The two men watched as Colonel Hahn brought up the files on the USB drive and scanned them. At that moment, Colonel Ben David's sat phone buzzed. He listened for a moment, the frown on his face deepening.
No. Do nothing. Just keep him in sight.
He closed the connection before saying,
Our vehicle has been sighted. Only one man is in it.
Bourne? Maceo Encarnacion said.
He's wearing Duff's uniform.
Ben David shook his head.
But I doubt it's Duff.
He turned to the Chinese.
Colonel Hahn, I believe it's past time for you to leave.
Hahn looked up from his scrutiny of the equations, nodded, and closed down his tablet. Pocketing the USB drive and sticking the tablet under his arm, he nodded curtly to the two men, then stepped smartly out of Ben David's field tent. Bourne, wearing the agent's clothes, drove the vehicle toward the Mossad encampment outside Dar el-Amar. The loaded launcher lay in the footwell behind him. He had a clear idea of the layout of the camp, having seen it from the air on his previous visit with Rebeka. He found his mind, normally so calculating and pragmatic, turning back to Rebeka. He remembered the first time he had seen her, on the commercial flight to Damascus, a flight attendant about whom swirled a mystery he wanted to unravel. It was only later that she revealed herself as a Mossad agent. During their joint assault on the terrorist Samid Abdul Qahar's stronghold, she had proved herself to be fierce, intelligent, and brave. He felt her loss as keenly as if Maceo Encarnacion had knifed him in the ribs. Constanza Camargo had told him that Maceo Encarnacion was protected by the ancient Aztec gods, but the truth as he knew it now was something both more mundane and more sinister. Maceo Encarnacion was protected by all those people he had seduced, suborned, coerced, tricked, and beaten into submission. Armor enough for the modern world. As he drove, Bourne became aware of sharp, glinted sunlight reflected off coated glass lenses. He was being observed by the Mossad, by Maceo Encarnacion's men, or by what was left of the Chinese military contingent. Maceo Encarnacion followed Colonel Hahn out of Ben David's tent, walking beside him as he headed for the aircraft that would take him and what remained of his cadre back to Beijing, where Minister Ouyang waited for the bounty, for which he had delivered 30 million to Maceo Encarnacion.
You played your part well,
Colonel Hahn said in the condescending tone of the true celestial that set Maceo Encarnacion's teeth on edge. Encarnacion, imagining himself swinging a machete in the powerful horizontal arc that would sever Colonel Hahn's head from his body, replied,
I'll take my fee now.
Colonel Hahn, looking straight ahead as if he walked alone, tugged out a thick envelope from the inside breast pocket of his tunic. He held it, apparently not ready to hand it over.
What is it you did to deserve this generous payment, Encarnacion?
Feeling the blood rushing through his head, Maceo Encarnacion pressed his fingertips to his temple where he could feel a distended vein beating like a second heart. He calmed himself before answering.
I acted as the go-between. I introduced Minister Oyang to Colonel Ben David and oversaw the negotiations. Oyang never would have got to Ben David without me. He might have.
Colonel Han slapped the envelope against his knuckles.
Minister Oyang is both powerful and resourceful.
He shrugged, as if he had his orders to fulfill even though he did not agree with them. He held out the envelope, and Maceo Encarnacion, made to feel like a paid employee instead of a partner, took the envelope and, in the colonel's presence, laboriously counted the bills.
The 5 million is all there,
Han said, in precisely the same voice he had used inside Ben David's tent.
But is it real?
Maceo Encarnacion removed 3 bills at random, and using eyedroppers from tiny vials he carried, subjected them to 2 chemical tests.
Satisfied?
Han said, with a wry smile.
They're real. Unlike the 30 million you delivered to the Zionist Ben David. He sold his precious formula for a suitcase full of counterfeit money.
With a minimum of effort, Maceo Encarnacion produced a smile of complicity.
But the bills are so well made it will take him some time to realize that he has been swindled. And by then, Han said triumphantly, it will already be too late.
His plane was dead ahead. He signaled to his 3 remaining soldiers, and they climbed on board.
What about your other men?
Maceo Encarnacion asked.
Don't you want to know whether they're dead or alive? Once Bourne was spotted, they became a liability. Wasn't stopping Bourne part of your mission? An adjunct.
Colonel Han began to mount the stairs up to the plane.
I have the formula. That's all that matters. Not to Minister Oyang? No,
Colonel Han said.
But it is to my superior, General Huang Lijun.
So saying, Han mounted the steps, disappearing inside the fuselage of the plane. A moment later, one of his soldiers swung the door closed, locking it from inside. The engine started up, obliging Maceo Encarnacion to step backward at a rapid pace. He wasn't quick enough to avoid getting a faceful of jet fuel backwash. Particles flew into his eyes, making them tear. He turned then, jogging back to Ben David's tent. Bourne heard the roar of jet engines, and he diverted the vehicle in that direction. If a plane was taking off, it was a sure bet that the deal for the Silex formula had been concluded. He was too late. Stepping hard on the accelerator, he roared through the periphery of the camp, shattering a wooden barrier and causing agents to fire at him even as they scattered out of the way. Seeing the jet, he accelerated away from them. It was a civilian plane with Chinese markings. These thoughts passed through Bourne's mind like swiftly flying birds as he dug in his backpack. He was nearing the plane, which had taxied to the head of the makeshift runway and now sat, panting like a chained animal impatient to be released. He turned the vehicle hard to his left, paralleling the plane's path. Shots were being fired off to his left, and he ducked down as bullets spanged into the side of his vehicle. He was coming up on the tail of the jet when he heard a roar off to his left. A quick glance revealed a jeep with a driver and an armed agent riding shotgun. The agent leveled the Tavor Tar-21 at him, and Bourne jerked the wheel hard over to his right so that the offside scraped the plane's fuselage, giving the agent no chance to fire without hitting the plane. At that moment, the jet's brakes came off, and it started to taxi down the runway. Bourne, drawing closer to the plane, had drawn out the grenade Robinet had procured for him when the agent's jeep slammed into him. He turned back, his arm swinging out, connecting with the agent, who was jolted backward. His jeep continued on its course, scraping along the side of Bourne's vehicle. Bourne turned right, then made a sharp left, bringing the near side front corner jabbing into the jeep. Both men stiffened. As the driver was about to haul the wheel hard over, the armed agent leaped into Bourne's vehicle. The jeep jolted hard, ricocheted away. The agent slammed Bourne in the back of the head. The jet began to pull away. Colonel Ben David laughed like a loon when Maceo Encarnacion re-entered his tent. His fingers were hauling up handfuls of American dollars out of the suitcase.
Look at these,
he said merrily.
Oh, crap.
Very fine crap, Maceo Encarnacion said, crossing the tent.
Exquisite craftsmanship.
Of course.
Ben David nodded.
It's the work of the Chinese. Expert counterfeiters, those shitbags.
He smirked.
The Silex formula for 30 million in bogus bills. Ouyang thought he had pulled one over on me.
He might have, without me.
Ben David nodded.
True enough. But when that formula is implemented, it will level the laboratory it was made in. Quite the joke on Ouyang.
Reluctantly, he inclined his head.
I'm in your debt.
You hate being in anyone's debt, Colonel,
Maceo Encarnacion said shrewdly.
Especially yours.
Ben David's expression had turned sour.
It's not so bad. You could be in Ouyang's debt.
The Mossad agent was so powerful that he dragged Bourne halfway out of the driver's seat. The vehicle began to swerve, crazily, throwing the agent off balance. Instead of resisting, Bourne flipped backward, using the agent's clasped forearms, somersaulting over his back. The agent twisted his torso, driving his elbow into Bourne's side just as the vehicle swerved again. Bourne was thrown half out of the vehicle, one leg and hip flying just above the ground. The agent was about to pound Bourne's head with the butt of his rifle, but another, wider swerve brought the vehicle in contact with the fuselage of the plane. The agent abandoned Bourne for the instant it took him to vault over the seatback, get behind the wheel, and regain control of the vehicle. Bourne managed to hook one leg up over the side of the vehicle so that he was lying more or less horizontally. The plane was very close, the jet outtake just in front of him over the agent's head. The fuel made it virtually impossible to breathe, difficult to see. Nevertheless, Bourne knew that he was as close as he was ever going to get to his target. Pulling out the safety, he swung his arm back and let go of the grenade just past the apex of the arc. It spiraled through the air like a thrown football, but the engine's outtake hurled it away, so that the plane was unharmed by the explosion. Seeing the agent distracted by the blast, Bourne clambered back into the rear compartment. The plane was lifting off now, gaining in both speed and elevation in order to clear a stand of trees. Bourne swung the shoulder-held missile launcher up, aimed through the sight, and pulled the trigger. The missile launched, speeding directly toward the plane. The agent, shocked, turned to see Bourne leap out. As he rolled over and over, he covered his head with both arms, curling into a protective ball just before the missile exploded, rupturing the entire side of the plane, sending flames and billowing dark, oily smoke high up into the sky as it crashed back to Earth and split apart. The Jeep had wandered too close. Caught in the periphery of the blast, it was lifted off its wheels. Fiery, it turned end over end, spilling the two agents, then coming down onto them in a tangle of overheated metal and burning fabric. The gas tank ignited, sending shock waves across to where the shattered plane was burning. Then it too burst asunder with a massive roar, incinerating everyone and everything in the immediate vicinity. Colonel Ben David stared at Maceo Encarnacion.
And the payment?
Maceo Encarnacion smiled.
And the formula?
Ben David held up a 32-gigabyte SD card.
The real one this time.
Maceo Encarnacion opened a second envelope, spilling its contents onto the bottom of the suitcase. The diamonds sparked and glittered in the lamplight.
30 million worth of perfection.
Ben David nodded. Handing over the SD card, he said,
When you insert that directly into your mobile, everything will be revealed.
Maceo Encarnacion clutched it tightly in his fist.
And Core Energy will corner the market on both nuclear fuel and weaponry.
At that moment, they both heard the roar of the first explosion. They were halfway out of the tent when the shock waves from the second and third detonations threw them backward, off their feet. A flaming tire arced downward from the conflagration, heading directly for Bourne. Scrambling away, he rolled onto a patch of snow to keep the flames from getting to his clothes. By the time he raised himself up onto one knee, 3 armed Mossad agents were sprinting toward him. As the first shots were fired, he leaped behind a storage shed just past the edge of the makeshift runway. The intensity of the fire incinerating the plane and the Jeep kept the agents from coming any closer, and Bourne took the opportunity to run in a half-crouch to the next building, which housed the scientists working in the camouflage laboratory several hundred yards to his left. Though well-armed,
Bourne had no particular desire to shoot the agents, except in self-defense. It was their commander, and Maceo Encarnacion, he was after. He'd much prefer to keep hidden and out of their way while he searched for his quarry. No sooner had he entered the building than the door slammed shut. One of the windows shattered and a thick tongue of flame set the bedding on fire. The sharp odor of chemical fire filled the interior. Someone was using a flamethrower. The blaze leapt up, engulfing the interior almost immediately. Bourne turned back, but the door through which he had slipped in was bolted shut from the outside. He tried to make his way to one of the windows, but the fire had spread so quickly and the flames were so hot that he could not get to even the nearest of them. Ripping off a pillowcase, he held it over his nose and mouth, dropping to the floor where the air was several degrees cooler. Acrid smoke billowed like storm clouds, obscuring the low ceiling. He heard a sound over the spark and crackle of the burning wood. A figure filled the shattered window, then stepped through. It was clad in a flame-retardant suit with its own breathing apparatus. The figure held the flamethrower as it looked to his right, then his left. From his position, hidden away beneath one of the beds, Bourne could make out the features of Colonel Ben David through the glass faceplate. Bourne had already witnessed the first tongue of flame, and so knew that the flamethrower was using liquid, likely napalm, ignited by propane. Now, as Ben David turned again, searching for him, Bourne saw the two tanks on his back. The napalm would be housed in the tank that lay against his back, the propane tank, hidden from anyone standing in front of the colonel, just behind it. Bourne brought his rifle to bear. All it would take was a single bullet into the propane tank to roast Ben David alive. But in this enclosed space, already afire, Bourne himself would roast along with his enemy. Trying not to cough, he watched as Ben David quartered the space, searching under one bed after another. The moment he left his post in front of the shattered window, Bourne snaked out from under the bed, sprinted diagonally across the smoke and ash-filled interior. As he left his feet, diving through the window, Ben David turned, toggling on the flamethrower. Another tongue of flame licked out across the wall, then shot out the window, where the very end of it licked at the back of Bourne's jacket, igniting it. Instantly feeling the heat, Bourne threw himself into a patch of deeper snow, rolling on his back to snuff out the flames. He saw Ben David step through the window, level the snout of the flamethrower on him, even as Bourne lifted the assault rifle to shoot him.
"Stalemate,"
Ben David said, as he pulled off the suit's hood. He appeared oblivious to the building burning behind him.
"It seems you're always in my way, one way or another, Bourne. What have you done with Rebeka?"
"Rebeka and I made a good team. I tried to save her." Ben David frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"She was killed, stabbed to death inside Maceo Encarnacion's villa in Mexico City." Ben David took a threatening step toward Bourne.
"God damn you. You never should have taken her there."
"You think her death was my fault? She was on her own mission. It coincided with mine. Besides, you sent the Babylonian to terminate her because she was getting too close to your little operation."
"What do you know about it?"
"Now you want me to believe you still have feelings for her?"
"I asked you."
"I know everything, down to the counterfeit money the Chinese manufactured."
Ben David leaned forward. "You don't know his name?"
"You mean Minister Ouyang?" Ben David stared at him.
"Why does he hate your guts?"
Bourne stared back.
"You're not going to screw this deal for me, Bourne."
When Ben David tightened his finger on the trigger, Bourne said, "Don't you want to know who killed Rebeka?"
"I don't care. She's dead."
"It was Nicodemo, Ben David. Maceo Encarnacion's son." The colonel stood stock still.
"What?"
"You didn't know Nicodemo was your partner's son, did you?" Ben David said nothing, but his tongue emerged briefly to moisten his lips. "Which means Maceo Encarnacion gave the order to have her killed." "I could use a partner like that," Bourne laughed grimly. "But he's all yours."
"He's playing you, Ben David."
Both men turned at Maceo Encarnacion's growl.
"Why haven't you killed him?"
Encarnacion was carrying a pistol in one hand, and in the other a massive machete with an evil-looking blade. Ben David looked from Bourne to Encarnacion.
"Why did you have Rebeka killed?" "What? I don't explain my actions to anyone,"
Ben David shook his head.
You had a choice. You could have captured her. Are you crazy? She was far too dangerous to try to capture. Besides, there was Bourne to deal with. But you had your son kill her anyway.
Maceo Encarnacion looked suddenly stricken.
I have no son, Nicodemo. He is your son. Who told you that?
Encarnacion flared. Ben David gestured at Bourne with his head.
And you believe him? It makes too much sense to be a lie.
Maceo Encarnacion spat.
Did you even hear what I said? You've inhaled too much smoke. Rebeka is dead. So is Nicodemo. The past is buried. It's our future we have to concentrate on now. Bourne is the only one standing in...
Ben David turned the ugly snout of the flamethrower on Encarnacion and pulled the trigger. A burst of napalm spat out, just missing the Mexican. Bourne was on his feet in an instant. He kicked out, sending Ben David reeling back into the flames, licking out of the shattered window. Without a backward glance, Maceo Encarnacion ran around to the rear of the building. Bourne followed him at a strong lope. At the corner, a shot caused him to quickly duck back. He heard the crunch of running feet and darted around the corner, firing as he went. Maceo Encarnacion had vanished. Bourne stalked after him, checking the snowy ground for his footprints. The 3 Mossad agents who had fired at him previously were frantically combating the fire, which had crept close to the netting that camouflaged the laboratory from both the ground and the sky. At the end of the building, Bourne saw prints leading off toward the laboratory. Having to cross unprotected ground, he moved cautiously. He was halfway across when he noticed one of the agents answer his sat phone, and he hunkered down, making himself as inconspicuous as possible. The agent, covered in soot, his clothes seared and singed in places, nodded, then abandoned his comrades, racing off toward the far side of the compound. Bourne tracked him until he passed behind the burning building. Then he rose, tracing Maceo Encarnacion's footprints, which led directly to the front door of the camouflaged lab. He was about to follow them when he turned, sensing movement out of the corner of his eye. The Mossad agent had appeared from around the far side of the furiously burning building, and he wasn't alone. Colonel Ben David was with him. Maceo Encarnacion cursed the day he had agreed to Tom Brick's plan to buy the Silex process from the avaricious Ben David. He'd bought into Brick's argument that the process would mean that Core Energy would eventually corner the market on nuclear fuel, which, despite certain setbacks, was surely the main energy source of an emissionless future without fossil fuel. Perhaps Brick had been right. Maceo Encarnacion didn't know, and he no longer cared. It had been his idea to rope in Minister Ouyang, knowing through Maricruz's weekly reports how desperate the Chinese were for more energy, especially now with their great engine of progress slowing because of massive pollution all over the country. The Chinese were building nuclear reactors at an astonishing rate. Their appetite for enriched uranium to fuel these plants was increasing exponentially. Maceo Encarnacion hated the Chinese with an unrivaled passion. They stood for everything he despised, everything he had spent his entire adult life fighting against: repression, regulation, dampening the free spirit of the country's population. Seeing the opportunity to fuck them over was too great a temptation. But now, as he made himself invisible in the shadows near the front door of the laboratory, he understood how his desire had conflicted with destiny. He was not meant to be here, on the run from Jason Bourne. He should have been back in Mexico City with Annunciata. Now he was faced with the moment when dominion slips through one's grip, when expectations of wealth, influence, and power are overwhelmed by self-preservation and survival. He stiffened as the door to the laboratory opened inch by inch. The interior of the building, designed by the 5 scientists at work here, was broken up into rooms where the separate processes of the formula could be produced and refined before being chained together with the others in the largest area at the far end of the structure. This last space was lead-lined, and all precautions had been taken, owing to the radioactive material being created there. As far as he could tell, all the scientists were clustered in the far lab, finishing the last of the Silex testing. The door opened further. Maceo Encarnacion, checking his firearm, discovered that it was empty. Tossing it aside, he raised his machete over his head, ready to strike off Bourne's head the moment he entered the building.
A shadow fell across the widening wedge of doorway, and Maceo Encarnacion felt the tremor of intent run up his arm and into the fists that grasped the machete with a professional executioner's grip. He watched the silhouette form, the nose, lips, forehead, chin, until the entire head was in front of him like a condemned criminal on the block. The machete whistled down, the long, wicked blade glimmering briefly, before it fell into shadow as it cleaved through the neck, severing the head from its trunk. The head bounced along the floor while the trunk danced and spun, blood spurting with each frantic pump of the heart. For an instant, Maceo Encarnacion was transported back to the shoreline of Mexico, the soft Gulf waves rolling onto the shore, both seawater and sand soaking up the blood, as the head rolled back and forth in the pink foam of the surf. Then the present returned with the speed of a rocket, and he saw the severed head facing away from him. He turned it toward him by hooking his foot against the side of the nose. It stared up at him with the unthinking eyes of a landed shark. It was a face he knew well. But it wasn't Bourne. He expelled a startled yelp as Bourne grabbed hold of him and slammed him back against the wall so hard he dropped the bloody machete. He stared from Bourne to the severed head.
I thought Ben David had been burned to death.
One of his agents saved him, and I liberated him from his agent, Bourne said. I wanted his death to have meaning. Maceo Encarnacion's gaze returned to Colonel Ben David's face, which stared up at him from its position on the floor. There was no seawater to wash away the blood and gore, to make the death clean and neat, to dream the dream of a perfect death.
I thought he was you,
Maceo Encarnacion said. Of course you did. Maceo Encarnacion shuddered.
Let me go. I have the secret to Silex. Imagine the wealth you and I will share.
Bourne stared into his eyes.
You killed Nicodemo in Paris.
It was only a semi-question.
He knifed Rebeka,
Bourne said, by way of answer. She died a slow, painful death.
For that I'm sorry.
I looked into her eyes. I saw the pain. I saw the end coming. And there was nothing I could do.
For a man like you, that must be terrible indeed.
Bourne drove a fist deep into Encarnacion's stomach. He doubled over, and Bourne pulled him erect by his hair. The Mexican's red-rimmed eyes opened wide.
You killed my son.
He killed himself. Maceo Encarnacion spat into his face.
How dare you!
I tried to subdue him underwater, but you trained him too well. He would have killed me and Don Fernando if I hadn't killed him.
Asesino!
Encarnacion slipped a push dagger from a sheath hidden beneath his clothes. His fist shot out, the blade aimed at Bourne's heart. Bourne grasped the wrist and turned it, snapping it in two. Maceo Encarnacion grimaced, slammed Bourne's throat with the heel of his other hand. Bourne, a low animal growl erupting from deep inside him, spun him around, grasped his head in both hands, and cracked the neck completely in two. As he let Maceo Encarnacion go, the Mexican's head lolled at an unnatural angle, as if begging to be separated from the rest of him. He expelled a startled yelp as Bourne grabbed hold of him and slammed him back against the wall so hard he dropped the bloody machete. He stared from Bourne to the severed head.
I thought Ben David had been burned to death.
One of his agents saved him, and I liberated him from his agent, Bourne said. I wanted his death to have meaning. Maceo Encarnacion's gaze returned to Colonel Ben David's face, which stared up at him from its position on the floor. There was no seawater to wash away the blood and gore, to make the death clean and neat, to dream the dream of a perfect death.
I thought he was you,
Maceo Encarnacion said. Of course you did. Maceo Encarnacion shuddered.
Let me go. I have the secret to Silex. Imagine the wealth you and I will share.
Bourne stared into his eyes.
You killed Nicodemo in Paris.
It was only a semi-question.
He knifed Rebeka,
Bourne said, by way of answer.
She died a slow, painful death.
For that I'm sorry.
I looked into her eyes. I saw the pain. I saw the end coming. And there was nothing I could do.
For a man like you, that must be terrible indeed.
Bourne drove a fist deep into Encarnacion's stomach. He doubled over, and Bourne pulled him erect by his hair. The Mexican's red-rimmed eyes opened wide.
You killed my son.
He killed himself. Maceo Encarnacion spat into his face. How dare you! I tried to subdue him underwater, but you trained him too well. He would have killed me and Don Fernando if I hadn't killed him.
Asesino!
Encarnacion slipped a push dagger from a sheath hidden beneath his clothes. His fist shot out, the blade aimed at Bourne's heart. Bourne grasped the wrist and turned it, snapping it in two. Maceo Encarnacion grimaced, slammed Bourne's throat with the heel of his other hand. Bourne, a low animal growl erupting from deep inside him, spun him around, grasped his head in both hands, and cracked the neck completely in two. As he let Maceo Encarnacion go, the Mexican's head lolled at an unnatural angle, as if begging to be separated from the rest of him.
Tel Aviv, Israel.
The director would like to talk with you, Danny Amit, head of Mossad Collections, said. Talk with me, Bourne said. Not kill me. Amit laughed, but his pale blue eyes remained steady and grave. The two men were sitting at a small table at Entracte, a seaside restaurant along Tel Aviv's sweeping Scimitar beach. The termination order was a mistake, obviously. In our business, Bourne said, matching Amit's tone, almost everything is a mistake in hindsight. Amit's eyes drifted to the water, the lines of empty chairs set up on the beach. That which doesn't kill us turns us gray. Or insane. Amit's gaze snapped back. It was insane to send someone after Rebeka, Bourne said. She went off the grid. She broke protocol. Because she couldn't trust anyone. Amit sighed and folded his hands together as if in prayer. Concerning Dar el-Amar, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Rebeka suspected Ben David was rotten. Bourne would not let the subject go. She was right. Amit licked his lips. Concerning Rebeka, we have received her body from the authorities in Mexico City.
I know.
You will bury her with honors. I want to be there. Outsiders are not permitted. Amit bit off the automatic response and nodded. Of course. A soft breeze ruffled Bourne's hair. His body ached. He could feel every place the flames had touched him, every place Maceo Encarnacion had struck him. Did she have family? Her parents are dead, Amit said. You'll meet her brother at the funeral. He's Mossad also. Finish your espresso, Amit said. Then we must go. Aboard the director's boat, Bourne was provided with a panoramic view of the city. The sun beat down from a sky studded with small clouds, scudding before a following wind. He seemed far removed from the snowy highlands of Lebanon. You're a fine sailor, the director said. What other talents have you hidden from us? I don't forgive. The director looked at him. That's a very Mossad trait. His Brillo hair seemed impervious to the wind. That said, we're all human, Bourne. No, Bourne said. You're Mossad. The director pursed his livery lips. Well, there's truth to that, no doubt. But as you've already discovered, we're not infallible. Bourne looked back at the glaringly white city and was suddenly aware of the ages of history buried there. He took out the thin gold chain with the Star of David. The director saw it and came and sat beside his guest. That was Rebeka's? Bourne nodded. The director took a deep breath and slowly let it out. I go sailing whenever one of my people has been killed." Bourne was silent. The Star of David dangled between them, spinning slowly, now and then catching sunlight and redirecting it. After a long time, he said, "Does it help?" "Out here in the clean air and the calm of the water, without the burden of the city on my back, I can finally feel how lost I am." The director looked down at his strong, capable hands. "Is that a help?" He shrugged, as if to himself. "I don't know. Do you?" Bourne, thinking how helpless he was when Rebeka's life slipped away, felt like a little earthquake, echoes of identical sorrows, and understood with a terrible finality that he was as lost as the man who sat beside him. Unnatural angle, as if begging to be separated from the rest of him. He expelled a startled yelp as Bourne grabbed hold of him and slammed him back against the wall so hard he dropped the bloody machete. He stared from Bourne to the severed head.
"I thought Ben David had been burned to death."
"One of his agents saved him, and I liberated him from his agent," Bourne said. "I wanted his death to have meaning." Maceo Encarnacion's gaze returned to Colonel Ben David's face, which stared up at him from its position on the floor. There was no seawater to wash away the blood and gore, to make the death clean and neat, to dream the dream of a perfect death.
"I thought he was you,"
Maceo Encarnacion said. "Of course you did." Maceo Encarnacion shuddered.
"Let me go. I have the secret to Silex. Imagine the wealth you and I will share."
Bourne stared into his eyes.
"You killed Nicodemo in Paris."
It was only a semi-question. "He knifed Rebeka," Bourne said, by way of answer. "She died a slow, painful death."
"For that I'm sorry."
I looked into her eyes. I saw the pain. I saw the end coming. And there was nothing I could do.
"For a man like you, that must be terrible indeed."
Bourne drove a fist deep into Encarnacion's stomach. He doubled over, and Bourne pulled him erect by his hair. The Mexican's red-rimmed eyes opened wide.
"You killed my son."
"He killed himself." Maceo Encarnacion spat into his face.
"How dare you!"
"I tried to subdue him underwater, but you trained him too well. He would have killed me and Don Fernando if I hadn't killed him."
"Asesino!"
Encarnacion slipped a push-dagger from a sheath hidden beneath his clothes. His fist shot out, the blade aimed at Bourne's heart. Bourne grasped the wrist and turned it, snapping it in two. Maceo Encarnacion grimaced, slammed Bourne's throat with the heel of his other hand. Bourne, a low animal growl erupting from deep inside him, spun him around, grasped his head in both hands, and cracked the neck completely in two. As he let Maceo Encarnacion go, the Mexican's head lolled at an unnatural angle, as if begging to be separated from the rest of him. Tel Aviv, Israel. "The director would like to talk with you," Danny Amit, head of Mossad Collections, said. "Talk with me," Bourne said. "Not kill me." Amit laughed, but his pale blue eyes remained steady and grave. The two men were sitting at a small table at Entracht, a seaside restaurant along Tel Aviv's sweeping Scimitar beach.
The termination order was a mistake, obviously.
In our business, Bourne said, matching Amit's tone, almost everything is a mistake in hindsight. Amit's eyes drifted to the water, the lines of empty chairs set up on the beach.
That which doesn't kill us turns us gray.
Or insane. Amit's gaze snapped back. It was insane to send someone after Rebeka, Bourne said.
She went off the grid. She broke protocol.
Because she couldn't trust anyone. Amit sighed and folded his hands together as if in prayer.
Concerning Dar el-Amar, we owe you a great debt of gratitude.
Rebeka suspected Ben David was rotten. Bourne would not let the subject go. She was right.
Amit licked his lips. Concerning Rebeka, we have received her body from the authorities in Mexico City.
I know. You will bury her with honors. I want to be there.
Outsiders are not permitted.
Amit bit off the automatic response and nodded.
Of course.
A soft breeze ruffled Bourne's hair. His body ached. He could feel every place the flames had touched him, every place Maceo Encarnacion had struck him. Did she have family?
Her parents are dead, Amit said. You'll meet her brother at the funeral.
He's Mossad also.
Finish your espresso, Amit said. Then we must go.
Aboard the director's boat, Bourne was provided with a panoramic view of the city. The sun beat down from a sky studded with small clouds, scudding before a following wind. He seemed far removed from the snowy highlands of Lebanon.
You're a fine sailor, the director said. What other talents have you hidden from us?
I don't forgive. The director looked at him.
That's a very Mossad trait.
His Brillo hair seemed impervious to the wind.
That said, we're all human, Bourne.
No, Bourne said. You're Mossad. The director pursed his livery lips.
Well, there's truth to that, no doubt. But as you've already discovered,
we're not infallible. Bourne looked back at the glaringly white city and was suddenly aware of the ages of history buried there. He took out the thin gold chain with the Star of David. The director saw it and came and sat beside his guest.
That was Rebeka's?
Bourne nodded. The director took a deep breath and slowly let it out.
I go sailing whenever one of my people has been killed.
Bourne was silent. The Star of David dangled between them, spinning slowly, now and then catching sunlight and redirecting it. After a long time, he said, "Does it help?"
Out here.